It's not easy being a Manchester United or Spurs fan this season, sat in the bottom half of the Premier League with not many games left. And so today, Dad and I are going to rebuild our clubs, but not from the start of the season. That's right, today we are going to be using the real world results to start from February 2025 and to try and salvage these horrible seasons. The same point system still applies though, as we once again tried to beat each other across 5 seasons on Football Manager. Dad, our teams aren't doing too well this season. There's no beating around the bush.
No, definitely not.
We are both dreadful.
I mean, I think you're having a worse season than me, but history-wise, you definitely are, aren't you?
Yeah, this is the worst Manchester United season since the last time they were relegated.
Yeah.
I mean, injuries hasn't helped either of our sides. I think you've had a long period of time with injuries being bad. We now have one, which is being really bad. And as you can see, we are using a real-life, up-to-date database. We kind of had to sim the Tottenham game versus Man United just to make sure it went the right way. This is as accurate as we could get it up until the weekend before you're probably watching this when this came out. So we're going to try and rebuild our teams from 15th and 12th from February, which means no first transfer window either.
No,
we're
all
not
done and
allowed to do
dusted.
that.
So just tactic is going to help us stay up.
Just tactics. And I am being so ballsy with this because I'm using Amarin's tactic. Yeah.
I did think of doing it, but I don't know.
I'm using the Amarin tactic that I built myself and kind of used previously and had some success with it. It was okay. Yeah, I'm going to try and go for it. I'm locking in Højlund, Garnacho and Patrick Dorgu into the lineup. This is as updated as we could possibly get. I think even Rashford is at Aston Villa, for instance. Obviously, Dorgu is at Manchester United. And if we're looking at your Spurs side, Dad,
I have got Tell there, so he's
you
just
have
come
got
in.
Matisse Tell.
Yeah.
You're kind of being as accurate as what you possibly can.
Well, we did go for that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Sort of like trying to be as accurate as we can for the rest of the season because we've got the players to use now.
Yeah.
With the real manager hasn't, so
you're locking in Maddison on the left.
Yes, yeah, that's the only difference really. I'm not happy with the strikers, so I wanted to keep Son
Up front,
and that was the only way I could do it, really.
Could just lock Son up front.
Yeah, all right, but yeah, but I couldn't make my mind up where I wanted Maddison to play, so I thought I'll just stick him out there and keep him there. He's an inverted winger, and that's what I did like him playing.
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to stop Richarlison from playing.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Still not like
Understandable. We haven't played any games because we're going to try and do this from this point, lock it in the tactic, and just go into the end of the season. So the point system still is as it normally is, but of course we're basically only playing 1/3 of the season in season number 1. So you actually have a bit of advantage there, Dad, although we won't be having points against each other because that doesn't count. That happened in real life. We've both taken over. We also couldn't simulate the cups, which meant that you are against Arsenal in the cup, but we've kind of agreed if you win that, we don't count that on points.
Yeah, because I'm not really there in the cup final.
Yeah, exactly.
I lost.
I don't think I'm in the FA Cup. I think they've, I've got knocked out by Arsenal, which of course was the opposite. Yeah. Arsenal fans, we knocked you out of the cup. The reason everybody always says about the reason why I always have a go at Arsenal fans. One of my best mates, Eves.
He's
an Arsenal fan, and I'm honestly, it's twice a week at the minute I'm getting stick from him. So if you're wondering why I'm constantly having a go at Arsenal, I'm taking all of my rage out that I would be directing at him to you guys. I hope you appreciate it. But that's the reason why I have a lot of hatred for Arsenal, because I get it in the neck every single day from him. But what he can't come back on is that I always go, mate, we may be absolutely crap, but we've still won more trophies than you have in the last 5 years. And he hates it. Oh, straight away. That's not a good argument. I'm like, oh. Rattled him in his head. He's probably not even watching it because I don't think he watches videos, but still, I'm in his head. And that, Man United fans, is how you do it. Easy. Right, let's simulate season number 1 then. See what happens. Right, season number 1. Good thing is, neither of us got relegated.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
That's positive.
Yeah.
What I'm not happy with is, by the looks of it, Dad, you overtook me on the final day of the season. 12th place there for myself, 10th place for you. You won the last game of the season. I lost the last game of the season, which wasn't great. But it has meant that you gained the first point in this. Liverpool have gone on to win the league, which I think they will do in real life. I think they've kind of got that locked down. They've got a game in hand as we are looking at it. And the 3 teams gone down are the 3 teams I expect to go down too. Maybe not in that order, but I think the bottom half of the league looks rather close to what I expect it to end up like.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
The top half, I don't really know yet. There's a couple of teams in there that I expect. To be honest, the first, 6, I actually think that could be accurate. Maybe Nottingham Forest hold on. I'd like to see them hold on.
Well,
Forest.
we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? I'd like to see Chris Wood win the Golden Boot, but I don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, I'd like to see Forest.
I want to see Chris Wood lift the Champions League trophy.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Great, wouldn't it? Yeah. I'd like to see them in Europe again. So as long as they finish in one of the European spaces, I think they'll be happy. But I'd like to see that as well.
Yeah. A historic club in English football deserves to be another glory season in Europe. I think that'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. I mean, the profile of the league. This is obviously only from when we started. Somehow Erling Haaland still scored 19 goals, which is a joke. I think at the minute Salah's in real life is the top scorer, but he's nowhere near. So Erling Haaland would have won the Golden Boot for going off just as that. There we go. So we can't really look at that too much. You've got 1 point. We'll briefly look at the competitions. I was runner-up in the Europa League. That's competition that they are still in.
Yes.
So that if I won it,
you'd still have points. Spurs are still in it as well.
Yeah.
Man United and Spurs are favourites to win that trophy, aren't they?
Thankfully, it wasn't.
And I was listening to it the other night, and they said that we're in the opposite sides of the draw, so we can meet in the final.
Oh wow. We won't, because we will both be eliminated quite early on. But that is the dream scenario. I tell you what, I was going to do it for last weekend. I'm really glad we didn't, because it was 1-0 and it was boring and you won. But
I'm gonna say
if they get to the final, we've got to do a live stream.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Got to do it. Did you think I was saying we should go? He's like, yeah, you're going to pay for our trip to go. You're going to pay for our trip to go. Oh, yeah, we'll do a live stream. We'll do a live stream,
Okay,
we'll do a live stream for it.
Yeah,
we haven't done a watch along for a while, but if they meet in the final...
Oh, that'll be out of the game.
Yeah, so you'll never see a live stream. I am coming back to live stream, I promise. I just need time to do it. Need time to set it up, because I'm terrible with tech. I'm sorry, I sport that you didn't win it. Bayer Leverkusen in the round of 16. You also didn't win the Carabao Cup, so made no difference whatsoever. But there we go. The point was... to you in the first season there. So looking at it, Jamie Donnelly scored the most goals since, but he not at the club.
No.
James Maddison 9 with Heung-min Son with 8.
Yeah, it was good to lock Maddison in. He scores 9 goals, 3 assists.
Yeah, even Richarlison got 5.
Yeah, I don't know.
I cannot see these players scoring this amount. Towards the end of the season.
Regardless, and won't be there any much longer, will he? That's a definite.
No.
He's always the first Spurs player I sell.
Yeah, and on my side of the things, let's have a look. 12 goals from Bruno Fernandes, which is interesting. He's also always wanted as well by Al Ittihad. Xerxes got 7. He only started 9. So I knocked in Rasmus and he only got 7 as well. And that is the story of Manchester United's season so far. So I don't know. We've obviously got some big names coming back. Anthony, James Sancho. I know I say big names and then Anthony, but genuinely, how good is he in Real Betis? It's absolutely weird. He's
looking hell of a good.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy, but there we go. Rashford, of course, will be back. I can't see his name on there, but I'm sure it's there somewhere. So, transfer budget, if we're looking at the transfer budget, I've got £81 million, but my wage budget sucks, to be honest. Let's have a look at your transfer budget, Dad. You've got 121. Wow, with a very big wage budget. So you've got a lot more to spend than what I have. And you're 1-0 up. So let's have a look and see what happens season 2. Well, we both had very busy summers. I think in real life, we'd like this to kind of happen. The huge overhaul and rebuilds, bringing in players that we would love to see at our clubs. I also stayed away from a couple of players because I felt like you guys would be like, oh, they're just signing these players again. Or... typical Manchester United targets. So I have tried in the second part of my transfers to be a little bit different. So let's start things off. Harry Maguire's gone to West Ham for £15 million. Now, in real life, he actually has been a bit of a rejuvenation.
Oh, I can't believe how good he's playing again.
Yeah.
Really. So it goes to show all he needed was a bit of love and a manager who wanted him.
And a 3 at the back system. But on the game, not great, is he? So, same as Diallo. Our best player, out for the rest of the season, gutted. On the game, not quite as good. So I've loaned him out to Newcastle, and he's actually playing every single game. Now, the first 2 players I brought in was Jeremy Frimpong, and people are going to go, that's actually a Manchester United target. Correct. Whether we bring him in or not, I don't know, but he has been targeted by Manchester United before. And Diamonde, of course, sporting player. Kind of cheating, but I got rid of Harry Maguire, and I thought, there's no better player that I could bring in at this point.
like signing that guy as well. If you want a good centre-back, he's a player.
Then, another £128 million went out, and this is where all the big names left. Luke Shaw, gone to Al Nassr.
What was that fact I gave you yesterday about Luke Shaw?
Hasn't started a game for Manchester United for a whole calendar year. Absolutely
and he's on £8
mental.
million a year.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Hey, Can play for England, though.
Well, he can go on
Started
tour
training.
with England.
Yeah.
Go on a tournament with
Started
England.
training. Casemiro, gone as well. Looks a shadow of his old self, doesn't he? Lindelof, gone. Malacia, 12 million. A couple of other players have gone as well. Loaned out Jadon Sancho. Loaned out Anthony. Loaned out Rasmus Højlund.
That's a big decision.
There's a reason why Brighton have come in for him. I won't spoil it just yet. It ain't anything to do with what I've done. £188 million come in. Now, the player I avoided signing was Gyökeres. He would only have cost me £50 million, but I thought everybody is going to give me stick if I sign Victor Gyökeres. So instead, I spent an extra £20 million. I'm bringing in Marcus Thuram. Very similar age and obviously profile of player, can also play on the wing. Great signing, I think. I'm happy with a Marcus Thuram signing there. That's really good. Now, signing for £70 million. He scored 3 goals in 3 games so far with 1 assist. It started very well for him at his time at Manchester United, which I'm very happy with. But I have also signed Tammy Abraham, £24 million. I thought, well, it's a bit of a bargain, really.
It is, yeah.
So
he's doing well in Italy as well at the moment, so yeah.
Sold Luke Shaw, brought in Alejandro Balde. 20 years of age, can play right down that left-hand side. Barcelona's left back, of course, isn't as highly rated as what I think he is actually right now in real life, but he has the potential on the game to be one of the best left backs in the world. So there's that. Arnie Engels loaned him straight back to Celtic. This is obviously another one for the future because he's only 20 years of age. Let's get him first team football by loaning him back to Celtic for the season and then assess where we are next, because we still got the likes of Kobe Mainoo, who I want to give minutes to. Now, I have changed formation, Dad, drastically too. And I don't think I've ever played this style of formation before, because I have 3 players down the left-hand side and only 1 down the right. So this is what we're looking at right now. A defensive winger in behind an inside forward. Let's quick pick it, remembering that I've got Frimpong nailed into that right back position, because the rest of the lineup I'm kind of happy with. It isn't Jadon Sancho because he's not at the club, he's loaned out. It would be Garnacho. That's kind of what my team is going to be looking like this season, and I'm very happy with that. De Ligt and Diamonde kind of swipping around. Either way, we're all good. We're all happy. We haven't played each other, so don't have to spoil anything yet. I started very well.
Bloody right you have. You couldn't ask for 3 order games, really, could you? All you would need was Man City in there as well, then, really.
Yeah. So we started very well. The transfer window's still open because we decided to just go from here, to be fair. Now, the rest of the fixtures for Dad, let's have a look. So, transfer-wise, even, let's look at your transfers first. £131 million on the outs there, as well as Reguilon and Fraser Forster also leaving. And then you've got £93 million in there and £168 million in. And obviously you can see why Brighton wanted Rasmus Højlund.
Yeah.
His dad has spent £86 million.
19-year-old striker, I think you got to get him in early while you can just about afford him, because if he has a good start,
£90 million for him.
Yeah, but if he starts well and you got the good side of him, he's an easy 100 plus million player then.
You paid 90% of that already.
I've got him already.
Okay. You also brought in, though, 2 other strikers.
Yes.
Ollie Watkins.
Well, I've just felt the front line that the Spurs have got at the moment are not very good at all. So I'm bringing in 3 strikers for 2 positions and let them fight it out, really, I think.
Former Exeter City player. And then Artem Dovbyk from Roma.
Yeah, it's good.
40 million.
Good sign, this is.
You had fun with Roma, with Dovbyk, didn't you? So
yeah, I did, yeah.
There's no surprise why you're going for him.
Yeah, I do like him.
And bringing him in.
A good goal scorer, so yeah.
0 in 2 so far, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then, of course, Dennis Seaman comes in.
Well, I got rid of my reserve keeper, which I don't like, Foster, so Fraser. So I've got this guy in, and I know it's 18 years of age. I just think that was a good bargain for 18, and he is a good keeper, so.
Yeah, he can be very good.
Yeah.
And then finally, Michael Coyote at right back.
Well, I got him at right back because my right back at this present point, you know what he's like. He's hot-headed. He can easily get sent off or bookings or injuries or something like that. So I just thought I'd bring this guy in as well. He's only 20, so I think it's a good sort of reserve right back.
Okay. You can see the names that have left the club, of course, for Charlison going for £28 million.
First one.
Heung-min Son to Liverpool.
Yeah, I was going to keep him for another season.
For
and then
17 million.
And then Liverpool came in and offered me that type of money for a 32-year-old. I thought, I'm going to take
88 as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of money in it for a 32-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll probably do me badly now and come back and haunt me, but I just couldn't turn that money down.
Well, there we go. And there's a few other ones that have gone there. Tactically, you've changed it around.
Yeah.
4-2-2.
I'm going for this, yeah. 2 strikers up front, which I got. You put them in there so you can see which one they are. That's what I want to go with, yeah. I was in enamored with it a lot Ferguson in, but I'll let Ollie start up and see what happens.
All right, okay.
I'm quite happy with the rest of the team, really.
Well, you've also started well.
Yourself.
You've beat Man City 1-0. You haven't conceded a goal yet.
Good start, isn't it?
Brentford away.
I'm really happy with that, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Got some goal scorers in there. So, season number 2. We're off to a good start.
Yeah, both of us started off really well, so look out to see what happens, eh?
Absolutely. Let's simulate it and see what happens. Season 2 then. First and second.
I mean,
oh boy, there's a big gap.
We've had 2 really good seasons, but wow. What's that, 11, 12 points? Dear,
yeah.
Oh dear, you walked that, didn't you? Only lost 3 games.
I had 2 draws at the end of the season. It's obviously because I was champions already and
Yeah.
just did not give a crap.
Didn't expect that at all. So
No, neither did I.
I'm well happy with that. But yeah, you beat me, so well done.
Forest went down. All that stuff we said about him.
Yeah.
Gone down. Can't ask for much more than that. Champions, that's 4 points. That is a dream for us Man United fans. Marcus Thuram got 27. Still behind Erling Haaland, got 36. But as you can see from highest average rating, Frimpong's up there. Bruno Fernandes is up there. So 2 of my new signings is there. And Andre Onana, 18 clean sheets, along with Vicario. Wow.
Yeah.
So, interesting stuff there. Assist-wise, I had 3 players with 11 assists, including Mason Mount, who I can't believe even played enough games to get 11 assists. Let's look at the past positions and see how it played out. Oh. All right, so you dropped down a 5th at one point.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time 5th, but carried your way back up there. But, yeah, I spent all
Come back
season
strong.
there.
Yeah, well done.
Fair play.
Deserved
All
it
right.
then, really did. When you do it the majority of the season like that, you deserve it, really.
Yeah.
No one touched you, really, did they?
Well, did you beat me in one of these games, Dad, and gain yourself a point? No, you didn't.
Where did they finish?
And in the 7
30.
games that you lost, I beat you in one of them as well. So that's 1 extra point. That's 5 points to me. We drew the other game at your stadium 0-0. An absolute bomb burner of a 0-0, I bet. Probably not. Spurs, though, did you win anything else to pick up some points this season? And it's a no. Liverpool.
Oh, no.
Both times.
Ming Song just done me, and he.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. Please. Please
don't let
say
him
he's
score the
done it.
goals.
There's 2 in the 5th round.
So he knocked me out of the.
He knocked you out of the FA Cup. In the Carabao Cup, it was a 3-2 loss. He did not score in the Carabao Cup, but he did knock you out of the FA
He knocked
Cup.
me out of the FA Cup.
Chiesa managed to get 2 in that one.
Yeah.
But that is hilarious. That proper bit you in the ass. That is so funny.
Oh,
You had
that's
a
what
great
happened
run at the end of the season.
I
there.
beat him near the end of the season. Look, 1-0.
Yeah.
Ferguson,
92nd
minute.
Yeah. But I think I had the season done and dusted. Oh, runners up in the Carabao Cup.
And they've done you in the FA Cup.
Both Man City.
So I got done by Liverpool and you got done by City.
Yeah, 3-0. Bloody Erling Haaland, I bet. No?
No.
Didn't score any of it.
Good old Jack. Well done, Jack.
Oh, yeah, always been a huge fan of Jack Grealish. 7-1, they battered me. They were
bloody
my
hell.
bogey team.
Right.
Did they beat me in the league? No. Did I draw against them? No, I beat them twice in the league.
Yeah.
5-1 and 3-1. That is
I beat
a
them once.
classic Manchester derby, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
It's either 5-1 one way, 6-1 the other. It's ridiculous. Exciting season.
Good season by both of us, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've picked up 5 points there. Although you had a good season, didn't pick up any. Didn't pick up any.
Come run us up in the league and didn't pick up anything. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, well, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Squad-wise there, Marcus Thuram with 31 goals. Good signing. Bruno
Definitely.
Fernandes, 21 and 12. Rashford, 21 and
Rashford's
11.
come back and firing again.
Yeah. Garnacho there with 14 and 3. Mason Mount's done quite well. 6 and 13. Maybe he played from the left, possibly.
Say, he played a lot of games, didn't he?
Yeah, Balde's done quite well as well. Delo played quite a few games. I wonder whether Balde played left winger a couple of times and put Delo at left wing back, which everybody knows I'm a huge fan of when Diogo Delo plays left wing back. Honestly, my favourite thing ever. Oh, so predictable.
Yeah. Well, we just laughed at him because no one picks him up on it, does he? He does it every single time, doesn't he?
Yeah, but then he can't kick a ball with his left. It's awful. All right, transfer budget though, going into season number 3, £68 million. That's fine. I'm looking to just one player, I reckon. One or 2 players, depending on who I sell, really.
That type of money, yeah, you are, yeah.
Schedule or squad-wise for you, 21 goals from Evan Ferguson, who's the top scorer, and only 21 starts.
Yeah.
So he was probably the most prolific out of the strikers that he had. Dovbyk was out 20.
I'm still happy with that. 20 from him as well, yeah.
Ollie Watkins is a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
13 in 28 starts.
But then you got to look at it in one position. So him and Ferguson, I feel that's 34 goals between them. Out of my front 3, I've got 50 odd goals, so
yeah,
it's not bad.
All right,
I'm
okay.
quite happy with that.
Transfer budget, you got £62 million.
Like you said, one
good
player
wage.
again. Yeah,
A good wage budget there. So
one player, because it is hard to sort of replace these players now and then. Especially my team are very, very young as well, especially my defence. So it is very hard to replace any of the players there. So I feel that I'm just either strengthening the squad or just maybe tinkering with one position and making it a little bit better.
let's have a look at the points then before we go to season number 3. Season 2 points then is Omega Luke with 5 and Dad with 0, meaning the total points going into season 3 is Omega Luke with 5 and Dad with 1. All right, Dad, going into season number 3 then. Quite quiet transfer windows for both of us, in fact.
Yeah, well, it gets to that stage now where you've got to spend a lot of money on one or two players, aren't you, really?
That's it. A few players have left the club for you, including Dominic Solanke. I think Oda Burr went as well.
Yeah.
No, nobody else really. You've brought in 2 main players. There was another player who had already joined the club whose deal was done before, obviously, you become manager, but Antonio Silva.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of my favourites for a centre-back.
Tony Smith.
Yeah, Tony Smith. I got really 2 good centre-backs, but this guy will just come in and just help them. That's the way I'm looking at it. Strengthen the squad, really, just in case I do get any injuries there. So I don't think I was going to improve my centre-backs that I've got. It's very hard to do that with the money that I've got. So I think that improves the squad more than anything. Yeah.
And then Mateus Cunha from Wolves.
Yeah,
got relegated, I think.
This guy can play in like 3 or 4 positions that I'm actually playing. So, yeah, I'll let him do his business and see where he goes, really.
Yeah.
I think that's what...
Well, you've locked him in.
Yeah.
So... see where he goes. You're telling him where to go.
Oh, yeah. I forgot I locked him in.
Yeah, you locked him in on the left-hand side here for the season.
Yeah.
In your 4-2-2, a couple of changes in terms of what they're actually doing. I think this was a winger last year, but an inverted winger this time round. Mateus Cunha locked and loaded into that left-sided.
Yeah, I want to keep the same tactic, really, because I came second last season, so it's worth keeping, really, to see if I can have another cut year. Hoping that you had like a freak season, really.
Yeah, well,
never know.
Possibly. But yeah, Antonio Silva is just on the bench. Of course, you've got Mateus Cunha who goes on the left there. So Ferguson and Dovbyk will probably be the 2 strikers for this season. Let's look at then how I have approached this transfer window. Now, I have sold quite a few players in terms of that. We've got Tammy Abraham leaving, £28 million. That's actually a bit of profit because I signed him for 24. So £3.5 million. Nice little bit of profit there. £36 million went out for Mazraoui, who went to Al Nassr. A couple of other players have left on freeze. Rasmus Højlund to Forest on loan for the season, trying to just give him game time so that he might be better in the long run. Because right now, Marcus Thuram, I can't take him out after that season. That was a great season.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Only second behind Erling Haaland. But I've signed one player, is another Inter Milan player, and I spent £174 million on him. Alessandro Bastoni. As you said, it comes to a point where you can't exactly improve the team unless you spend big on a player, and that's what Bastoni allows me to do. And if I go by my best 11 pick, it puts him in that left centre-back position alongside Diamonde. It has De Ligt in there, however, Mainu, he's been covering because Mainu's got a bit of an injury. He's been out with a fractured lower leg. So De Ligt's been playing there, which meant they see him as like the go-to guy for that DM role, which, to be honest, I'm not against.
No?
Not at all. He's a cracking player on the ball as a defensive midfielder. Why not? Because I've got these 4 guys up here who are going to cause a lot of trouble with Frimpong helping out. So I do need 2 defensive midfielders, if anything, and Balde, of course, is going to bomb forward too. So attacking down that left-hand side has been very favourable for me. How has it started, though? Well, I lost to Arsenal in the Community Shield, only on penalties, and I also drew against them 0-0 with only 10 men. So actually, I'm not too worried about it. I think I've done quite well there. 5-2 against Brentford, 3-0 away to West Ham.
Well, that tells me Arsenal have got a good side to this season, so they're going to be one of the sides to beat as well then. So,
yeah.
Obviously,
let's have a look at my Champions League fixtures because I'm back in the Champions. Oh, got Tottenham. In London, though.
I hope you've got your business done before then, because you don't go rely on that game to get into the Champions League.
Yeah. PSG and Milan away from home. There's some tricky away fixtures.
Yeah, you've got a couple of hard games there.
Let's see what you've been up to, Dad, because you're currently top of the league right now. You've had a great start to the season. Haven't played anybody amazing.
No, that's a problem,
but 3 wins from 3.
Yeah, I'll take that from the teams I've beaten. So, but like you say, I expect to win those games anyway.
Yeah, only conceded against Sunderland as well.
Yeah, it's a good start, but I've got Man City coming.
That's it, the next game away from home. Obviously, you've got Champions League football as well. You've got me on the end of the season. You also have PSG.
Yeah, I mean, apart from yourself and PSG, I think that's an easier round than what you've got.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah. for sure.
So I should go into the next phase of that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, season number 3 then. I took a bit of a lead, so let's see if Dad can pull some points back. All right, season number 3, and it's just like last season.
Second again. 10 points again. So
10 points clear.
double figures again, past us. Oh, look, your goal difference.
Goal difference was silly. I conceded the least, scored the most.
That win games, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wins games, that does.
94 points, 84 you finished on with Chelsea and Man City. You actually crept into that second place on the final day of the season.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the profile of the league. Evan Ferguson, 24 goals this season. Dovbyk with 18. Where's all the Man United players? Apparently we scored the most goals in the league and there's nowhere to be seen.
That is weird, isn't it?
That is weird. Where are we? Rashford and Thuram, both on 16 and 15 down there. De Ligt's got 11 and Bruno Fernandes has got 10.
How the hell's De Ligt got 11?
Probably from set pieces plus playing DM, if I'm honest. But he's done really well there. Onana got 18 clean sheets. Jorgensen was highest with 20. If you look at the player statistics, you'd never guess that Manchester United won the league by 10 points.
No.
Bruno Fernandes is kind of the only outlier here with 20 assists, which is phenomenal stuff.
Oh, Pedro didn't let me down, did he? With the yellow cards.
Pedro Porro, no. 15, yeah, he loves a good yellow, doesn't he? So does Lissandro Martinez. Good job they don't do a combined 11 with the two angriest players, because those two would definitely be in it. All right, there we go. That's another season with Manchester United at the top of the league, so I'm happy with that. Past positions, let's see it. So, at one point, I did drop all the way down to 4th.
I'm surprised with that.
Yeah, which you dropped up to 1st at that point.
I've done the opposite.
Yeah. So that is quite funny. I'm guessing it's
dear.
these two guys. Yeah, it's Chelsea and Man City who was the other two teams in the title race at that point. At one point, look, 4 different teams was top in 4 different weeks in January. Now that's fun. That's a title race. We haven't seen one of them in real life for a long time, have we? All right, we're on Manchester United. Do I cap this league title win with my 4 points? Actually, we need to see the results between the two. I lost 4 games, Dad. One of them was against you.
Oh, get in. I got a point.
Yeah, you've won yourself a point there. All away games. Don't like going away on this one.
No.
You lost 8 though, Dad. One of them was against me at Old Trafford, 2-1. All right, Manchester United competitions. I had the treble.
Yeah, I thought you'd done it then. It was a bit of a saviour for me, I think, there.
Oh,
I'd love to see that my name be on that.
Well.
I'd love to see my name be on there.
Well, we'll have a look in a
It
sec.
won't be there, will it?
FA Cup. Chelsea 3-1 after extra time, so that's good. Let's have a look, Dad. Tottenham Hotspur. Were you the Champions League winners? No, you weren't. Luckily for you, no Manchester United knocking you out of any cups.
Liverpool not made of the bloody cup again.
But round of 16 by AC Milan, Dad.
Yeah, I'm disappointed with that.
That was when I was knocking out another
6-3.
Italian side on penalties as well. I scraped through there. I'm guessing we both went through on that. No, I did. You didn't. So you went into the round of the playoff round. So you won 3, drew 2, lost 3. Ooh, I beat you in that one as well.
Yeah. That's another point
So that's an extra point as well. Monaco and PSG, I finished with just 1 draw to Dortmund, 0-0, 7 wins in total. Wow, 8-0 against Heidelberg Split.
conceded 2 goals in the game.
Yeah, I absolutely tonked the two teams when I did play them.
Yeah.
Milan, 5-1 in Milan, 4-1 in PSG in Paris. That would have been what a season we've had there. I can't believe we haven't managed to top that off with a win. Unbelievable. Knockout playoff round then, Dad. You knocked out Manchester City.
Oh, I'll take that.
That's all right, yeah. Happy with that. Round of 16 is obviously where you got knocked out. Quarterfinals, I knocked out AC Milan, obviously beating them. Yeah. And then semi-final, Monaco. It could have been an all-French final in the semi-final stage. But then I played Real Madrid in the final. If there was one team that could beat me,
This is one team you got to stay away from,
Real
really,
Madrid.
isn't it?
Yeah. Liverpool, Real Madrid are usually ridiculously good on Champions League runs. It tends to be more Real Madrid as well, but yeah, couldn't quite beat them. Lenny Yoro scored in the first minute, which I absolutely love, by the way, that he was given the nod in the final. But Bellingham, that man Bellingham, scored in the 84th.
Does it all the time, doesn't he?
How frustrating. No other points in terms of us knocking each other out. Very disappointed that I didn't manage to get that treble. That would have been lovely. 27 goals for Dovbyk, 26 for Evan Ferguson. Great return from Cunha too, from the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm pleased with what I've done there, those 3 there. So something to work on again.
Yeah.
Just to know where I can strengthen this team out. It's definitely not in defence at the moment, I don't think.
Oh, Tony Smith even played 40.
Yeah, so I might have to be looking at the midfield now.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I've got to look for.
Well, to do that, you got £65 million.
Yeah.
So that's enough.
Bring in one really good centre mid.
Yeah. Is that right? Ryan Mason is about to go to Plymouth Argyle as a manager.
He did ask me what it was like down there, and I said, mate, you can't go wrong. It's a beautiful part of the country, so yeah, help yourself.
Can't believe it. Let's have a look at my squad. 26 goals from Rashford this season with 13 assists. 23 from Thuram. Rasmus Højlund got 21 on loan, so that's good. Is he developing, or are we still... he's getting there. That's not bad.
No.
I still think Thuram's slightly better at this point. Delict with 15. Garnacho 14 and 11. Bruno Fernandes, 27 assists. I had an offer for Bruno Fernandes in the summer. I turned it down. There's more offers by the looks of it coming with Al Nassr, because the offer was like 70-odd million.
Yeah.
But then it was like, well, I either play Mason Mount, who is decent on the game. He's very good. But there was no other centre attacking midfielders that I thought come anywhere close to the attributes of Bruno Fernandes in the role that I've got him in, and he is really giving me that with 27
100%.
assists. Balde's also got 12 assists as well from that left wing back position, so that's fantastic. I was expecting a little bit more from Jeremy Frimpong, but then I realised he got 8 goals. I thought, he's only got 8 assists, and I thought, from right back, he's got 8 goals.
All up and got himself 8 goals.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good, really, when you think of how much groom he's covering.
Yeah, and his ability's gone up to 4.5, so I'm guessing, really... Yeah, he looks great. I'm guessing, really, it's kind of like those late ones into the box.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 players on the left-hand side who's probably gone, oh, look, Jeremy's there in the far post again. We'll ping it over to him. So, hey, that tactic might be working. Either way, I'll leave this tactic on the save game file. Whether I change it or not before the final 2 years, then I'll leave it there as one of the options. So if you go to patreon.com/MegaLukeGaming and get the save game file, or you join the YouTube channel members and get the save game file on the £5 tiers, you'll get that tactic either way if you want to give it a blast yourself or just dissect how I've created it, I guess. It's always when Stinger posts like a tactic, then I think, how the hell does that work?
Yeah.
I get him to send it to me, and I just dissect how he's made it, and then I steal little intricate pieces and build my own. That's what I like to do with tactics. So you might see some flagrancies of stuff that Stinger's done in the past, because he is prone to doing tactics just like this, really. On the £5 tier, thank you very much to everybody who does support us on that tier. You help Dad be here on 2 days a week.
Thank you.
That's absolutely lovely, and your continued support is very much appreciated. Now, let's appreciate the points. Season 3 then of Mega Luke with 9 points, and Dad with just 1, meaning the total points are Mega Luke with 14 and Dad with 2. All right, Dad, a few more names going out for you.
Yeah, just players that's not getting into my team.
Yeah,
so
Brandon Johnson's one of them for
I
big.
could do with the wage sort of being a little bit lower to sort of bring a big player in, really.
Yeah, £35 million out. You've brought in 2 players. One of them's Daniel Dagger,
Yeah.
Nigerian CDM.
I had a little bit of money left over after I bought the big sort of transfer. 19-year-old, I think it's a good one for the future, really. And it's in positions that I wanted another player.
You
really.
got names to pick from then, because you got loads of positions in your new tactic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
For that, no surprises there. The other signing was Manu Kone.
Yeah, so that tells you exactly what I have changed, and it's my midfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to sort of like fill my midfield out with some really good players, and this guy fits the bill. He plays in both the positions that I will be playing.
Mm-hmm.
So that really helps. I don't know whether he will get into the team. I think Soros is nailed in that position there. So he's probably going to be the substitute for any injuries or anything else like that. So
Yeah.
really,
£90 million on a substitute.
yeah, I know this is a problem. So, but there's my team there. So
Gone
I've
for Old Faithful. We
I've
should
gone
literally
Old
name this Old Faithful.
Yeah, we should do, really, shouldn't we? I've got enough strikers to do it now, so I've gone up 3 up front, but the 3 really solid midfield players, and I'm hoping they'll do a job for me back there. Fingers crossed. I had to do something because I'm not getting anywhere near you.
Yeah.
I've had that tactic I played off. It was a good tactic. It done me well. Come runners up in the league a couple of times. So I've got to try something different. So I'm not going to try this. Try the Old Faithful.
Let's have a look at other things then. I've signed 2 players. I've sold quite a few, to be fair. Xerxes gone. Delo's gone. Couple of free transfers. Diallo's gone out on loan. And there's one more, I think. Jadon Sancho, I believe. Jadon Sancho and Anthony. £44 million, £32 million. Quite a lot of money has gone out. Still got Rasmus Højlund. I haven't loaned him out this season, but 2 players have joined the club. Mateus Sule from Roma. Very similar to the scenario that I mentioned where Bruno Fernandes was close to leaving again this summer. He was annoyed that I wasn't accepting bids from Saudi Arabia, so I thought I'll sign a replacement just in case it gets to the point where I have to sell him. Sign the replacement. Guess who had no bids in anymore? Bruno Fernandes. So he stayed at the club, but I have Mateus Sule there, £73 million. Should anything happen next season, I guess. He's a cracking player, Mateus Sule. What a backup that is. But on the right-hand side, I mean, I had Frimpong, who's done unbelievable. I sold Dalot. I sold Max Rawi the season before. I needed somebody to cover both sides. I had loads of money left. Hakimi. He's so fast. He's great. Good at crossing.
Good.
I'm at the point where I can't sign anybody to go directly into my team unless I spend, like, again, £200 million on a player. So tactically, obviously, I'm keeping it exactly the same. There's no way I'm changing that after the season I just had. Very close to winning a treble. If I do quick pick, it's very similar. In fact, it's exactly the same team as last year. I think I've just improved the people that I can bring onto the pitch to replace the guys on the pitch, and I've kept Rasmus Højlund around.
So you spent about 118 million for two substitutes.
But I almost won the treble.
I'm just saying.
So
I did have someone come in for a SAR for me, didn't they? For 120 million, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was very shocked.
I couldn't take it because I just couldn't replace him. I had a good look to see what else is around, but I couldn't replace him. So I'm the same as you, really. It's very hard to find players to take over your first team players, isn't it? So
yeah, absolutely. I think the only thing, if I was to really look at this team and go, where can I improve it? Goalkeeper's one of them, but Onana on the game, other than eccentricity,
that's something I'd put down with him. Yeah,
I'm not a big improver of goalkeepers. Once I've got a half good one, I'm kind of set with that. I'm not like you. You're very, I need to improve the goalkeeper every single time.
I mean, I look at him the same as you. There is
eccentricity.
And 19 is really high, and I don't like that in a goalkeeper.
No.
And I do like the one-on-ones to be a little bit higher.
Yes.
But I'd have probably done the same as you. He's good enough. The same as me. I've kept my keeper.
Yeah.
I've just got a reserve keeper in. So
yeah. And the only other option maybe was down this left-hand side, put in somebody like a Balde actually at left midfield, and put in, like, I could have bought Theo Hernandez. I think was like 58 million.
Yeah.
He had signed a contract last year, and I almost pulled the trigger then. Instead, I went for Balde because he had just signed the contract, so he wouldn't join me. But I think Theo Hernandez is available still for about 58 million. If I wanted to, bringing him in to replace one of those two. But I kind of like this player here to be a very attacking one.
Yeah. And
Garnacho, Rashford, Thuram all play on that, and they haven't done anything wrong as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I'm looking at your team there. You're probably your best signing, I would say, is going to be Thuram.
Oh, he's been fantastic.
I think a really good player for you that has come back playing well is Rashford.
Yeah.
He's come back playing from Villa.
He has,
and he's playing well for you. So you're doing a quick pick, and he's keeping his position.
Yeah, 18 goals, 16 goals.
Yeah, so he's come back and done well for you, really.
All right, so let's have a look at the schedule at the start of the season. Then I'm currently top of the league, and I've played Dad twice. Beat him in the Community Shield. Don't get a point for winning the Community Shield, but I get a point for beating him nonetheless. Then I lost against him in the league, even though you were down to 10 men, and I took the lead.
That was only in the last minute, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, Evan Ferguson brace. I have, though, beaten Liverpool at Anfield, and I've beaten Chelsea at home, and I beat Palace 6-0. So I've got some hard games out the way.
Yeah.
But I did, of course,
you lost
lose
your Orange
game.
one, though.
Yeah. Well, you did come second. Technically, somehow, Spurs are the second best team in the country. It's fine, hard to believe it myself. But there we go. So, do we have each other in the Champions League again? Or have we avoided ourselves? We've avoided it. Oh, I've got Man City and both Milans. Like, are they joking? Like, how am I getting to the final? And then they're like, let's give him all the difficult games again. That is a tough one. But, all right, let's have a look at yours, Dad.
You should still qualify, though, shouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Comfortably, I think.
Schedule-wise, we know, of course, you beat me in the league, but that was only one of 2 wins because you've beaten Sheffield United, lost to Liverpool.
And then lost to West Ham.
Yeah, in the 3rd round of the Cups. You're already out of one of the Cups.
Yeah.
Drew to Leeds as well. That's a tough one.
Come on.
Down to 10 men. Romero's cost you.
No surprise there, is it?
Vicario had a man of the match performance of an 8.1, so you probably deserve to lose that one. Go away with it. Champions League fixtures then. Let's see. You've got... Oh, really? That is a joke.
I'll take that. Yeah, I should qualify from that, I think.
You literally have Liverpool.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And then the rest of the teams, at this stage, you should be able to beat.
Yeah, definitely.
There's some tricky ones, obviously, don't get me wrong.
Well,
Leipzig
and
Porto,
Porto,
Ajax.
and both of them I got at home.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah,
I should go through on that, hopefully.
Somebody's paying them off, surely. This is ridiculous. I reckon the person who's doing the draws is a Spurs fan.
Yeah.
Probably an absolute muppet. Anyway, season number 4. Let's see what happens then when we sim this season. All right, season 4, I'm champions again. Where have you gone, Dad?
Oh, somewhere down there.
Down to 5th place.
I mean, it was a little bit of a closer league this season. Chelsea were only 4 points behind you, so... But,
yeah.
Oh, where was I? 75, is it?
Dropped off.
Yeah,
75 points.
Again, double figures behind you again.
It was quite tight at the top this time round.
I mean, you hit 100-odd goals again.
104, only conceded 34. 26 is the lowest there with Arsenal. There's a couple... Actually, you conceded less than I did this season with 33, but you only scored 66 because I scored 104.
I thought my attack would have done really well. I know my defence is good if they can stay on the pitch.
Isn't that good? Look at this. Dovbyk 21, Thuram 18, Mason Mount with the highest average rating. Fair enough.
He keeps getting on there, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's because he only plays like 4 games. He plays well in them and then gets injured. Frimpong 7.35 as well. Vicario with 16 clean sheets. David Raya had 22 clean sheets though. Fair play. That's a hell of a lot, especially when you finish in 3rd.
Considering that you didn't concede very many goals, your keeper's not even on there.
No.
Again, you'd look at that and think you haven't won the league by
No, absolutely. I haven't got
by a lot again.
5th top scorer.
Yeah.
Two of the 3 highest average ratings. Balde and Frimpong, my 2 fullbacks, getting the most assists.
Yeah.
But, highest yellow cards. Pass positions then. So you kind of stayed around that 3rd and 4th place
good, really,
into 5th. And
you've done it again.
Yeah, quite late
Bad
on.
start, yeah.
That's very Man United way though.
Yeah.
From like 90s and 2000s.
Yeah,
it's very much what Man City are doing.
Yeah, you get the Christmas
in the last
period.
few years, isn't it?
You get the Christmas and then start clicking and then...
Okay, we're on Manchester United. Maybe can I claim that Champions League trophy this season? That would be great. Oh, yes! Get in! A treble!
That's me done, innit? You ain't going to catch you now, am I?
It ain't the treble quite what it would have been last season. 3rd round by Manchester City in the FA Cup. But I won the Carabao Cup, defeated Manchester City on penalties, and I defeated Real Madrid after extra time.
2 seasons in a row.
Yeah?
Same teams.
Bruno Fernandes in the 99th minute. Oh, Babe's glad he stayed now, isn't he?
How close do you come to selling him?
Bruno!
He only had one offer coming and he was gone.
Do you know why I love Bruno more than most Man United players? It's because everybody else hates him.
Yeah.
And I love that about him. Like, he annoys the absolute crap out of me. He does some stuff and I'm just like, what are you doing? You're an idiot. And he's so irritating on the pitch. But it annoys everybody else more, which makes me love him more.
Yeah.
And then he scores 99th minute goal against Real Madrid to lift the Champions League. Congratulations, Bruno Fernandes. Thank you very much. Rashford, 28 goals, 24 from Thuram. That's been great. Have you won the FA Cup, Dad? That was the last one there that we do not know how it ended.
Give me something.
Have you done it? No. 3rd round by Southampton.
Oh.
Semi-final.
By Real Madrid. Oh, no.
It would have been us in the final. Probably a good thing for you, really.
Yeah. I think I'd have cried if I'd lost in that final.
Wow, look at that. It could have been an El Clasico.
Yeah.
But I absolutely tonked Barcelona. They defeated you 3-1. So it was fairly close. Quarter-final, you were knocking out Galatasaray. I was knocking out AC Milan.
I'd go to hell and win.
Look who's doing all the hard jobs. Look at this draw. 8 teams, you got Galatasaray.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? They're an hard team to beat. They are, especially when you got to play them at Galatasaray.
Benfica, what a shock. You've stole 2 of their players already.
Yeah,
I had to knock out Man City. What is going on here? Knockout playoff round? No surprise there because you had an easy draw. And I still topped it.
Topped it, look. God almighty.
You lost to Salzburg. Drew to Ajax 0-0, 1-6. You beat Liverpool at Anfield. You did the hard one.
Yeah. I mean, you look at that. You come top. Real Madrid 3rd. I'll come 4th. That's 4 of the teams. Is it?
And Barcelona was 6th.
Yeah, that's 3 teams in the semi-final in the top.
Drew away to Inter Milan after stealing 2 of their best players.
That's still a good result, though, 3 each away.
Yeah.
So,
I think Martinez as well is at Real Madrid. I'm sure I've seen his name at Real Madrid. Tao Martinez. So they don't even have him either. So God knows how Inter Milan have managed to survive. They've just been absolutely just stripped of all of their players. But then I won 7 games there. 3-0 against Man City, 4-1 against Milan. Did all right, really. Yeah, Dad, let's have a look at your statistics. 26 goals from Dovbyk, 21 from Evan Ferguson, 13 from Cunha. Are you happy with those tallies?
I'm still happy with that, yeah. I mean, I'm still scoring goals and doing well. Man, you've got a hell of a team. I just can't get anywhere near you at the moment, really. So I don't know what I can improve now. I know my defence as well. I've got a solid midfield. What do I go out and buy now? I've got good strikers. I mean, if I had 200 million, I'd probably buy another striker and go free up front.
Yeah, you are free up front.
Well, yeah, I'll stay free up front. The DLFL, I'd sort of need a better one there, I would say.
No, I think you're using Kulusevski at the minute.
Yeah, I wish, yeah, because I'm not using them wide, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be what I would do. if I was going to say, but I don't know how much money I want to get.
You have £66 million.
That ain't going to buy the striker underneath it, is it?
Oh, only 66 million. Can we get the violinist back in?
Oh
again?
no, not that guy again. No, tell him to stay out there. Christ, I'm fed up with him coming in here.
I don't know what to do. You've got a hell of a team. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I've only got £66 million.
I just hope I'll put me new shirt as well. Look, thought I was going to do this time with Spurs. And you comes up with a team like that.
I mean, I haven't done anything special to it. I've pretty much 70% of it. It's still the same team.
I look at it and that tactic you put in, it's
no
worked.
idea it works.
No idea, but it's worked for you. And you've got and I think sometimes if you got to find the right players to fit a tactic, and you found the right players for that as well.
Yeah, sure.
I'm moving my tactics around after the first 2 seasons because I come second.
Yeah.
Well, the second season 2 and season 3, I come second, didn't I? So I had to change it because I wasn't getting anywhere near you.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't find the players to fit that tactic after that.
We still got 1 year left. You're talking like it's over.
Well, yeah, but look at the many points you just got this season. You've got the Champions League, you're bringing Carabao Cup.
I mean, I'd like to bring the violinist back in because I've only got 15 million.
What did I tell you? Stay out of here.
I meant for me. I've just won the treble, and they've only given me £15 million. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we are 240 million in the red. I'll give you that. But
I think they're looking at that and thinking you don't need any more players.
Oh well. Let's see who I bring in then after we look at the points. Season 4 points are Omega Luke with 16 and Dad with 1, meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 30 and Dad with 3. Alright then, on to season number 5. Now, if you have stuck around after Dad was very defeatist, let us know. Let's start a season 5 crew down in the comments. Let's just put that you're part of the season 5 crew, and I'll know that you stuck around to the very end.
You can't do this again for another season. So I'm hopeful.
Let's see if you can beat me in the final year.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
All right. Well, to give you a little bit of an advantage, I guess, I spent nothing. I only brought in 1 player. It was a free transfer in Joshua Kimmich, and he's a cracking player, don't get me wrong, but then he's also went and got himself injured with a twisted ankle, so we don't know how long he's going to be out, because that's a classic me, isn't it? Gets to August, gets injured. Haven't really sold or bought anyone because I had no budget, and I thought, well, I don't really need to with this team. Exactly the same tactic. The tactic will be available as soon as you get the save game file. It will be there. Dad, what have you been up to this transfer window? Selling Madison?
Yeah, I wasn't using him. I knew what I wanted. I knew the actual player I wanted as well, to be honest, because I had a feeling he'd be just in my range, so I needed a couple of million in to get him, and I got him. So
Hendrick.
Yeah, sometimes he comes from Real Madrid and sometimes he don't.
Yeah.
And lucky enough they released him this time, so yeah, I've got the player that I actually wanted. He's the only one I felt that could sort of make my attack better than what it was.
Alright, well, tactically then, you've gone to a diamond formation.
Yeah, so I locked him in and then just dropped the player, the other striker, back into the attacking playmaker, because I had 2 or 3 players that can play that role are very, very good. So that's what I've decided to do.
Well, if we're going
and
off
I've got my 2 midfielders going Zana role, so hopefully they'll fill the gaps going left and right. So I'm
kind of looking at that, really.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to play.
Yeah.
All
right. How's it started off for you? Not great. Lost to Newcastle. Lost to Manchester United.
I could have done without playing against you straight away. So yeah, not too good. Beat West Ham 4-1, which I owed them one from knocking me out of the cup last season. And then Liverpool do me. I get a draw. It's a good, but then the 94 is lucky. I mean, I do like scoring late goals, but I usually like to win a game.
Yeah.
So all right. I mean, Accrington Stanley.
All I would say is don't celebrate that, because Liverpool fans will go absolutely mental if you celebrate at Anfield in the 94th minute after getting a draw. I'm really fishing for bad comments, aren't I?
Yeah.
I've had to go Arsenal fans, Liverpool, Chelsea, you're next. No.
I love it when Everton celebrate them in late goal.
Well, that's why I said it.
Yeah, we won at Anfield, was it?
No, but still.
Yeah.
You can't celebrate late goals against Liverpool. They'll be fuming.
Do you think I'd have ran up to the cop, didn't it?
Yeah. God, you'd have been pelted.
Going like that.
Yeah. Whoa, what a way to just close off every Liverpool fan that's ever watched us. Don't take it to heart. It's just a joke.
It's only a game.
People can't take jokes these days.
I mean, the way I look at it, it was one of the best games I've seen at Goodison Park for a long, long, long time. And what a way to finish the last derby there.
One of the last games you'll see at Goodison Park.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So yeah, it was a good way of finishing for the Evertonians. Any Scouser, I think, really.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even the Liverpool fans will never forget that game.
I think it's very poetic that it then finished that both teams had won 81 games.
Yeah,
at that
definitely.
ground.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Plus, it really annoyed all Liverpool fans. I'm sorry, it's a joke.
You got to keep dropping
Calm
it in.
down!
You got to keep dropping it in, and yeah.
Right, okay, let's have a look then. Somebody actually messaged me, well, tweeted me the other day and said, ever since Luke's become a babyface in wrestling, he's cut a lot of heel promos in his videos. I was like, that's so true. It was all this built up tension that I can't let out on opponents anymore because I've got to be nice. By the way, if you haven't come to a TCW show, you've got to come to the next one.
Definitely.
It's going to be so good. I'm wrestling against my tag partner, DBJ, ex-tag partner, DBJ, because he's getting it. He is getting it. Now,
He's been bad.
I've been cutting promos on Arsenal fans, on Liverpool fans. I'm not just going to beat him up. It's plain and simple. We tried working as a team to win the TCW tag team titles. Oh, no. He wanted to be a silly little boy. He wanted to get a steel chair yet again. And he cost us the TCW tag team championships. We then entered the Rumble, the mid-season Rumble. And whoever won that got a title shot. And I said to my mate Danny Boy Johnson, ex-mate Danny Boy Johnson, mate, if one of us win this, we can go and win the tag team titles and we cash in on the tag team champs. Great idea. Guess who eliminated me? DBJ. So he's getting it. He is getting it.
Ooh,
I cannot wait to get my hands on him. I'm going to kick his ass.
I mean, that's just one of the fights I want to see, but it's there's quite a few good fights on that card.
There's a very good card.
Yeah, definitely.
For 29th of March
you
down
can
in
get down to
Plymouth.
Plymouth. You got to come down and watch this card. It's so good.
And when we've got Blockbusters, who are two very good friends of mine. They are everywhere right now. In America, in the UK, they're everywhere right now. They started off quite local to where I am. They're against the Meat Wagon. Two of the biggest guys I've ever wrestled in my life. They are absolutely ginormous. One picked me up like this once, and I have no choice about it. They are so strong. They're against each other in a tag match. The card is ridiculously good. So get yourself down to Plymouth to watch TCW. It's £10 a ticket, but all proceeds go to charities. We don't get any profits from it. It all goes to charity. So for charity, you can watch me kick Danny Boy Johnson's ass. That's the best £10 you're ever going to spend.
I've already got my ticket. It's the best £10 I've already spent. So
exactly. I'm even going to bring Danny Boy Johnson up to the crowd and Dad's going to give him a chop. That's what I want to do. That'll be the dream scenario. Right, anyway. Can't remember what we were doing. I'm guessing we were about to look at Champions League fixtures for you, Dad.
Right.
You've got Barcelona. You've also got Arsenal away from home.
I'm still happy with that. I can still qualify through that, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Joe, I've actually been quite kind to you today. I haven't made one joke about you being an Arsenal fan.
I am bought an Arsenal player, no, otherwise. That's why I didn't give the option.
Well,
really,
you are at Spurs.
That was one reason why I had to put my Spurs shirt on, just to prove I do have these Spurs shirts, because I've got nothing in my cupboard that's red.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's still time. I could try and cram one in before the end.
If Surprise Shirts ever send me an Arsenal shirt, I will fall out badly with you as well.
Oh, my God, Surprise Shirts ever send an Arsenal shirt. That'll be unbelievable. All right, okay. That's your Champions League fixtures. Let's have a look at my fixtures. I believe we haven't seen them. I can't quite remember. We've been going on for a long time now. Oh, let's talk about Danny Boy Johnson's got me all hot and bothered. Schedule.
Oh, dear.
Reduce the anger, Luke. Let's look at the positives. Stuff Liverpool, 1-0. Stuff them.
Yeah. Go further
Stuff
down.
West Ham,
Go
7-1.
further down.
Yeah. 5-0. How'd you like those apples? Eh? Good God. So that was entertaining.
Diamande scores as well. That's even worse.
Yeah.
When he's scoring.
We've had a good time. Frimpong got 2.
Yeah.
Bloody right back. So there we go. Champions League fixtures. Let's have a look. For the final season, the Champions League, Dortmund, Manchester City again. Milan again.
Oh, here they are. They had a
crop up every video, don't they? Honestly, how does it happen?
I don't know, but it's great fun, isn't it?
I'll tell you who I reckon's a Rennes fan.
Who's that?
Danny Boy Johnson.
Yeah.
I bet he is.
I bet he stands in the ring with and he will go, guess who's a Rennes fan? This guy with 2 thumbs.
Yeah, I bet he is. That scumbag, I bet he's a Rennes fan. He's a rat like Rennes. Danny Boy Johnson, I cannot wait to kick his ass at TCW. So
that'd be so funny if he walked in there with a
if
shirt
he
on.
turns out with a Rennes shirt, I will lose my head. He's been calling for a chair to use in the match the last 3 or 4 TCW shows, and I keep trying to stop, and it's cost us now. Cost us the TCW tag team titles. This time, if he brings Rennes shirt into the ring, I'll be bringing the chair.
I wouldn't mind buying one and just give it to him and just say, I dare you to wear it, Dan.
Don't egg him on. Don't egg him on. Right, anyway. Season number 5. Hopefully you're stuck around. Let's see what happened. Season number 5 then. Get in! It's 4 league titles in a row.
Can't argue with that.
For Manchester United.
Look how many goals you scored and look how many goals you only conceded.
Only 25. 96 goal difference. Huge.
I mean, I'm only 1 point behind coming second again.
Yeah.
And I'm still nowhere near past double figures again.
17 points clear of second.
I think every season, apart from the first season, so the 4 seasons after that, you've been more than double points away from me, and I've come second twice.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah. That's unbelievable.
I couldn't get anywhere near you.
Lost 3 games.
No, nothing
Didn't
against
lose
me.
against Spurs.
I didn't get any points there.
Beat you twice. Get in. Another 2 points to add to the tally. Lovely stuff. Now, look at the profile of the league. Dovbik got 21. Turam and Fernandez is up there in the top 5 goals. He also had the highest average rating. Frimpong's up there as well. Onana.
Yeah,
he heard us talking about him, didn't we?
Yeah,
He's
he
like,
had
well, I have to prove my point now. But Bruno Fernandes, 18 assists. Garnacho at 12, which is good to see as well. Dovbik's up there a few times though, Dad. He's
Yeah,
up there.
pleased with that, yeah.
I think that's the only... Oh, Coyote with most assists.
You still
as
look
well.
at that and think, how the hell did you win the league again? You know,
Yeah,
it didn't,
yeah.
It didn't like standing out like a sore thumb, is it? Oh, you
Not
can
by
see why.
the level that I
Yeah,
won it by,
that's right,
17 points. Yeah, maybe snatched it at the end, but
I mean,
no.
I don't think you've had a league and goal scorer.
No, I haven't.
No.
Oh, I don't even think I've had any in the top 3. Fair play. That's been unbelievable. So let's look at the past positions then. Tottenham. They're averaged out in third, I'd say.
If I hadn't had such a bad start to the season, I could have been pushing you all the way then.
We're still 17 or 18 points
but
behind.
look at the bad start I had. I climbed it back up and then I was average again. Where all the other seasons I've been dropping off, haven't I?
Yeah, I don't think you would have.
Oh, well, there you go. From day one to last game. So, yeah, I can't argue
Every
with that.
single day.
That's your best season.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Could
That's your
it be
best
topped
season.
off, though, with a Champions League win?
Come on, you can't do that.
Well, I got the treble before, but I want the ultimate treble now, though. I want the ultimate treble.
Just give me one cup, yeah.
Well, let's find out. Did I win the Champions League again?
Oh, I thought you had then.
Runners up.
Could it be-
Ipswich in the FA Cup. They're not even in the Premier League.
No.
In the semi-final.
So I got a chance of that one,
You could have won that one.
and I might have a chance of the Champions
You might
League.
have won the Champions League. Who did I beat in the Carabao Cup final?
I finally got myself to a blinking final, and you goes and beats me.
Oh, brilliant.
You
Bruno
wouldn't even give me
Fernandes.
one cup, would you?
Delict in the 84th minute. And I was down to 10 men. Brilliant.
For half an hour. Oh, no, I don't know.
Before we spoil it and see, let's see whether you won the Champions League
Come on.
or the FA Cup. Did you finish on a high? No, you didn't.
No, I don't believe it.
Quarter-final by Manchester United.
And I got beat by City in the MFF High 8s, Manchester.
I love it. The red side, anyway. Quarter-final by Manchester United. The scoreline was 7-4 on aggregate. A nice little 4-3 in the second leg there, securing it.
Scored 4 goals against you when you think of how many goals you conceded over the season.
Yeah? Oh, I've just seen who won. 3 years in a row. That's mental.
It is, yeah.
3 seasons in a row.
I mean, it's mental in 2 ways, really, when you think of it. Both of your teams get into the final, but both of you not drawn against each other.
Yeah, all the way. That's crazy. All right, so the semi-final, I was knocking out Leipzig. Oh, it was an El Clasico.
Yeah.
0-0. The most blandest El Clasico you'll ever
gone to
see.
penalties,
I bet when that draw was made, everybody's going, oh, they've drawn against each other. This is going to be amazing. 0-0, both games. Boring. Unbelievable.
If those 2 games were on at the same time, you would watch the Real Madrid
Oh,
Barcelona game,
100%. Yeah, you won't be watching Man United Leipzig. Definitely not. Especially when it's a 3-2 and 5-3 on aggregate. Like crazy. All right, so round of 16 then. We were both in that one. You knocked out Dortmund, Dad. I knocked out Chelsea. Nice little 7-3 again. I had very entertaining stuff there. Knockout player round. Neither of us. Rennes did go through, though. So they've got points somehow.
Well, we know they didn't go all the way, did they?
No,
but, they must have
but
done
they were knocked out by Dortmund. You'd have played them. You'd
Yeah.
actually have played them. All right, league phase. Ooh, third and
I
fourth.
finished above you.
All right, well, you lost to Arsenal and Barcelona. 1-6, Dad. Some good wins in there too.
Yeah, when he
Some good
conceded 2
wins.
goals, I'm happy with that.
I drew 3.
He's got to be in there.
Oh, get out!
Come on, Reds.
Sake. I can't believe they popped up again just once on this video, and it had to be the final season.
Just to annoy you, innit?
Yeah. I was winning 2-1 and DBJ low-blowed me
Yeah.
and popped it in the net. The Rats. Won 5 games. Big wins again. 5-2 against Ajax. 2-1 against AC Milan. Nice little 1-0 against Manchester City. Getting the job done either way. But yeah, great Champions League campaign. Just could not cap it off with a win, unfortunately. So who won the FA Cup then? It was Ipswich. They won it from the Championship. Superb stuff for Ipswich Town.
I'm so disappointed with that.
Let's look at your squad, Dad. You got Dovbik, 28, 22 Endrick, 21 Evan Ferguson.
I'm pleased with that.
On the other side, 29, 23 and 26 for Bruno Fernandes. Good job I didn't sell him. What a player. Marcus Rashford,
you well,
23 and
Yeah,
19.
he's done you well as well, didn't he?
Huge, yeah. All right, well, points then. Points.
Is it worth it?
Season 5 points is Omega Luke with 13 and Dad with 0, meaning the total points are 43 to Dad's 3. Thoughts, Dad?
Well, thoughts. I know I got hammered there, but I'm quite pleased with it, to be honest with you. I come second twice and third. I was really, and I had a good squad. Really, I come quite close to you. I just couldn't get anywhere near you. I mean, I'm quite happy with that.
You're talking like Mikel Arteta.
Oh no,
Classic Arsenal, right? Yeah, I'm happy with the second place.
Bring that in again.
Second place, yeah, it's all good actually. We're really good. We're happy we finished second place again. Didn't win anything, of course we didn't. But second place, spoke like a true Arsenal fan. That is.
Don't even bother coming back
Oh,
in
the
this room.
violinist
No,
is
I don't
coming
want
in,
it. I don't
yeah.
want you back in here.
Come
Keep
on
your
in.
violin and go and shove it somewhere.
Oi, Mikel. He actually plays the violin, did you know? He comes in. I'll tell you who else is going to need violins. Danny Boy Johnson when I kick his ass on the 29th of March at TCW Final Stand. Make sure if you want to come along, you get their tickets quick because they will sell out. The last one did. So if you do want to come along, visit the TCW social media page, pick up some tickets, come down and meet us there. We've even got possibly a famous TikToker coming down.
Yeah.
I won't name it who it is just in case they don't show or you might not have heard of them. But they're a
know
lot
what
famous
TikTok
than
is.
I am on TikTok. So you might see them there. You'll be hell of an excited as well to meet me and Dad. We'll all come
Yeah,
around.
come and say hello to us.
It'll be a cracking evening. It's a great time down in Plymouth. So if you can come along, please do. £10 a ticket. It's well worth it. And of course, all the proceeds do go to charity. But thank you very much for catching this video. Really hope you enjoyed it, especially if you stuck around to that final season. Really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to check out another video right now, Dad and I have started a race to win the Bundesliga with a team from East Germany. And we've just got to do it before Leipzig win it. Today we are doing a Spurs versus Manchester United versus rebuild. However, there's a twist. Because at the end or at the start of every single season, we're going to be spinning a wheel, which I'm not going to lie to you, 80% of them are not great to land on, and there's only a couple that are good. Plus, we have our own wheels each, so when one gets taken out, there's still a possibility that it gets selected for the other side. So Dad, as Spurs manager, would you like to go first or second for spinning the wheel?
Usually I'll go first, so I'm going to let you go first in this one.
Okay, well, we're on my wheel. Let's have a look. They've both got the same thing on them, remember? But it's just a case of what gets taken out of what. Do you know what? Getting that in the first season
Yeah,
is
it's out
not
of the way,
bad
innit? Yeah.
because there isn't much of a budget anyway. So 0 budget for Omega Luke. That doesn't mean I can't sign anybody because I could sell a player and still get something. However, Dad, here we go. What you're going to get. This is going to be an interesting one. Must sell £100 million worth of players.
Actually, that ain't bad for me, actually, because there was a couple of players in there I think I want to get rid of anyway. So,
But I think you're really going to struggle
yeah,
in this season to do it. So,
Ricardison?
yeah, he's gone. He is going to be gone. All right, let's tune in at the start of the first season then and see how we did. So we've done our summer transfers, and to be honest, considering I had no budget, I still got exactly what I kind of wanted to get done. The beauty of having no budget on this is I actually started with very little anyway, and I managed to sell £50 million worth of players, but because of the wages of Casemiro and Anthony going out, and I think I sold somebody else. No, I didn't actually. I was able to bring in 2 players which amounted to 71 because their wages were a lot less. Tapsoba being one of them, a fantastic centre-back that comes in who's going to fill the void of Varane because, let's face it, Lenny Yoro isn't quite ready for first team football in the game yet. He might be in real life. We don't know yet, although he is injured. I've loaned him out to QPR. Hopefully he'll get some game time there. At the minute it doesn't look like he is, which is a worry, but there we go. And then finally, the last signing I made was Retegi, who unfortunately I've had to sign because the amount of injuries that my strikers are getting. What a weird window we have had, by the way.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Daz before we have a look at the tactics and the fixtures, because then it will explain reason why a little bit of the things have happened. Now, you had to sell £100 million worth of players.
Yeah.
But that didn't mean that you couldn't spend that £100 million when it came in.
It done me a favour, really, because there was a few players I wanted to get rid of anyway. So
Yeah.
and it amounted to 100 million. So
you had £62 million worth going out in Jed Spence, Richarlison, and Reguilon, and then you also had £45 million in Bentancur.
That was the one that was a bit like that, really.
Yeah.
But I got Saar in my team, and he's so good in that position.
Basuma, Saar, there's a lot of centre mids.
So I thought, well, he's 27, I'll let him go.
Yeah. You sold them, and you brought in quite a lot of strikers.
Yeah.
Patrick Schick at £23 million is a good signing. 28 years old. He's injured, though. Ivan Toney also picked up a bit of an injury, but standard.
That's the two strikers I really wanted to sort of, for now.
Yeah, and then you also went and got Evan Ferguson.
Yeah.
For 40 million.
Coming through. I had to look at it for that price, so you got to get in quickly to get him that cheap in you, really.
Yeah, youth to gold has really changed, Dad. And I've noticed it already. Then you got Rooney Bargy.
Yeah.
Again, what does that tell you?
Youngster coming through.
Youth to gold, 18.
Loaned him straight out as well to make him a little bit better.
And then we got Yildiz come in, £32 million. 19.
I've brought him in, though, with the idea of playing him straight away, because that's the position I sort of wanted an half-decent player, and he just fitted the bill. And only being 19 as well, and being that good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be silly not to get that one as well.
Okay. And then Miguel Gutierrez for £30 million.
What a left back this guy is.
Yeah, but you got Udogie.
I know, but if he gets injured, don't think I've got to build a side and a squad. He's only 23 as well. I've got two good players with that one position now. My defence now is solid, I think.
Okay, cocky. But all right. Tactically then, let's have a look at what you've got, Dad. So this is the last team that you played in the last game, but best 11 pick is pretty much exactly the same as that. Are you planning on locking anyone in, the likes of Evan Ferguson possibly, in that attacking midfield role?
That attacking midfielder, I might lock that young guy in.
What Yildiz?
Yeah, and then let them fight between going out to the right with Madison.
Okay.
But the defence, I'm a bit like that, whether to lock Ferguson in or let this guy play up
defence,
front.
The
striker. Attack force, yeah. And just let them fight it out between them, because I'm getting injuries. I've already got, like you see there, he's injured as well. So Ferguson will automatically go into that position already. So I might lock one position in. Attacking midfielder.
I'll show you mine before we have a look at the results, and then there's a reason why we are going to do that. But this is the last team that I actually played. My best 11 pick is kind of exactly how I'd want it to be, other than Diallo is out, so it would be either Sancho or Garnacho on that right-hand side, which I'm kind of happy with. I'm going for a 4-1-3-2. I've got a deep line playmaker in there alongside Bruno Fernandes, who has the license to go forward. Deeper wingers, because that's kind of what I'm favouring right now. I just really like it, but I was tempted to try the defensive winger because of how good I know that can be. My strike force is the DLF with Xerxes, who works quite well, to be fair, and Højlund in the advanced forward. They're both two young strikers that hopefully by like season 3 are going to be mental. So that's what I'm really planning on, that I don't get sacked before then.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see and find out. Right now, it looks a little bit dodgy, and this is the reason why. And I'm so thrown off by I don't know whether this is a good tactic or not. We batter Crystal Palace 5-1. I then lose to Dad 4-0, and it will make sense as to why we are so confused with that result in a minute when you see it again. But then I then beat Liverpool 2-0, didn't change a single thing, even played the same side. Beat them 2-0. And then, exactly the same thing with Man City. I do think I had a couple of injuries there, because as you can see, Xerxes played, but Retegui was on the bench, because I think it was slightly different. I think Rashford actually played up front there, and Garnacho got injured, and we got battered 3-0. This is the reason why we are so confused, because the game before, Dad drew 0-0 to Everton.
Yeah.
And then he beat me 4-0. So it was like, what is happening? And you seem to have the results after me each time, because I battered Crystal Palace, you then played them right after, while I was playing Liverpool, and then that's when you played Liverpool, drew 2-2, and you got Man City next. So you got the fixture after me each time.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I don't know how this is going to play out.
I got that good French team, look.
Oh yeah, we're really happy with that. I don't actually know who I want to win. But, okay, it's the first season then. I'm actually got a bit of advantage, I think, in Europe, because I'm in the Europa Conference League.
Ooh.
So United's downfall last season could get me an extra few points, because you're in the Champions League, which is much harder.
Yeah.
So let's just fingers crossed and hope that I can win that one. And then, of course, we got to spin the wheel and try and avoid losing our best players. Let's find out what happens in this first season. Dad's already 1 point up. Oh, first season, I'm driving 9th. I'm so shocked that I still got a job.
Mate, I was 2 points for coming third.
Considering you're down in 6th,
Yeah.
it ain't as bad as what it looks, is
No.
it? I mean, City ran away with it. as you can see, and well, from the results that we've seen against them, we would clearly see that.
We're 2 points away from third. I mean, I had a good run into the end of the season by looks. I won my last 5 games as well. So, and the teams above me were losing, so I got a bit closer by the running I had.
Yeah.
I'm still happy with that.
I qualified for UEFA League, so I think something might have just saved
don't
my
tell
job.
Me the cup man's going again.
Right, well, let's have a look at the profile of the league so far. I've Tony got 16 goals. None of my players. Rashford is in the highest average rating.
Disappointed with that, really. I wanted a bit more than that.
Yeah, like 18's low.
Yeah.
There's one man that's not on there.
Where's the Man City guy?
Exactly.
Where's he too? Especially seeing they won the league.
Did he even play? Where is he? Is he even in the squad? He's still there. He played 36 games. In the league, he only got 12 in 22. Ooh. So must have had a couple of bad injuries.
See, the problem is, that's when you've got to take advantage of that, haven't you? You've got to jump in quickly.
Yeah, but then the team wasn't playing bad.
No.
They still got 86 points even without him.
But they lost 6 games. Liverpool only lost 4.
Yeah. Lost. Oh, come on! I've done them at one point. Right, so we know that you battered me in one game. What about the other one? No, but we did draw. Ooh. When you came to Old Trafford, a 0-0 draw. So I don't get another point there. You got 1 point for beating me, 1 point for finishing higher.
4-0 beat you as well.
Yeah, you did, yeah. Cup competitions, though, Dad. You're in the Champions League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup. How did you get on? Won the Carabao Cup. Arsenal in the final as well.
Better,
on pens.
Get in.
On penalties.
My fans are going to be happy with that, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't even score in the game, look. William Saliba on goal. Heung-min Son missed one.
Yeah, but look, Declan Rice scoring.
And Nketiah missed the other 2. So, yeah, that's 3 points straight
I'm happy with
away.
that season then, really. Finishing above you, beating you, giving you a good tanking as well, 4-0, and beating the Arsenal in the final.
Yeah.
Well. Yes, get in.
I think I might have a European trophy,
I'm pleased
though.
with that. Yeah,
let's have a look. So, Manchester United competitions. Oh, I've got a double! No. Get in! No wonder I saved my job. Come on, Europa Conference League winner, Trabzonspor 4-1. I mean, I should be winning that. There's probably not many better teams in that competition. Fiorentina's in there, I guess, but semi-final knocked out Stuttgart 4-3. It was a close one as well. Zurich 6-0. Round of 16, Vittoria.
Yeah,
league phase.
When you look
oh my god, I didn't even do very well in the league phase.
Like I say, Fiorentina was probably the only team that was going to cause you any problems. Really,
yeah, you look at that. It's Fiorentina.
That's it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, really. Every other team. I mean, even Fiorentina should be beaten.
Yeah.
So me being in that should be a gimme. That's an easy 5 points there. People are going to go in the comments and go, "Oh, that shouldn't be 5 points. It shouldn't be 5 points." We keep it as a standard.
Yeah,
always been that way. For when we do lower leagues, it counts as higher. But there we go. Okay, FA Cup winner though. Happy with that. That's 3 points as well. Oh! 5-1. They must hate playing me.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
They must hate it. Your old player scored in the 3rd minute. Retzky scored that. What an FA Cup start that was.
That's a good season for both of us, really.
Yeah.
You beating Liverpool in the final, me beating Arsenal in the final.
Beating both our rivals in the final.
God.
I dominated them as well, to be honest. Look at that. That was lovely stuff.
And like you said, halfway through the season, both our jobs were under threat as well, weren't they? So you saved your job definitely at the end there.
Very much struggling. I mean, I was surprised when I seen where I was that I wasn't sacked. But hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. My league form has got to improve. Cup-wise, this tactic seems to be amazing. Now, goals. Let's have a look, because we've got 22 there for Rettegu, who was intending to be my 3rd choice. But Rasmus Højlund still scored 21. Xerxes got 13. They all seem to play a lot, which is what I'm happy with.
Mount 18 goals. That's good.
They're very good.
Assist.
Yeah.
That's good.
16 assists and 18 goals from Rashford, 15 and 16 from Bruno. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. A lot of players. I mean, even Kobbie Mainoo got 12 assists, and he was playing deep. Now, my transfer budget for next season, now that I don't have the no budget,
you're all right,
I might be okay with this. £75 million. That's quite nice.
That's nice.
However, you still have the chance to bag a no budget for next season. 20 goals from Ivan Toney, 16 for Son, and 14 from Brennan Johnson.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that at all.
No, it's not great.
With Brendan Johnson, I didn't even start in my starting lineup. So
no, he only played 16 games starting.
To bang in 14 goals is well done, but I'm a bit disappointed there. Where's Ferguson too?
He is there with 7.
Yeah, he only started 12 games.
25 off the bench, only getting 7 goals. I've got a feeling Heung-min Son might have played up front quite a lot.
Yeah, probably.
That might be your problem there. And then your transfer budget is 60 million.
All right.
But of course, now we've got to go to the wheel. So we'll count up the points and then we'll head to the wheel. So the season points for season number 1 is Omega Luke with 8 and Omega Dad with 5. Right, we're back to the wheels. Dad.
Yes, I'm first this time, aren't I?
Here we go. First spin for season number 2. What's it going
Be good to me.
be?
Be good to me.
Oh, the no budget strikes already
Oh,
for
no.
both of us. So that's £65 million completely wiped.
Yeah.
But again, it's not to say you can't make any
No, I
signings.
still sell a few players, can I?
If you can sell, you can still buy. Right, over to my wheel. So I have everything but the no budget in there still. I'm really hoping I don't get swap tactics.
Oh, I could do with give budget to me.
Oh god, yeah, you can steal opposition's budgets, which is one of them, which is going to be hilarious if you've spun first and then I get that. No. Oh, that's worse than no budget.
Yeah.
So summer off for Luke. I'm putting my feet up. All I'm pleased with is I've got a very young side, and to be honest, with £75 million, I'm not quite sure who I would have brought in to replace. I still would have liked the option though.
I'll take that one.
Okay, let's remove your budget and make sure I don't sign anybody. Okay, so it was a nice and quiet summer for me. Didn't have anything to do because I couldn't sign anybody, so I also decided not to sell anybody. So the only players that left were free transfers. That I wasn't really worried about. I hadn't even loaned a player out, just rejected everything. All I have done this season is change the tactic, and I've just basically moved one player further forward, which is likely to be Bruno Fernandes, and moved the 2 strikers slightly to the right, changing Xerxes' player role and change it to defensive wingers. There's a reason why. I did a video a couple of days ago, tactics that will change your life. Go check it out. You'll understand exactly why I've done this. So Xerxes, nailing him in because Retegui goes in there instead. I'm not too worried about that. Dad, you had no budget, but as we discovered, doesn't mean you can't sign anybody.
So sold a couple of players and make a bit of money.
Yeah, so Oliver Skip went out. You also had Brian Gill. There was another Højbjerg leave. There's a few little players that left the club.
Nothing drastic.
No. Players in then. You signed Mateus Cunha.
Well, I lost Song on
Yeah.
the end of the contract. Didn't want to sign a new contract. We tried. Wasn't interested, so I had to replace him. So good signing off out.
Yeah,
Replace
Mateus
him,
Cunha coming in, and then £6 million on a backup goalkeeper.
Yeah, I had Fraser, a little bit old now, not so good, and the other keepers were a little bit too young, really. So I thought, get this guy in, good replacement for Fraser. I feel
he's happy to be a backup,
that's
that's where he
really,
is.
Yeah.
But you're taking a bit of a risk this season, Dad.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm changing the formation like a Tinker Man does. This is nearly what I was going to do the first season, mind you.
Yeah.
So I've just dropped the player from the attacking midfielder back in the midfield, really, and I'm keeping Ferguson in this time, and I'm Badgie. Had a good season away from here, so I'm just going to try and improve him a bit more by giving him first team football.
Okay, so as you can see, that was what it was last season.
Yeah.
This season, there's the little changes that Dad has made. Let's see how it's been performing, because to be honest, we've been on fire.
Oh, Christ, aren't we just? This
We
is a
have
race,
been on fire.
race to the Prem.
This is how it's looked so far. That is correct. Dad has 2 8-2s in 1 month. One of them was only a friendly. 8-2 against Brighton. Huge. You also stuffed Man City 3-0, first game of the season, and beat newly promoted Ipswich 5-1.
So I'm well happy.
Yeah,
And Ferguson scoring goals for me as well, which I'm really happy about.
Yeah, we're both in Europa League this season, which is interesting.
Ooh.
So if we're one of us is going to target that,
in the final, that'd be good.
Well,
Wouldn't
that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? But we're not playing each other in the league phase. We're actually not playing each other for a while until December, which could be a good thing, actually. As I said, though, we've both cooked earlier on. I only lost in the Community Shield to Man City in the 95th minute, but then I haven't conceded a goal since. 3-0, 5-0, 3-0. However, I haven't played anybody amazing yet. And I also have Manchester City next, so we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I've also got Europa League football and games that I should definitely be winning. I think we should both be able to progress.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think we'll be fighting over that trophy for sure. But could we be also fighting over the Premier League despite us having our budget swiped and not being able to sign anybody? Let's simulate the season and find out. Oh, second season with no signings. Remember, nobody in.
Chuck that out of the way.
I've only had one signing this whole thing so far after 2 seasons.
I was top of the league most of that season, and I had a bad end of the season. And you were on my ass the whole of the season though, and then you just stepped in took it away from me.
Gee, look at that. Yeah, I was second. I never dropped lower than third.
No.
Never dropped lower than third. And I dominated the rest of the season.
My end of the season, look where I dropped that.
Awful.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Come on, look at that. Champions. Lost 8 games, 82 points. Not exactly very good.
No.
But still. Ollie Watkins had a cracker.
Go take it, haven't you?
26 goals from Ollie Watkins. Lovely stuff from him. I had the highest average rating, the most clean sheets as well. Onana and David Raya. So Hoyland there with 19. This is good stuff. I did lose 8 games. I get 4 points for winning the league, but you get 2 points for beating me in both.
Desperately needed that. Ooh, get in.
So that does cut my win in half. Maybe though, you've won a cup.
Hopefully.
We were both in Europa League. I don't think. Well,
Well,
we could have won
I
it.
predicted we got into the final, didn't I? Both of us getting to the final.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
That'd have been good.
How do we get on?
Come on.
Lost in the semi-final to Manchester United.
Oh, I don't believe it. Nearly got to the final.
So that's at least 2 points. But if I beat you in both legs, it's 3 points.
I got to the semi-final of the FA Cup as well. Bournemouth knocked me out. Where did they finish in the league?
I don't know, but I might have beaten him in the final.
Oh, no.
Right, okay, so no other points for you there. Just the solitary 2 for beating me in the league. However, Manchester United, champions of England.
Please.
No! Who beat me in the final? Come on. Penalties in Napoli. Penalties.
That's just saved my challenge, I think, against you.
Oh, that's so irritating. Who missed it? Because they're gone. They missed one through Jesper Lindstrom. Fernandez and Retegui. Oh, did quite well in the game as well. Like, boring, like, final, though.
Yeah.
Semi-final. Oh, I beat you both legs. So that's 3 points. 1 for each game that I beat you, and then 1 for knocking you out.
Yeah.
That's another 3 points added on there to the 4 points I had. Yeah, they did quite well.
Yeah.
Quarter-final, Dad. You knocked out Trabzonspor, who I beat in the final of the last competition last year, and I beat Salzburg. Round of 16, you were knocking out Gladbach. I was knocking out Ajax. So there are some big teams in this still.
Yeah.
Knockout playoff round, neither of us played in that, which meant in the league, we both did very well. Both unbeaten. You lost 0, but you won 7, only drawing to Benfica. So you beat Napoli 3-1 there, look. I lost 0, but I drew 2 to Sevilla and Gladbach and won 6 games in total. Even I beat Napoli in the group stage. Oh, that's really frustrating, isn't it? Okay, but I'm proud of the boys because nobody was added in, and they've done very well. And Rasmus is now up to 30 goals this season, and he's looking very good.
Yeah.
Also, now that I've got Ruud van Nistelrooy in my coaching team, I helped him learn how to beat the offside trap through Ruud van Nistelrooy, and there's nobody in the world better than teaching somebody to do attacking moves than Ruud van Nistelrooy. Bruno Fernandes had a good season. Xerxes a little bit disappointing, I must admit, but development-wise, he looks great.
He's getting better.
Yeah,
getting better.
He does look great. So, yeah, that's something to think about for sure. Rashford had a good time as well. Garnacho seems to have had a bit of a breakout season for me there. Not bad. My transfer budget, is less than... I didn't spend any of it last season. It's half of what it was. I expected, all right, they'll probably just keep the same budget. No, just take half of it away.
They've got to build a new stadium, mate.
Yeah. I might even... Well, I could get some budget still, because I've got rid of... I've had no budget and no signing any players. Those are the 2 really bad ones, I think. Unless I had to release best player.
There's an 100 million one on there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a plus 100 million one there. That'll be quite nice to get. Okay, Dad, let's have a look at your squad. So 27 goals from Evan Ferguson.
Let's locking him in. Let's make it look better. And he's starting to look good as well.
He's developing quite well. Cunha was a good signing for you.
Yeah.
21 goals, 9 assists. Ivan Toney, 30 now, 20 goals.
Yeah.
There's a couple of good ones in there. Yildiz has had a nice bit of development, I think, in terms of goals. Yeah, he's looking all right. Rooney Bargy,
coming through.
22 assists.
I locked him in as well, didn't I?
Yeah.
He's starting to look a little bit better as well now, isn't he?
Yeah, 22 assists. Not bad.
No.
Good.
Pleased with that. I would have said a good season, but the end of the season killed me.
Yeah. Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it while we're here. So, yeah. bad. So,
we need to look at the games
started off from here in February, because before February, you had a couple of losses here and there, but
I was top of the league, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were top of the league, and then February was a stinker.
Yeah.
Because you only won 1 from 5.
Drew 1, yeah.
Losing then in the North London derby, losing to Palace.
That's where I started losing it there.
Bournemouth in the semi-final, losing to Chelsea, and that's when I beat you.
Another semi-final.
4 games in a row there.
Yeah.
Did beat me in the league though towards the end of the season. Gave me a bit of a testy one as I went towards the end of the season trying to win the league. Fulham and then Everton. Your transfer budget, Dad, is 65 million.
Yeah, it seems to be consistent where they are already. They give that each year, don't they? So,
Yeah. But are you allowed to spend it?
There's no point in looking at it and thinking, oh, great, is it? You just got to take what the wheel gives me, don't we?
Let's see. Right, we've got points first, and then we'll head back to the wheels. So, Season 2, the points are Omega Luke with 7 and Omega Dad with 2, meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 15 and Omega Dad with 7. Back to the wheels then. Right, okay. I'm looking at this now. There are still some horrendous ones, but there's also some funny ones. Steal opponent's player, for instance. That'll be good. Good budget. That would be lovely. What do we get? If we get swap tactics, it's going to be hilarious. Oh, no.
I'm not saying too much because I could still lose my budget.
I haven't been able to, like, do anything yet.
The wheel's been really nasty to you.
It has.
Isn't it? This is like giving you a goalkeeper every season, isn't it?
But the benefit of me going first is if I give you the budget and then we ended up swapping budgets.
I just got what I don't get that. I could do the 100 million coming up from mine as well. Then.
Yeah, so you get 35, something like that, £1 million on top of your 64. But, Dad, when you spin the wheel, what happens then?
Come on. Don't be nasty to me.
Come on. Give me
be
something
good.
funny.
Be good. No! No! No!
Yes! Yes!
Oh, no!
So we just swap budgets, basically. You just get my budget, I'll get yours.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Oh, dear.
Interesting summer ahead, thanks to the wheel. It makes it very entertaining, doesn't it? Okay, let's see what we do this summer. All right, Dad, after changing budgets, where I definitely got the better of it, thanks to the wheel, we still made quite a lot of signings, really. You sold Ivan Toney for £51 million.
Took advantage of his age and someone coming in who wanted him, so for £51 million, you can't afford to turn that down, I don't think.
Yeah, Manor Solomon also left for 9.5. Yeah. And you brought in Ousmane Diomande for 46.
Just strengthens my defensive even a little bit more. He can play in the defensive midfielder role as well, so that as well. So it's good.
Good ball player. Yeah. I mean, his physicals are just scary. Yeah. Bradley Barcola also came in.
I've got him for cover, really. Mainly as a squad player. Covers all 3 positions up front, that, so good squad player, I think.
All right.
At that price.
And then finally, Samardzic.
Freebie. I'd be silly to let this one go when I get a chance to get him. You got to take him,
So let's have a look then at who I brought in instead. I actually sold Delo for quite a lot of money, actually, for £39 million, because I had my eye on somebody else. But I also sold Jadon Sancho for £50 million. So 2 big guys going out. And of course, because we switched budget, basically spent that budget on Michael Coyote, who is a phenomenal player. Love that signing. Already improves my right back position for the next, for the remainder of the rebuild, unless I've got to get rid of him. So whatever, thanks to the wheel. But then Benjamin Sesko came in for £88 million because of the 2 players that I sold. Lovely stuff. Look at that. For a player already 23 years of age, and he's hit the ground running with 2 and 4. And then finally, I only had 3 centre backs, so I brought in Aymeric Laporte on a free transfer. You can play left-sided or left back.
Transfer and just help you out.
Yeah, he's unhappy because I couldn't give him number 4. Sorry, I guess, but there we go. All the tactical tweaks that I've done is I've basically just moved the pressing forward and shallow striker from one side to the other, because now we've got Sesko in the lineup. It means that Højlund becomes the pressing forward, and it means he can go on his left foot and Bruno Fernandes can go on his right foot. Not too worried about the DLP not being Kobbie Mainoo. I'm kind of alright with there being a bit of a mixture in terms of who plays where, but that's absolutely fine with me. In your side of things, Dad, there has been a little tweak or two.
Yeah, I just tweeted the centre midfielder into an attacking midfielder.
Yeah.
That's all I've tweeted, really.
And your best 11 looks like that, so very similar to how you'd want it to be, really.
Just like that, whether to lock in Badgie again.
Yeah.
But Ferguson's staying in there permanently now, so on his own accord, so I'm happy with that. So I'm like that, really, whether to lock him in or no.
Well, let's have a look at your schedule so far then. You've picked up 1 loss, which was against Liverpool, but we've both got really difficult starts.
Yeah.
Wolves and Chelsea were 2 wins, good wins as well. Beat Palace in the 3rd round of the Cup. Of course, you got a Champions League fixture. You've got Liverpool in that as well, which is obviously a little bit harsh. And then on my schedule, I lost to Liverpool too, my first game of the season. Beat Arsenal in the Community Shield, the FA Cup winners. Then beat Manchester City 2-0. Newcastle 4-2, and then drew to Arsenal. So
who's the manager of Man City now? Because Pep got sacked last season,
he
didn't he?
did get sacked, yeah. It is now Ancelotti, which is... I think
that
it's
makes
worse.
it interesting.
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Definitely, yeah.
And then the Liverpool manager is still on a slot. Klopp was sacked from
he was
Newcastle,
Newcastle, wasn't it? Yeah.
and it's now Jose.
Chelsea's there. Ooh.
Yeah, so there's some funny ones in there. Arsenal still got Mikel Arteta pickpocketing his own players. Crazy, that story. But there we go. So there's my Champions League. I've already dropped a few points, which I'm a little bit concerned with if I want to try and retain this title. But I was finally able to have a normal transfer window, so I can't complain too much. We'll see how this goes. I've got a bit of advantage thanks to the point system. Let's see how we do simulating this third season. Oh, damn Liverpool. Stop me from retaining by 3 points.
In the cup final last season, so they got their own back on you, didn't they?
Yeah. You weren't far off, Dad. 4 points behind me.
I mean, we both lost 6 games, but you scored a lot of goals more than I did by looks of it.
Goal difference, yeah. Wow, I had 122.
Yeah, you were.
Considering on a defensive mentality.
Yeah.
So Liverpool lost 3. One of them was against yourself. One of them was against Wolves. And the other one was against Arsenal. I lost 6 all away games. One of them to you.
Yeah.
So I get a point for finishing above you, but you get a point there for beating me. However, I also beat you too.
Yeah.
There is 2 points to 1 there straight away. In terms of the goals, Højlund and Sesko's up there, but so is Bruno Fernandes. That's the reason why I scored so many.
Man United badges on amongst all that.
There is, isn't there? Especially in the average rating as well.
Yeah.
That's when you know you've done all right. But still, not a title. And if you look, there's no Liverpool badges other than Alisson.
Yeah.
David Raya, by the way, 24 clean sheets in 38 games.
And they finished third.
That is... How many goals they concede? 28. Unbelievable stuff. They only conceded in 14 games.
You've got to be gutted, isn't
That is disgraceful.
The goal difference is only 37 as well, so they obviously didn't score a lot of goals, did they?
I mean, who did they concede against is what I want to know. It was 2 against us, 7. Liverpool scored 7 against them. So they are very good defensively until they face Liverpool by the looks of it. All right, we're on Tottenham. Let's have a look at the other competitions.
Come on, I need a cup.
Did you win it? Oh, it is not a winner's trophy, but a runners-up instead.
Everton in the quarters.
Semi-final of the Champions League.
So close.
Okay, who did you lose against in that final?
That was the last team I needed to lose against.
3 points for the win, 1 for beating you. There's 4 points.
Can't win cups against you, can I?
Oh, no. That was a big win. That was a big win.
A big win. I needed that one.
I mean, to be fair, my tactic it is more of a cup tactic.
Yeah.
It's a defensive tactic. In the league, I kind of lose a couple of games here and there, which was why I was surprised quite last season, to be fair. We know I've won the Carabao Cup. Come on, did I get anything else on top of that? Holy hell, yes I did.
I can't believe what I'm looking at now.
The
so
treble.
I lost against Real Madrid and you got to the final.
Oh, we would have played each other. We would have played each other.
You've just took a grenade into there and just blew the challenge up, and you.
Wow.
When else chance now with you?
Unless I get sacked.
Do you know
when
what
there's
I did?
minus 10
Do
in
you know what I
sacking.
did on the wheel? Change tactics.
Yeah. That would be good for
Pick
you.
your tactic, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I beat Everton, who knocked you out.
Yeah.
In that competition.
Cup,
yeah, I think it was in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, in extra time. While I was knocking out Ipswich. Argo got there.
Go get in.
Go on. Oh yeah, well done. Quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Semi-final, I knocked out West Ham. I would have faced them.
Yeah.
And you beat Man City. Everton beat Man City in it after extra time. But the Champions League after extra time, Joshua Zirkzee, you little beauty. I dominated the game as well in terms of chances.
Yeah.
But love that. And Andre Onana got player of the match. Absolutely love it. So the league phase, we're both up there. I didn't lose the game in the league phase. I drew to Leipzig and Benfica 1-6. Some big wins in there as well. You lost 1 game to Atletico Madrid. Drew 2 to Barcelona and Liverpool, which ain't bad at all, really. 1-5. Some big wins in there too.
Well, that's the games I should have won as well.
Yeah.
Good, really.
Straight into the round of 16. You eliminated Barcelona 6-3.
Happy with that.
Yeah. I eliminated Liverpool 9-4 after an 8-1 second leg win.
So you're losing the first leg.
8-1. I've got to see it. It's beautiful. One of the greatest days in the club's history. A European round of 16 8-1 win against the Liverpool side who went on to win the league.
And you went on to win the Champions League.
And I went on to win the Champions League right after. Oh, that is a beautiful sight to see. Absolutely destroyed them. Okay, so that's great. Quarter-final then. You beat Arsenal.
Oh, no, Arsenal, the Champions League.
Both just knocking out rivals. Left, right and centre.
Yeah.
I was knocking out PSG, which is when we went into the semi-final.
You
lost to
Arsenal
Real Madrid.
And
Yeah, and I had
just
Milan.
come short.
I had Milan, who I defeated 5-1 on aggregate, so again, quite easy.
Yeah.
Oh, what a season. Manchester United, 43 goals from Benjamin Sesko, great signing. Rasmus Højlund, 38 and 12. Bruno Fernandes, 22 and 14. Marcus Rashford still putting it. I mean, my wingers, defensive wingers, this is what I mean. Go watch that video about the tactics. I'll put it at the end screen because 19 goals and 22 assists and 18 goals and 26 assists playing defensive wingers.
Yeah.
I'll tell you all about it in that video. It's absolutely outstanding how this works. And it isn't all down to me who discovered it. I used to use it in the past, but it's not all down to me.
Mate,
somebody alluded it to me.
7 players there from where you are up.
Yeah.
That's what, 100. It's close to 140 goals, 150 goals. 7 players.
Unbelievable. Amad Diallo, 9 appearances starting, 36 off the bench, 17 assists. Even he's picking up the assists when he's playing. And I guess Malacia is also doing the same on the left-hand side, picking up a lot of assists from those defensive winger positions. Unbelievable. My transfer budget for next season is 19 million.
After winning all that?
I know, it's just great. Oh my God, that's probably why.
You must have built the new stadium by now.
Yeah, good Lord, there's a lot of money gone in there. All right. Okay, fair enough. I understand why I've only got 19 million, but we're a championship.
After what you've just won, do you need any more players?
Well, no, but squad depth is quite low. I mean, that's a full page right there. That's not. And every player has played. Like usually, I like to see a couple of players who are complaining that they didn't get a lot of game time, and I think I'm losing a couple as well. Because I think, like, oh my God, I'm losing 6 players. As it stands right there, 7 players. I think I can keep Laporte.
28. We're in 27, aren't we?
Oh, we're in 27.
Yeah.
Thank God. I was shaking in my boots then because I thought that's my starting centre mid, centre back. Right, okay, we're all good.
You're gonna be busy this summer then, aren't you?
God, that was a relief. Okay, good stuff. Let's have a look at yours, Dad. Your goals tally: 30 from Evan Ferguson, Cunha 17, Yildiz 14. Yeah, they're not as much. They're not. You got Evan Ferguson trying to carry you there, really.
Yeah.
The goals aren't really coming. And your transfer budget for next season is 66 million. So financially, you got 500 million in the bank. There's like 700 million.
That's what Spurs are like. They don't give a lot of
Why
money.
didn't we change bank balances on the on the thing? I mean, you got a lot of debt, but that's obviously we know because of the stadium. That you're paying off. But let's have a look at the points and then we go back to the wheel. Season 3's points are as follows. Omega Dad with a solitary 1 point. However, Omega Luke with all those trophies, 16, meaning the total points now is Omega Luke with 31 and Omega Dad with 8. Okay, Dad, what are you hoping from the wheel?
Taking your tactics. Swap tactics.
Swap tactics.
Gotta be really.
That means we have to lock in exactly what we had right now, and we literally just change it either side.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to tamper with it at all for a whole season. I think getting strikerless season would be hilarious.
That would kill me. That would kill me.
But let's see. We've even got like English-only transfers. That could be quite hampering, to be honest. Oh, that's awful for you. The Tinkerman cannot change his tactic next season. You wanted to swap your tactic, did you? The only other thing you got to hope for is that I don't get swap tactics.
Yeah.
I've got to hope that I don't get that. I could really deal with that without that, to be honest. But let's see. This is my wheel spin.
Oh no.
Steal opponent's player of my choice. Do I go for somebody that's going to help my side? Do I go for somebody that I think is just going to absolutely terrorize yours?
And I can't change the tactic. No,
and you can't change the tactic. I'm going to look at where you're weak. Goalkeeper. I might just take your goalkeeper. Oh, you can still buy a goalkeeper, to be fair.
Yeah.
You can still buy a goalkeeper. All right, let's have a look. I'll go through Dad's team. I'm going to steal one of his players. Okay, I've had a look. And I've had a think. I've decided to go with something that helps me instead of terrorizes you.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of things that you can kind of work around by taking a player, even though you've got to keep the same tactic. However, this might be a player that really helps me Destiny Udogie moved to my club.
He's a player that you just, once you got him in your team, he just stays there, doesn't he?
He is so good. And
no.
Luke Shaw's
That is a loss
31.
for me.
He flirted with leaving me already. I had to. He's unhappy. He actually handed in a transfer request at part of last season. So Destiny Udogie being my player means you have to buy a better left back. But he goes straight into my team. And now I've got 2 unbelievable fullbacks. I'm looking very good. Even though I've only got £17 million, I probably don't have to do much anyway. No. That is my decision. Destiny Udogie. And Dad has to keep the same tactic, which would probably save us about 50 minutes off camera while he flirts around with different styles of tactics. He can't change a thing. And I ain't planning on changing anything when I've won a treble. So we're all good there. Now we just have to wait for Dad to buy a left back, which, to be honest, could take just as long. So, yeah. We'll catch you in a bit. All right, Dad. A summer where you couldn't change your tactic. Nope. You've had to go along with that.
Too bad, because I did like this tactic anyway. So
yeah, this wasn't exactly very successful.
No,
you did sign a player or two, though.
Yeah.
You got Danny Olmo coming in on a free transfer.
Yeah, just to strengthen my midfield up a little bit. Not that I needed it, but free transfer, good signing, good squad player.
Well, you also sold Basuma for 37 million.
He wanted to go, he asked to go. He wasn't going to sign a new contract for the following year. So it was either keep him for 1 year and lose all the money, so I opted to cash in.
Patrick Schick also went for 16.
Yeah.
James Maddison, though, 32 million.
I'm using him a lot, really. Worst thing about it was letting him to go to Man City.
Yeah, you brought in somebody you're very familiar with, though.
Yeah, I do like Diego Costa, don't I? So just thought, I was leaking goals too many, and I thought, get him in. Over that, my defense is solid defense, so I'm hoping that just makes the difference. And
a new guy come in up front, or a new face, a Boniface, if you will. Victor Boniface comes in.
I wasn't happy with the amount of goals I've scored, that's why I sold the striker. I've got him in to be up front with Ferguson, so I'm hoping that these two will score more goals than me.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6'3", fast, strong, good in the air. Doesn't have much composure, only 13, but the rest of him is solid, and he's got 3 and 4 for you already. And has had a good time with Bayer Leverkusen as well. Could be solid. So if we're looking at the tactic that you had to keep from last season, your best 11 doesn't get him into the lineup. I would hazard a guess of him and Yildiz will be fighting Ferguson.
Yeah.
Fighting to play alongside Ferguson. And of course, Costa goes in the net.
I'd probably lock him in though.
Yeah?
Boniface, yeah.
Boniface?
I think I'd lock him in, but to be up front with Ferguson.
Okay, well, let's have a look at my transfer window throughout the summer. Of course, Udogie joins on a free transfer, which is phenomenal stuff. I sold Laporte after 1 season of bringing him in. With that money, because he was 32 or 33, sorry, he only had 1 year left on his contract and was going to be leaving anyway. I brought in Esteve. For a 25-year-old, I think he's better. I like the pace of him. Good strength, 6'4", left foot again, so he covers left back and left centre back. I've got Martinez, who can then be sometimes deployed in the DM role if we don't have Kobe Mainu. I'm quite happy with it, to be honest. I mean, Emerick Laporte actually played more games last season than what I hoped he did. He was supposed to be just a backup. I think maybe a mistake was letting Yoro go out on loan, but if he's getting the game time and he's getting starts, might be all right with it, to be honest, because I've got a couple of people who can just fill in there at centre-back then if we are struggling. But yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. I'm not changing my tactic either, but I didn't need to.
After what your last season, you don't need to, do you?
Exactly. Let's have a look at how I started this season, though, because it hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I lost to Liverpool in just the Community Shield and the Premier League. So the champions doing me there 2-0 at Anfield with Darwin Nunez, but I have not enjoyed my visits to Merseyside because I also drew 3-3 to Everton, and they scored in the 89th minute. So that's not great. And Kasim Venda, the centre midfielder or centre attacking midfielder, scored against me. I won the UEFA Super Cup. Nottingham Forest won the Europa League, so congrats to them. But I beat them after extra time with a 100th minute Joshua Zirkzee goal, who of course been scoring quite a lot of extra time goals to me. But I've gained a point already. Beating Spurs 3-2.
I mean, really, you let me back into the game, really, didn't you? So.
Yeah, I was 3-0 up. Bruno Fernandes got himself sent off, and he scored 2 after that. Then I beat Burnley 6-0, and they are not going to enjoy playing either of us. Benjamin Sesko scored 4 goals. Burton Albion 5-0 next round of the Cup. And the reason why I mentioned Burnley is because, Dad, you started the season tonking them 8-1. Yeah. And Evan Ferguson scored 4, so they're not enjoying playing us.
I had a great start, then I come up against you in Liverpool, so
2 losses. Straight off the back.
I had you, Liverpool, Arsenal, next 3 games, and I only got a point out of it, so I was a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a rough start for you there. You're lacking behind in the points, though. You need a huge season.
Big season.
If you're in for a shout.
I'm going to win everything.
Exactly. Yeah, you need me to be fired at some point. So let's see what happens. Well, season number 4. Neither of us have clinched the title.
No.
But I do get a point for finishing higher.
Thought I was catching in that league next time. Oh dear.
By the way, Man City finished down in 10th place. I also seen that they sacked their manager halfway through the season again. They got another new manager. Evan Ferguson died at 23 goals. Benjamin Sesko at 18. Highest average rating for Kobe Mainoo, which is great. I mean, he's developed absolutely wonderfully. Now age 23, going into the 5th season. But no points for us, and neither of us were even close to Liverpool, who kind of ran away with it. But Arsenal did manage to catch up with them in the end. 87 points. I remember winning the league with 82.
That's right, yeah, you did, didn't you?
So they really stormed the league at the end of the season there and caught Liverpool up. There we go. We're on Tottenham Hotspur. Dad has won a cup, and he beat Fulham in the final 2-1.
I needed a bigger season than that. I mean, Man City beat me in the quarterfinal.
See if I can reclaim the Champions League after winning it last season. No, but I did win the FA Cup. However, semi-final was eliminated by Tottenham Hotspur. It was a 5-4 on aggregate. You beat me 3-2 in the second leg, which meant the first leg was a draw, which means you got 1 for the win, 1 for eliminating me there. So you got 5 points in total because of that. However, in the FA Cup, I got 3 points for beating Chelsea in the final. Now, in the league fixtures against each other, with me getting 1 point and finishing higher, so currently it's 5-4 in terms of points for you this season. You didn't beat me, however. And in the 6 games I drew, only 1 of them was against you, which means I did beat you once, so I get a point as well. That's 5 points each this season.
I needed a big season, didn't get it.
Okay, goals-wise, let's have a look. Manchester United, 34 from Benjamin Sesko, 28 from Højlund. It's dropped off from last season, unfortunately. We didn't play as many games. What hasn't dropped off, though, is the amount of assists that my wingers are getting. 25 from Garnacho there is unbelievable. I've got £32 million in the bank because of the balance, I guess, still not being as high as what it could be. What have you got then, Dad? So you've got 30 goals from Evan Ferguson. Victor Boniface got 22.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Not too bad elsewhere. There's a lot of assists coming from other players. And you got £60 million.
That's usually the figure around there, isn't it?
Yeah, but, of course, we got one more spin of the wheel each.
Who won the Champions League, though? Because I got knocked out in the quarter.
Oh, yeah, we haven't had a look at the Champions League. Manchester City won it.
They were the one that knocked me out as well. Mind you, look at the teams that was in it as well.
They beat you 6-1.
Yeah.
You were 4-0 up in the first leg. League phase. We both finished in the top half, in the top 8. I lost to Real Madrid and PSG. Beat a good amount of teams there. Yeah. You won 4 games, beating Bayern Munich, Milan, Ajax, Marseille, drawing to Stone Graz and Forest, losing to Real Madrid and Bayer Leverkusen. That puts us both into the round 16. You knocked out Monaco. I knocked out... No, that's where I was eliminated, sorry, from Napoli. Then you went into the quarter-final. That's where you lost to Manchester City. They went through the final, beat Napoli in the final. All right, let's go and have a look at the points before we spin the wheel one last time. Season 4 points are Omega Luke with 5, Omega Dad also with 5, meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 36 and Omega Dad with 13. All right, the wheel. One last time on the wheel. Will it be favourable or not for Omega Luke going into the final season?
Oh.
Release the best player.
Now, do you pick the best player or do I pick the best player?
Done on current ability.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
So it's whoever is current ability. What could be good is it might still be Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, and he's coming
to the end of his contract. Yeah, and he's coming towards the end of the contract. So I don't know, but releasing my best player.
I don't think that's a bad one for you though. Really.
No, I've got enough players in there to kind of be. Yeah. I haven't got one standout.
No,
I think that's the upside. But what are you gonna get? How are you gonna fare thanks to the wheel going into this final year?
That's a real bad one for me, innit?
Lovely stuff. No transfers in. Happy days. Unlucky father. All right, let's see who I need to remove. All right, so the way that we've done this is we've done players based in England, which of course is the league that we're in. We've sorted it by current ability. And as you scroll down, the first Manchester United player that pops up is Benjamin Sesko. I thought it might have been Bruno Fernandes. Turns out he was a lot further down with 166. But the current ability of 169, Benjamin Sesko, means we have to say goodbye. And his contract is terminated.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What makes it more hilarious, though, is you can't sign him.
I know.
Because that would have been a nice little thing for you to go for. Unfortunately, you can't to see who he ends up with. But yeah, let's get this summer over and done with. Well, Dad, have you not been able to sign anybody? We've got through this summer so fast.
It was quick, wasn't it?
Just a change of tactic and then let's get through it. So
Yeah.
I've actually went and signed one player because I had to get rid of my star striker. I had just enough money through selling. Did I sell anybody for it? I don't think I did, actually. I think I just managed to move the wages and got El Yawahi, £55 million. So there's the replacement, I guess,
Yeah.
for Benjamin Sesko, the guy that I lost.
Not a bad
This is like
replacement,
the rebuild where I've made the least amount of signings ever.
Yeah.
If you look at who I've brought in, it's barely anyone. It's like 2 signings per summer. That's all I've done. 2 signings each summer. So about 10 players have come in.
Fit your tactics,
But that's
mate,
it. The tactic is staying the same for this season. I know I didn't win anything. Well, I won the FA Cup last year. I didn't win anything else, but it was so good the season before.
The season before you nearly won everything, didn't you?
Just need a bit of luck.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping to get. Yourself, Dad, has changed the tactic. You weren't allowed to do so last season. You did so this season.
Yeah, I've gone all out to just attack.
Yeah.
I've got to try and win everything. I've gone all out attack. That's what
Although
I'm
I
gonna
did laugh at Dad because once he changed it, he was going, that's what I'm going to go for. I went, so you went from not being able to sign any players to then changing your tactic and getting rid of wingers when the player you have the most is players that can play out on the wings.
do.
Fair enough.
I'm just bugger the wingers. I'm just going for it. I've got 3 good strikers. I'm going for it. And an attacking midfield. I'm going for it.
Locking in Samardzic as well.
Yeah.
All
I had
right.
to lock him in because he kept on dropping back into the centre midfield, and I wanted Sarr to be in there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at your schedule then, because we've played each other and it's not gone well for Dad.
We won there, look.
Because other than that, it's been really good
Well,
for you.
The first game really put stuff in Brighton
7-0,
7-0.
yeah.
I'm thinking, yes, this is it. I'm on my way. Bang, 5-0. Oh my god.
Also
what's
beat
going on?
Arsenal 1-0 away
Yeah.
from home. Brennan Johnson, 90th minute. Bournemouth 7-1. So, other than that,
Bournemouth have been doing me each season as well, and they usually.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that one.
other than that freak loss at Old Trafford, welcome, by the way, there's another point.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I've had a very similar time. I mean, I lost to Liverpool on penalties. Can't really do much with that. I also had Kobe Mainoo sent off. But 3-2 against Chelsea is great. 5-1 against Brighton. They've hated playing us in this so far. Also beat Arsenal. Lose 4-1 to Fulham. What is that about? You beat them 2-1.
Yeah.
Crazy. No idea what's happened, but the points tally is a little bit of a landslide right now. So let's crack on and simulate the last and final season. Oh, what a final season for the
need
Man
that, did I?
United boys.
Didn't need that, did I?
You were top. Oh, no, you weren't. You were second at one
Yeah.
point. Dropped down to third.
It's consistent through the season.
Only bought one player. We're back. Lost 4 games. 1 was to Tottenham.
Ooh.
However, no. Must be. I must have beaten you.
Yeah.
Must have beaten you because it's not in there all
Oh, I
the draws.
lost 11 games. So.
Yeah, so that's only the 10 there, so it
Yeah.
must be the other one. We'll have to have a look in a second. Profile of the league, though. Evan Ferguson was the top scorer.
21 though, it's not a lot though, is it?
No, I just had a very good clean sheet.
Yeah.
Like 18 clean sheets. That's amazing. Defensively, we were solid. This tactic is very good defensively. So defensively, it was solid.
Yeah.
What about cup competitions, though, Dad? How did you get on? Winner of the FA Cup.
It's the one beside I don't like the look of.
Semi-final
no.
knocked out by Manchester United. Oh, we'll have to check that in a minute.
dear.
FA Cup final,
Yeah,
though.
pleased to win that one.
Yeah. Beat me!
Oh, get in.
That's another point. It is another point plus a 3.
Now. I'm gutted now. You knocked me out of the Champions League.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, I don't think you would have stood a chance being close.
But at least it'd have been a bit more respectable. Wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, winning that one, and then if I'd won the Champions League as well, that's a lot of points, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I've already got 2 European trophies. Can I make it 3? Yes! The 3rd European trophy, 2 Champions Leagues.
Oh, I won it late on as well.
Yeah, but 3-0
Yeah.
against Real Madrid. Who's the manager of Real
Treble.
Madrid now? Arbeloa.
All right.
Fair enough. 2 late goals. one in the 78th as well, but they never really looked like they were going to overpower us with the amount of chances that we had. 4 clear-cut chances to their 0. Very happy with that. When you look at their team, Mbappe, Vinicius Jr. and Rodrigo. Defensively, honestly, I cannot express how much this tactic is good
I'm going to have to look
defensively.
into this, aren't I?
What a couple of seasons. Now, goals-wise, didn't score that many. Just a few on 24. Bruno and Rasmus Højlund. 22 for El Yawahi. 20 for Marcus Rashford. The goals on your side of things, Evan Ferguson had the most, 34, with 20 from Brennan Johnson, 17 from Victor Boniface. Patreon members or channel members, you can get the save game file, have a little look around, but maybe it's because you want to have a look at this tactic.
If you do have a go at it, take my team over and try that tactic to save it
And see, how it does.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. But yeah, if you want to get your hands on this, it's just really solid. And if you think I've played around with it a little bit, I'm on cautious mentality. I've tried it with defensive and very defensive. I think they used to be wingers and we done quite well. They're now defensive wingers. Have a little play around with it, but the structure of it is as it looks there.
Did you say Bruno was your leading goal scorer?
He was.
From that position as well?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah.
They create so many chances from those wide positions. 15 goals, 11 assists. Stupid, really. Stupid amount of goals and assists.
Well, that's what beat me.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, if you do take over...
160 million.
It's mental, isn't it?
You had 30 million last year, didn't it? Yeah.
Like 15 the year before that. Oh, now they sort the finances
Yeah.
out. That is absolutely disgusting. I hate it when that happens, but it seems to happen way too much. You've got 63.
Consistent in the 60,
Yeah, but there we go. All right, let's have a final tally of the points. So the final season points are Omega Luke with 13 and Omega Dad with 7. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 49 and Omega Dad with 20. Well, there we have it. It was a bit of a whitewash. Had a good season at the end there, with a good amount of points. But
It's my best season the last season.
yeah, nowhere near, unfortunately, the 49 that I managed to get. But
dear.
how enjoyable it was, because
good
it's
fun,
a bit of a spin
Yeah,
with
it's
the
good
wheel as well. If you can think of any other ideas that we can do with the wheel, honestly, we do really enjoy doing them every other week. Now that we're later on into the game cycle, we hope you're enjoying it as much as what we are, because these are a lot of fun to do with the wheel. And if you could think of any maybe stipulations that we put on the wheel, then by all means, let us know down in the comments section. As I mentioned earlier, the video to watch right now is going to be on screen. It's talking about tactics and the reason why that tactics works really well. So go and educate yourself on the reasons why and maybe some other little things that you can pick up. And don't forget to subscribe, because we're en route to 150k now. You can help us get there.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend the next 10 years at Manchester United as their new manager, with the ultimate goal of making them great again, by replacing a lot of the current bunch of players with world-class or future world-class talents, and getting rid of some useless backroom staff.
You're fired. Get out of here.
But I have set out 3 challenges for us to try and achieve in these 10 seasons. The first is to achieve 100 Premier League points in one season. The next is for a player of mine to win the Ballon d'Or, which is something that hasn't been done since 2008 at United with Cristiano Ronaldo. And finally, the last challenge is to win a treble, replicating what the side did in 1999. But of course, we've got to keep in line with what the board also won, with a side that is definitely not title contenders. Tactically, I think we need to hide our bad defense and midfield by going super aggressive in attack in this 4-1-4-1 shape. And I finished on a tactic with 3 key roles being highlighted by these players. As well as firing the director of football, I also terminated the contract of the technical director Darren Fletcher. I did try to be as realistic as possible by signing Dan Ashworth, but he was not interested at all in signing. So instead, I went and offered a contract to Union Berlin director of football. Player-wise, there was an immediate injury crisis to deal with at the start of the season, and that continued to get worse before the season even began, including losing Marcus Rashford the day before our first game of the season, and it was against Liverpool. Throughout the summer, there were some interest in my players, but no concrete offers, outside of a couple of loan deals that I didn't really feel like was beneficial. Varane was a player that I thought I could cash in on because there were some interest. However, once again, nobody was coming in with any official bids. With the lack of transfers and a lot of injuries, it meant that our starting 11 and substitutes looked very weak and included a lot of youngsters. But still, against Liverpool, anything is possible, especially at Old Trafford, and Garnacho and Antony both got on the score sheet to make sure we didn't lose the match, and we managed to pull off a draw with the score being finishing 2-2. But the summer transfer window soon closed and there were no new transfers in or out of the club. However, even though I was stuck with the same team I took over, my incredible attacking style of play really seemed to suit this Manchester United team. Because despite losing 7 games already, we were only in 5th place, just outside the top 4, but we had qualified for the next round of the Champions League and found ourselves in the semi-final of the League Cup. That does, however, suggest that we won't get 100 points in the Premier League or win the treble this year. But I was still very optimistic and having a great season in year 1, which was really becoming a reality just a couple of months later as we lifted the League Cup, defeating Leicester 2-0 in the final at Wembley, with both goals being scored by Mason Mount. We unfortunately didn't have as much luck in the FA Cup after Newcastle knocked us out 1-0 in the 4th round. In the Premier League, we were still sat in 5th place, but our attention was more on the Champions League as we got to the quarter-final with a clash against Barcelona next. But a 1-0 first leg defeat at the Nou Camp and our hopes of progressing rested on a good performance at Old Trafford. However, I still don't think anybody expected what actually happened next as Mason Mount managed to bag himself a hat-trick. And we went on through to the semi-final after a 4-1 victory. In our way of a Champions League final was none other than RB Leipzig. And after a late equaliser in Germany, they were no match for us at Old Trafford and we put ourselves into the Champions League final 5-2 winners on aggregate. Our Premier League form had improved as well as we found ourselves in 3rd place with just 2 games remaining, although Arsenal could overtake us with a game in hand. We unfortunately lost the last 2 games of the Premier League season against Chelsea and Tottenham though, and finished down in 5th place, still above Arsenal though, who actually went on and sacked their manager Mikel Arteta after a bad season. It's Champions League final time though against Real Madrid, and we do have a couple of injuries and players who need some rest, as well as Wan-Bissaka, who is suspended. But given the fact that we have made the final in the first place means we stand every chance of lifting that trophy, even though the Real Madrid side we're about to face look absolutely incredible, and that midfield alone is enough to scare off anybody, but we stick to our tactic right through the end though. With the final being played at Wembley, we found ourselves somewhat in a familiar position as Garnacho managed to open the scoring thanks to Mason Mount's assist. Real Madrid struck back 2 minutes later though with a very intelligent free kick. In the second half, an attack that started down the right hand side through Mason Mount was eventually played back to him, and the English midfielder scored what turned out to be the winner in the final. And against a far superior team, this Manchester United side managed to hold on to lift the Champions League trophy in season number 1, which is a great trophy to claim, but that puts us nowhere near completing any of the 3 challenges we have set. We got 9 seasons left to do it. The board were obviously delighted with that win, and it gave me a very appealing transfer budget to spend this summer. And with me knowing the players that I potentially wanted to sell already, I've decided to go out and bid for the young Spanish midfielder at Valencia in Javi Guerra. And within just a few days, the transfer was complete for around £60 million. And as I mentioned, there were a few players I looked to sell in the transfer market, including Scott McTominay, Casemiro and Victor Lindelof, who all received early bids. There was more interest in Varane later on as well, and finally a bid come in from Saudi Arabia for £56 million, which I also accepted, because I already have his replacement lined up in the young Portuguese centre-back from Benfica, Antonio Silva, who had a very cheap release clause. I don't think Silva will be the last defender that I bring in this transfer window, because Harry Maguire is also leaving us. Arsenal took their time, but they finally replaced Mikel Arteta with Carlo Ancelotti. Another signing in the door, and as I predicted, another defender in the Dutch versatile 24-year-old Geertruida from Feyenoord, who cost £56 million, but can fill in at centre-back, right-back and CDM for us. After he came in with all the players leaving and the high wage earners also leaving, we still had £82 million worth to spend. And a problem occurred as we lose Antony to injury for 6 to 7 months, but I already had plans to bring in Yeremy Pino to improve the squad depth on the wings anyway, as well as welcoming back Jadon Sancho into the side. I say welcome back, I just couldn't get rid of him. Nobody wanted him. By the end of the transfer window, I was rather happy with how the side looked, and keeping our Champions League winning tactic of last season, we had a lot more squad depth this season with players who could rotate in and out to keep things fresh, including Kobbie Mainoo, Alejandro Garnacho and a lot of defensive options. And after all that, the start of the season looked very promising because of a certain performance that we had at Anfield against Liverpool, where we completely destroyed them 5-1 at their home ground with Rasmus Højlund bagging 2 goals. We even played Real Madrid in the league phase of the Champions League this time round after last facing them in the Champions League final and absolutely swept the floor with them, with the final score ending 4-0 at Old Trafford. No possibility of retaining the League Cup though, as Norwich knocked us out on penalties in the 3rd round. In the Premier League, after 5 losses by the halfway mark, we find ourselves in 3rd place, just 3 points behind the top dogs Arsenal under new manager Carlo Ancelotti. We absolutely flew through the first ever Champions League phase, win 7 of our 8 games and only losing to Bayern Munich, who turned out to be the same team that we were drawn against in the round of 16 in the same competition. And it didn't end well for us, as Harry Kane's rebound goal at Old Trafford was the difference between our 2 sides. It was another frustrating exit in the FA Cup quarter-finals, as we were drawn against Manchester City at Old Trafford, with the only goal coming from Erling Haaland, which knocked us out of the competition, which meant our only hope for a trophy in season number 2 was the Premier League. However, we find ourselves 11 points behind runaway leaders Arsenal, who had only lost 1 game all season. They did try and make it slightly interesting when they dropped points to Man City and a draw against West Brom. However, they found themselves champions with 1 game remaining, which funny enough was against us. And despite giving them a guard of honour before the game, we gave them no respect on the pitch and absolutely demolished them 4-0. However, I don't think the Arsenal fans will be too worried after lifting their first Premier League trophy in over 20 years. But the table looked a lot closer than the season may have suggested. But we are 2 seasons down though, and we haven't come close to either of the 3 challenges, because Erling Haaland picked up the Ballon d'Or this year. We went into season number 3 with a £90 million budget and a few players leaving the club to free up more wages. I was also prepared to sell Aaron Wan-Bissaka to PSG for £40 million after I had big plans to bring in a better replacement. Not technically a right back, but somebody who fills in a spot that would fill in another place for Aaron Wan-Bissaka that would fill its... It would kind of make sense. The player I was referring to is Eduardo Camavinga from Real Madrid, who mainly plays as a defensive midfielder but can also play very well at left back. With the remaining transfer budget though, I brought in 3 new players, and 2 of them probably won't be seen for a while. Calafiori though will be a squad player this season, but Esteval comes from across from Brazil, and Luke Nugent from Wolves is 2 players who we will wait to develop before we introduce to the first team. It seems like we get 1 big injury at the start of every season, and this time round it's Marcus Rashford, who fractured his lower leg. I am happy though of how the squad looks as we begin the start of the season, still trying our 4-1-4-1 formation, and we got off to a good start with our first win of the season, 4-1 against Crystal Palace at Old Trafford. As deadline day closed, with the money made from Hannibal and Anthony, who left to go to Brentford on deadline day, we signed Francisco Pio Esposito as a backup Italian striker for Rasmus Højlund this season. But after a perfect start with 3 wins from 3, we then travelled to the Etihad Stadium and picked up our first loss, losing 5-1. And that set us off to a very inconsistent first half of the season, where we picked up 7 total league losses, and already our Premier League hopes do not look possible, as well as our hopes of a 100-point season. Erling Haaland also went back-to-back years winning the Ballon d'Or. It looked unlikely anyway, but the treble was confirmed as impossible as Arsenal destroyed us 3-0 in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup at the Emirates Stadium. It was another matchup against Real Madrid in the Champions League, and this time round though, it was again in the quarterfinals. With 8 games to go, it was Liverpool who everybody was chasing down to win the Premier League. It was always going to be difficult to overcome Real Madrid after losing the first leg 3-2, but we made it even harder after going a goal down, and Marcus Rashford could only make it 1-1, eliminating us from the competition 4-3 on aggregate. Liverpool did fail though to hold on to the Premier League top spot as Manchester City overtook them with a couple of games to go, but we finished in 4th place this season, and our budget given to us in the summer is nowhere near as much as we've had in previous years, and it also might be time to change our style of play. As you kind of expect, we are conceding far too many goals for a team that also is not scoring as many as the champions Manchester City. I think with the recent improvements to our defence in the last couple of seasons, we can afford now to be a little bit more cautious in terms of our attacking approach and don't have to throw as many people forward to just try and outscore our opponents because we get done by the better teams. I'm thinking we aim for more of an offset 4-2-3-1 style of play where we don't rely too much on the right back forming a back three and allow them to support the winger and the wings instead. I was shocked to see Arsenal hastily sack Carlo Ancelotti after the season. However, going from first place to 6th isn't going to put you in the best light, I guess. I couldn't believe my luck when bids for both Amad Diallo and Jadon Sancho came in for the desired asking price, considering both players were fringe players for me last season. And my plan is to sell both players to allow Esteval more first-team football this year. While Arsenal was sacking their manager, Manchester United was offering me a new contract and I happily accepted. One bid that came in that I wasn't willing to accept was from Newcastle, who was trying to obtain Luke Shaw. But with the money with the transfers I did accept, however, I am targeting a new centre defence midfielder in Nicolas Seewald at RB Leipzig, who is a very good ball-in midfielder that has a £70 million release clause. I've also decided to sell our backup goalkeeper as he has 1 season left in his contract, and the money we bring in from him is enough for us to upgrade our goalkeeper position by bringing in Diogo Costa. And it's good timing too, considering Onana has just fractured his lower leg. Remember when I said we always get a bad injury just before the season starts? Look who's just turned up as manager of Arsenal as well. With our new signings though, can this team get the better of Pep? Well, we didn't have to wait long to find out as we played them in the opening game of the season and defeated them 2-0 with both goals being scored by Rasmus Højlund. But what in the Super League is this starting fixtures though? Arsenal, Villa, Liverpool, City twice in a row, Chelsea, then Real Madrid. That seems slightly unfair. Anyway, this season was very up and down for us, but one of the ups included another League Cup final and another win at Wembley. This time we faced Spurs in the final and it took until all of the substitutes to come on before we managed to break them down, but when we finally did, we ended up winning 3-0. It was another defeat by Arsenal in the FA Cup, however, which means the treble is off. And somehow Aston Villa won the league anyway in a surprise finish, who have been amazing under Arne Slot and chopped and changed places with Manchester City right to the very end. Speaking of surprises though, we have another Champions League final, and this time it's Liverpool who we face in Barcelona, and our team consists of our strongest 11 with no injuries or suspensions. We continue with our 4-2-3-1 with players such as Bruno Fernandes and Rasmus Højlund being in top form right up to now, and this Liverpool team looks rather familiar under Zinedine Zidane with a couple of new additions such as John Stones in the back four. But there was only one goal in the game in a very boring cup final, and it was scored by Liverpool's Curtis Jones. And once again, Liverpool lift the Champions League, and we are going into season number 5 without a single challenge completed yet. We don't have a lot of transfer budget either, but we do have a new free signing coming into the club in Kvaratskhelia. Could he be the man to stop Erling Haaland lifting the Ballon d'Or? A little scout on who my scouts are recommending, and a young Argentine attacker is near the top of that list and could be a future star, so I get a bid in and I'm determined to make him our player. I'm also trying a new shape and formation to make the most out of the players we've already got with a 3 at the back tactic. And it gave us a big first game of the season win away to Arsenal. Erling Haaland then made it 4 years of winning the Ballon d'Or in a row. But I was very excited as we began cooking up something special, topping the Premier League by the new year. However, an extra time Arsenal goal in the FA Cup semi-final knocked us out to stop the treble win. And it was also a semi-final exit in the Champions League 2 against Paris Saint-Germain. However, for the first time in this video, we have won the Premier League, only achieving 90 points though, which is 10 points off completing one of the challenges. Rasmus Højlund was a beast this year too, scoring 27 league goals and 37 in total across the season. And the board are backing us again this season, and there's definitely more money to be made from selling players too. Sneakily, during the season, I also brought in a couple of wonder kids to eventually replace players like Bruno Fernandes, who is approaching his twilight years. I first accepted a bid for Lisandro Martinez, who has now become one of the weaker players in my starting 11, with my eyes on replacing him with the Leipzig defender Lukeba, who is only 25 with a very decent release clause. Calafiori was another player I accepted a bid for because I knew I could upgrade his slot in the team too, with the English defender from Crystal Palace, Mark Guehi. It paid me to do it, but I finally accepted a bid from Saudi Arabia for Bruno Fernandes, as I look to give youngsters more game time. But what a servant he's been, and his attributes are still fantastic. But to get the best out of players like Esteval, I'm going to need to give him a lot more game time. And with the money from Bruno Fernandes, I brought in 2 new young talents who have a lot of potential to develop into world-class players for me in a couple of seasons. Because that's the type of thing I'm going to need to stop Erling Haaland returns dominance with 5 Ballon d'Ors in a row. Yet again though, we have a cracking time at Wembley as we reach yet another League Cup final. And this time we defeated Chelsea 3-2 on the day as we dominated domestically. Because the Premier League, we put on some insane performances like this 6-0 win against Arsenal. And we won back-to-back league titles with just 86 points this time round, however. And it's actually the first back-to-back champions we've had so far. We also reached the FA Cup final against Arsenal and Esposito scored within the first minute of the match. He even picked up a second just after 6 minutes and we were on fire, lifting our first FA Cup trophy and 1 trophy away from completing the quadruple. But unfortunately we couldn't win the Champions League to check off our first completed challenge as Spurs beat us in the quarter-final and went on to win the whole competition against Arsenal. So close yet again, but we push on to the summer with a huge budget and lots of talented players to have a crack at dominating in season number 7. But time is really running out now and we still haven't completed any of our 3 challenges. Bids came in for Seavold and Dalot, 2 players I was willing to sell to generate more money. However, the midfielder made things very difficult and rejected the contract offer from Inter Milan. 2 more insane offers came in, although Chelsea withdrew from their deal. Al Hilal bid £116 million for Mason Mount, who's now 30 years old. And when that money came through, my target was João Neves, an amazing midfielder who currently is at PSG and could be a fantastic player next to Camavinga. We got both João Neves and a backup goalkeeper in the door as Onana departs, and yet we still have over £100 million in our transfer budget. But that increased when we sold Seavold to Real Madrid to an absolute insane amount of money and a high wage budget. We didn't sign anyone new and just cracked on with the season though, defeating Liverpool at Anfield 3-0. For the first time, Erling Haaland didn't win the Ballon d'Or, but Kylian Mbappe did. But look who finished in second place. Coming so close to one challenge, we now shift our focus to another as we are unbeaten so far as we get to January, so we target the 100 points in the league campaign. And we got all the way to the final of the FA Cup where surprise opponents Luton Town met us at Wembley, where we only scored 1 goal. But we still managed to lift the FA Cup, giving us a chance at the treble. We also three-peated the Premier League and finally completed a challenge as we only lose 2 games and clock up over 100 points in 1 season. 1 challenge down and just 2 to go. But unfortunately we couldn't cross off 2 challenges in 1 season as yet again Spurs knocked us out of the Champions League and are about to try and win back-to-back as they meet Newcastle in the final. But is there a player in this side who potentially has done enough this season to be voted as the Ballon d'Or winner later on? I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. There's not much that I can improve, so I'm going big for a 3rd world-class midfielder at Arsenal for just silly money. The bid was eventually accepted too, so let's get this lad over the line and dominate next season once again. I'm also going to try and buy this world-class left-back as he could be an insane left midfielder in the future where we might struggle for depth. After our crazy season last year, the last thing I expected to happen was to lose the first game of the season, but here we are. I also don't know how, but Martin Ødegaard won the Ballon d'Or this year even though Arsenal didn't win a single trophy. Tottenham was up to their old tricks as they knocked us out of the League Cup. But a 91st minute goal from Chelsea against us could cost us the league title, and it was at Stamford Bridge. As we go into the final game of the season on the same points, but with us having the advantage just on goal difference. However, the treble was also over this season because we failed to score a goal across both legs against Real Madrid. On the final day of the Premier League, we picked up a 5-0 win, which was enough to clinch the title once again, as Chelsea missed out on the same points and even losing fewer games than us. We made another FA Cup final as well, as we seem unbeatable at Wembley against a very good Everton side, who we still beat 4-0, which means a domestic double once again, but that means nothing to us in terms of the challenge, as we need that Champions League for the treble. Not to mention one of these star players to be classed as the best in the world and claim that Ballon d'Or soon. And time is running out because we've only got 2 seasons left to do it. And if you're enjoying this video, why not take some time and press that subscribe button. Let's get close to that 150,000 subscriber mark. This summer I could afford to offload 2 strikers in Esposito and Rasmus Højlund, who have played very little this season thanks to the new players coming through. I decided to bring in an extra defender, and Bichiabu was a target I once again got from a cheap release clause at RB Leipzig. Someone who wasn't cheap was Ruslan Stepanov, who cost me £118 million from PSG, but is a very good striker. Once again, though, I am shocked by the winner of the Ballon d'Or, as Samuel Morodion picks up the award for Atletico Madrid despite not winning anything before achieving the award. Another League Cup win against Manchester City at Wembley, but a title race with Spurs is not what I wanted. They seem to be my bogey team and a possible opponent in the Champions League final too, as we are both 1-0 up in the semi-final first leg, and a potential treble is still on, as I'm also in the final of the FA Cup against Brentford. We managed to hold on and lift the Premier League title once again, 5 points ahead of Spurs. And an absolutely mental goal in the final minute of the second leg in the Champions League secured our spot in the final. To face Spurs, of course. But before then, it's the FA Cup, which is at what seems to be our lucky stadium, Wembley. And Brentford didn't stand a chance once we took the lead, and we went on to lift the trophy at a canter, battering them 4-0 to complete 2 out of the 3 trophies needed for the treble challenge. But again, it's against our bogey side, Spurs. And in what turned out to be probably the craziest Champions League final of all time, we've seen 10 goals in total as both teams went back and forth and seemed to both be as lethal as each other. However, one side seemed to have scored a few more goals than the other, and with Lazaro Suarez of Manchester United scoring a hat-trick in the final, you can probably guess which way that went, as Manchester United won on the night, 7-3 in Budapest to lift the Champions League. And of course that means I also complete the treble challenge in season number 9, meaning we have just one challenge left to obtain a Ballon d'Or winner. Once again, a huge transfer budget, but it's Lazaro Suarez who I'm hoping is all I need to complete this challenge after that hat-trick in the final. My only target this summer is extra depth in the wide positions, especially the right hand side, and that's where Bino Gittins comes in, and we finally get a deal agreed by Dortmund. And with the remaining money I had in the budget, I might as well spend it as it's the last season. So I'm bidding to bring in this German/English striker, Matt Bowen, currently playing in Portugal at Porto. 2 Charity Shields won, and we're off to a good start as we continue to dominate English football. But can we complete the challenge? Well, it's another League Cup, and this time it's against Newcastle. But it's a different story at Wembley in the FA Cup final, as although we took the lead after just 18 minutes, our opponents was once again Tottenham Hotspur, and to nobody's surprise, they gave us a cracking game and ended up winning the FA Cup from a worldie of a shot, to be fair. We managed to avoid them in the Champions League simply because they got knocked out early, but we got all the way to the semi-final before Manchester City knocked us out. However, no one could stop the dominance for us in the Premier League, as we clocked up over 100 points once again and only lost 1 match. Which means we have won 6 titles in a row. But I've made you wait long enough. Who won the Ballon d'Or? Well, the 9th winner of the Ballon d'Or in this video is a Manchester United player. And of course, it is Lazaro Suarez of Argentina who scored the hat-trick in that Champions League final. What a player. And that is the 3rd and last challenge we needed to complete in the 10th and final season. And in total, our trophy cabinet in 10 seasons consists of 5 League Cups, 4 FA Cups, 6 Premier Leagues, and 2 Champions Leagues. We did it! We completed all 3 challenges in the 10 seasons, getting that final one over the line right in the last minute. The save game file for this Manchester United save will be made available for patreon.com/OmegaLuke, or on the channel members, you just press join underneath. That helps pay Dad's wages to be there on a Monday. Speaking of which, there is a very good video that's just come out, Boca Juniors versus River Plate, the fiercest derby in the world. Me and Dad took it on, and it's on screen for you to watch right now. Cheers. In today's rebuild, it's Manchester United versus Tottenham, but with a twist. You see, we are only in charge of the transfers for the club, and the tactics and overall management is left to our assistant manager. Not to mention, we've made it even harder on ourselves by doing it in the European Super League database against 47 of the world's best teams. So strap yourself in for our hardest rebuild challenge yet. And here is your reminder how points are won and lost in versus rebuilds. New challenge this time, Dad.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Once again, we are Spurs versus Manchester United because that's our favourite teams. But this time round, as you can see, Dad, you are technically the manager, but you're not doing any managing in this video.
Nope.
So the responsibilities that we have only are the transfers. How we're going to do this, you kind of have to use a lot of the staff responsibilities because I know a lot of you guys are going to want to do this challenge as well. Today, we are basically only going to be doing the director of football role, signing players, selling players. Everything else is up to our assistant manager. You've actually had to change your assistant manager.
I'm not happy with this. Assistant manager was already there, so I wanted to get one in.
Exactly. So you have signed Marco Landucci to be your assistant, technically your manager for this upcoming season, and that's what we are allowed to change. If we decide he's not doing very good or we don't like the system that they've adopted, we sack our assistant manager and we bring in a new one. Technically, he will be the manager of the club. So as I said, on staff responsibilities, as you can see, you got a lot of responsibilities, including staff, handles team selection. That's now Marco Landucci's role, as well as everything else. But what we are doing is the transfers and the transfers only. All the staff responsibilities, all the media and all the match stuff is all done by our assistant. And when we go to the tactic, you have to plug in a tactic to go forth, but we haven't changed it. This is just the generic one, positive 4-2-3-1. But when you holiday anyway, and you go on holiday, if you do not select these two buttons here, the assistant manager will decide what tactic and what team is played. That is how the Director of Football Challenge is going to be set out. You are Tottenham Hotspur, and you have already made a couple of signings, Dad.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, a couple of weaknesses I felt, so I bought two players.
Your Spurs, there's lots of weaknesses.
Come on.
I can't talk much at the minute. So transfer-wise, you've brought in fact, 3 players. Now, what we also did, I didn't even mention this. We are, of course, playing in the UEFA Super League to make this a little bit more interesting and challenging because of how many fantastic teams are in this league as well. So I think that just adds a little bit of spin to it and a bit more fun. Plus, there's a lot of money in the UEFA Super League,
which makes it a bit more fun as well.
Yeah, so that makes it a lot more entertaining, especially if you go far in the UEFA Champions Cup. Now, the link for the Super League will be at the top of the description, but just to give you an example, each round of the UEFA Champions Cup, you get more and more money. £16 million there, £32 million there, 64. Semi-final, you get 100 million, and just to get to the final is 140 million. You might even not even have to win it. But in the UEFA Super League itself, you get money every single time you win a game. So every time you win a game, you get 5 million. Draw is just 3 million. And even if you lose, you are still handed a check of £1 million for being a loser. So this is the best thing ever for Spurs. As we said, you have brought in players already. We gave ourselves £75 million transfer budget because in the first season, you don't tend to get any money. And what's the point in doing a director of football save if you have no money? You have sold a couple of players as well and spent very well. Double pretty much what the £75 million budget you had. Florentine Luis.
This was the first one I had to get in, just to strengthen my midfield. I've got a sort of like a few older players in that sort of position, so he's a nice young one. So yeah, strengthen it up.
Okay,
I'm happy with that.
Amin Gori comes in as well.
This guy here could possibly be Son's replacement. I mean, Son's getting on a bit now, but he'll play in both positions where Son does. So where Son ever goes, I'm hoping that he'll fit into the position where Son's left.
Okay, and finally, Walter Benitez in goal.
Yeah, I needed a reserve keeper. I'm not happy with Fraser being my reserve keeper, so I've got this guy in.
All right, fair enough. I have also made one signing out of my £75 million. And I can't say I'd ever thought I'd be signing Rafinha for Manchester United, who, what a shock! Pulled some knee ligaments and is out for 3 weeks.
What happens
every time I sign a player. Of course it does in the August. But he plays naturally. The reason why I made the signing of Rafinha, one, he's 26, so I won't be having to replace him anytime soon. He plays naturally on both sides, which of course my assistant manager, Ruud van Nistelrooy, likes to play wingers. Yeah. But I think he's better than what we already have there in either Diallo, Anthony. Garnacho sometimes plays on the right, but majority of the time he'll play on the left. And if we look, £75 million we brought him in for. He's already played 11 games starting and got 7 assists.
Good start.
So for me, it's been a good sign. And I think the right winger was the weakness that I had there because it basically pits Sancho there. I'm not sure what roles Ruud van Nistelrooy will be using, but he plays a 4-3-3, which is why I put it in to see the teams that I would get. And I'm hoping he does play the likes of Garnacho because Garnacho has that really high potential ability to be better and better. But if he doesn't, then bringing in Rafinha isn't too bad whatsoever. Let's have a quick look at my... Oh, I've actually got 2 assistants, but Ruvan Nistelrooy is the one which will be nailed in as the guy who decides everything, to be honest. And also, I didn't know his full name was Root Gurris. That's news to me.
Yeah.
I thought it was just rude. Well, there we go. But yeah, as you can see, he plays a 4-3-3 DM wide with an adventurous mentality. Less often pressing style down here, which I'm a little bit surprised with. I thought he was a bit of a high pressing
I did as well,
manager, assistant manager. But that's it. If we don't like what they're doing, we can change it and sack them and choose another assistant manager. So that's what we're going with. Schedule-wise, we've already played each other. It was a 2-2 draw, so we gained £3 million for that.
Yeah.
But no points were given either way. I did beat Lazio 5-0 as well. We lost our first one to Stuttgart, but we drew to Eintracht Frankfurt. That's my favourite German side, in case you didn't know. But we've got some good wins as well. The Lazio 5-0, probably the highlight out of it. Leipzig 4-1 was also decent. A couple of good wins there, Inter Milan being one. Did lose to Real Madrid. Ajax, I'm a bit disappointed with, especially because Weghorst scored 2 against his former club.
Yeah.
And the away trip to Brighton was a 91st minute winner from Lewis Dunk. Annoying in
I
some
think they
ways.
beat me as well, I think.
They have indeed, yeah. I mean, spoiler alert, Dad. Let's get to it first, shall we? You also lost to Real Madrid.
Yeah.
You also beat Eintracht Frankfurt first game of the season, 5-1. Lazio do not enjoy playing either of us.
No.
4-0 against them. You beat Ajax.
So mine's looking a lot better than yours.
You have had a better season.
Yeah.
Start to the season so far. So Brighton was a 2-1 win, and as you can see so far, Dad is sat in 4th place. I'm sat down in 14th, 6 points behind him. But this is a very long
What was my
and tough season.
starting 11 then? I haven't actually seen that yet.
So you start in 11. If we did put in base, I mean, again, we don't quite know because the player roles could be different.
Yeah.
The assistant manager might pick something different, but it would look very similar to this in terms of that. But we can't do anything about it. We are not going to be changing anything. We can't. It doesn't matter.
No.
Because this is how it's going to start. We're going to go on holiday and we're going to go to the end of the season on each side, and we're going to do nothing all season. So let's see what happens in season number 1. Now, with this league obviously being as difficult as it is, the points is going to be quite low unless we start winning it, which I very much doubt we're going to be doing so if we're not even the manager. So the points this time has changed ever so slightly. Stick with me. So for a win against each other, you'll win 2 points. But if you finish higher up in the league this time round, instead of 1 point, it's now 3. Further progress in the cup competition compared to the other person is an extra 2 points. But if you win the Super League, it is 5 points. But the cup, which we consider to be the prize possession in this Super League, that's 7. Okay, first season, Dad, and you have finished higher.
Yeah.
13th place. I'm
Well,
all the way down in 22nd.
I'm a little bit disappointed with that, but seeing I'm higher than you, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, you had a good season. I did not. You were, I say good season. You had a better season in terms of at one point, you were second place. Yeah. Quite late on into this,
And
by
then
match
just
30.
Totally lost it completely. What happened there?
Fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Really did fall off a cliff. I mean, Manchester City, once they got to the top, they stayed the top. But if you look where I was, yeah, I dropped off even more. At one point, we were so close to each other as well. It makes it really annoying. But yeah, first season, the 3 points goes to you for finishing higher in the league campaign. Of course, there was no point for 2 points for beating each other because we drew. And there's only one game all season against each other. So, Dad, you finished on 81 points in total. I finished on 70, so 11 points difference. We didn't have anybody in terms of players in the statistics. This is going to be the most tricky thing. And in the cup. Did any of us get far in the cup? Well, I, unfortunately, only got to the 3rd round before being knocked out by Arsenal.
Glad
so
they
you
knocked you out,
haven't
not
got
me.
very far to beat. Yeah, your favourite club doing you a favour there because you finish in the 4th round, which means you get an extra 2 points.
Yeah, 1 place above you. Yeah, that's all right then.
An extra round ahead, which means you get an extra 2 points. So it's 5-0 already in terms of the points. What I think is quite interesting for us to look at is the tactics that our assistant manager was playing.
Yeah.
Because we're only director of football, we don't choose the tactic. This is what the tactic looks like. So if we go to your end of season game, it was a 4-1 win against Leipzig. You can see player roles and the actual formation itself. So it was a 4-2-3-1, kind of how you would like to play.
Yeah.
And to be honest, really good for the side that you would be using.
Yeah, I mean, the back five, I would say, 5 or 6. All right, yeah, I'll take that. The top 3, there's only one person I would be disappointed that it was in the team.
Richarlison. Yeah, but what you got to look at is not the players, Dad, it's the roles.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's the roles.
We're looking at the formation of the roles, not the players.
I mean, Madison,
the formation of the roles.
Madison playing in that role, I'd expect to be a good average. So he's got a 9-point average there for that game. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with that team that he's played there.
A complete wing back with Porro, that suits as well.
Yeah.
Wing back with Udogie.
Yeah.
It's kind of suited for every single one other than Romero usually is a ball playing defender.
Yeah.
I think player roles, your assistant manager has got it nailed on. Whereas me, on the other hand, I'm kind of unsure on whether I should stick with Ruud van Nistelrooy because you can see already the problems that I'm having. We've got a Mazzala in the midfield. I mean, it is a 4-3-3, but no nonsense centre back on De Ligt. And if you look at how good De Ligt is he a no nonsense centre back? I don't think so. He's good enough to play as a normal centre back, in my opinion.
Right.
I mean, the game was hampered because of a red card in the 20th minute, but if you're just looking at the actual player roles, they're very similar in the last few games anyway. 2 inside forwards, and that's the reason why I bought Rafinha for an inside forward. Pressing forward in Højlund, which is okay. I just don't know whether with my Ruud van Nistelrooy as my assistant manager, having this less often press style, which doesn't quite work in Football Manager, whether I do already need to make a change.
So my biggest decision is, what player do I buy next? Your biggest decision is, do you keep him?
Yeah, I don't think I should. I think we should be looking for a new one. Now, in terms of the player statistics, Rashford was my top scorer again, which is worrying for me. Bruno Fernandes with 14 there. Rasmus Højlund got 13. I need Højlund to get better.
Yeah.
Because, or I need to sign somebody better, but I don't think I'm going to have the option to do so. Rafinha was a good signing in the end. It was a good window, good amount of goals and statistics from him. If you have a look at yourself, Dad, you had less goals, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because these two players here weren't even at your club, and they got 11 goals. So 16 and 13, and then it's 9.
9.
With Kulusevski. So defensively, you've been really good. It's just scoring goals.
When you look at Richarlison, he's only got 9 in 46 games. There's another striker, which is our newest striker, and I don't even see him on there at the moment.
Yeah, Solanke played 1 game and 3 off the bench.
Wow.
Really poor.
Stands out like a sore thumb. What sort of position I need to replace then?
Yeah, also Brennan Johnson coming off the bench 21 times and starting 12 games and getting just 1 goal and 1 assist.
Yeah,
is
that's
very poor.
Very poor, yeah.
So I think we kind of have an idea of what we need to replace. But then the question now is how. Because you have £48 million. And in this league,
that's not a lot of money.
No, it isn't.
But I've got a few players that I think is definitely going to be out of the team. I'm definitely going to be selling.
Which you could sell.
Yeah.
I might be in a bit more of a spot of bother. Because I have just £21 million. Financially, Manchester United are well and truly in the reds.
That's the good thing about this league, though, isn't it? You get rewarded for winning.
Exactly. And I haven't been.
Yeah, so...
Or you do get $1 million for losing. But it hasn't gone my way. So I think I need to be on the lookout for a brand new manager or assistant.
Massive decision.
And bring in somebody new instead of Ruud van Nistelrooy, who weirdly was a manager when we took him on. And now I'm going to have to sack him because I think that pressing style of less often, these are the things you need to think about when you're playing as a director of football instead. But how interesting. So the scores are 5-0 going into season 2. Let's see what happens. Okay, going into season number 2 then, Dad. A few players have left the club.
Yeah.
Richarlison, how you managed to persuade Real Madrid to spend £40 million on him, I'll never know.
No, I don't. I just hope it don't come back and bite me, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some more that went out. Walter Benitez, who you signed last year. Manos Solomon, Archie Gray's gone. Brian Gill as well. Odegaard, Ben Davies. A lot going out for like that 10 to £15 million mark.
Yeah, I mean, the goalkeeper didn't want to stay. He wanted to go, so I was getting some good offers in, so I let him go as well. So
Solanke, Jed Spence, all gone for some money.
Yeah.
And you spent big as well.
Yeah.
Victor Boniface,
My main
90
striker,
million.
yeah, this is a guy I've got to get into, so hopefully winning some games. We're a bit short on strikers, so...
Yeah. Then we've also got Mateus Sule.
Yeah.
Right-hand side.
Right-hand side, yeah.
Of course, we'll play centre attack and mid as well.
Yeah, so it covers the 2 positions. He's a good player, yeah. Only 21 as well, so can only get better.
Absolutely. Arthur Theat, 61,
yeah, I just felt
67
that.
million.
I mean, Ben Davies. I'm not a keen lover of Ben Davies anyway. So I'm just sort of like, Ben Davies is gone. This is the guy to replace him. Really, just as a backup, as a back there, and he's 24, so another youngster as well. Yeah. Really.
Dennis Seaman was the goalkeeper replacement.
Yeah. This is the guy who will hopefully be. You know, he can only get better as well. So
okay,
he was a good boy.
That didn't sound very confident, did it?
I could have bought other keepers, but with him being that age, I thought that's a good buy as a reserve keeper.
And again, Can't do the tactic yourself,
No.
but if you did the best 11 pick, it looks like that.
Not much different from last season, really, except for
No, just a
Bonus
striker
up front.
coming in.
Which puts Song across that side. So that was what I was saying when I bought him. It moves Song across, and he drops into that position. So
Okay. I've actually had a lot of transfers. Considering I had no money to begin with, the wages that left the club meant I spent huge money. And £145 million went out. Anthony, Casemiro, Jadon Sancho, who was on 325k, whatever it was. Lindelof and Maguire, gone. Malacia, gone. I've also loaned out Rasmus Højlund and Amad Diallo. Try and get them better. And the players that have come in, Victor Gyökeres is the number one from Sporting.
yeah,
Oh, how much did I spend? £86 million. He got 18 goals last season here, but he could be a big old signing.
oh yeah, you could, yeah.
Only got 3 goals for me in 12 so far, but let's hope it gets better. Sebastian Coates. Not bad for $4 million. I know he's a little bit slow, but he's 33. Good natural fitness. I'd argue he's actually better than Harry Maguire. So I think bringing him in while
I'm
we're
not
still
even gonna argue with
developing...
you.
No, while we're still developing Lenny Yoro, I think that's a good decision to make. Then I've also got Alexandra Penetra. Again, another centre-back, but also goes at right-back. This guy costs a little bit more, but he's 22 years of age. Naturally plays in 2 different positions, so just give him my assistant manager options. But who is that assistant manager? We'll find out. But the main signing, Federico DiMarco. Arguably the best left-back in the world. Very decent player, and I spent big, £134 million. 5 assists in 12 games, though,
Good.
in the Super League. So, yes, he's a lot of money. But if he repays me with that across the whole season, then I'm absolutely fine with it, because he will bring money into the club. And as we mentioned, Ruud van Nistelrooy, it might have been time for him to go with his very blasé, lazy 4-3-3. And yes, he is gone, and I've brought in this man, Oscar Hernandez. You might be thinking, who is he? Well, he is Xavi's brother. He was the assistant manager to Xavi at Al Sadd and Barcelona. He's 47. If you look at Xavi, who's 44, there's a very big difference. He's had a much harder life having to watch his brother play football.
Yeah, definitely.
To be fair, he was a player himself, just never to bigger clubs. But the reason why I picked him, now he doesn't look amazing as an assistant manager just yet. Not a lot of options out there, I must admit. But the attacking player mentality, the more often pressing, I think that's a better option for us to go, sticking with a 4-3-3 for now. So I'm going to see how he does. I don't know how long we've signed him for. I mean, that's three years, but it's quite easy just to get rid of him if they're not enjoying it. So for this season, I'm intrigued, and we're going with the 4-3-3 style of play again. So if it was to be a 4-3-3, for some reason it would put Højlund in instead of Gyökeres. I doubt it. I very much doubt that, because Højlund's actually out on loan at Newcastle, and he scored 3 in 12 games already, so he's doing all right. But yeah, that would basically be Gyökeres up front, and that's what the team would look like. So again, Lenny Yoro in there. I mean, I don't know what that guy's smoking, but that can't be right. With Højlund out and Casemiro gone, Mainu comes in as well. That's a nice little opportunity for him this season. He didn't get to play many games last season. We've played each other already at the start of this season. It went very well. Assistant manager versus assistant manager. It went well for Manchester United. It was a nice 1-0 win. Mason Mount, 89th minute. Come on.
No.
So that's 2 points straight away, but I've had a terrible start, really. Only picked up the last 2 games there. It started off not too bad, although the loss to Inter Milan away from home. But there we go. We're scoring some goals now, so that's good. Let's have a look, Dad, at your start, because it's been slightly better. You've drew less. And obviously, although you did lose against me, I think you've won more games so far. Yeah. In the Super League, you are slightly ahead of me there. Points-wise, only by 3 points, but position, there's quite a lot in between it in this early stage.
Early days, yeah.
Very early days. Man City seem to be running away with it again.
My striker's performing. He got 9 goals already.
He has got 9 goals already, which is scary when I'm bringing in what I thought would be a better striker, and he hasn't scored anywhere near as much. But again, you've obviously picked a good assistant manager as your director of football role. Here we go then. Season number 2. I've clawed back a couple of points already. Can I gain more points back throughout the season? Second season, I'm down in 23rd, but where are you, Dad? You're not below. Good to see Rennes went down, but 9th place, a top 10
I've improved
finish.
again, 4 places, so I'm happy with that.
Leipzig won the league. Hey, RB Leipzig with not just by
8 points.
Yeah, 8 points they won the league by. Mental. Real Madrid and Man City both finished on 101. You're on 89. What did I finish? 67. Oh, Gyökeres only got 18 goals.
Bad season for you.
Yeah, that assistant manager might have to go. I mean, I only got £10 million on the transfer budget as well. Oh, God.
Ooh.
I can't really change too much.
I mean, I should have a little bit more because I did improve, so I must have won more games.
But then if you didn't have very good run in the cup,
Oh, yeah, that's a
that
thing
could
as well,
be
isn't
the
it?
trouble.
Yeah.
So, looking at this, Victor Boniface got 29 goals there. That's a really good signing for you.
Yes, pleased with
That
that.
was fantastic. No wonder why Leipzig won with Sesko and Openda getting 34
Yeah.
and 31. Unbelievable. They had the two highest average ratings as well. Those two strikers have done stupidly well. We're on Manchester United. How far did I get in the cup competition though? Dad's already picked up a couple of points there, or 3 points in fact, for finishing high in the league. But I had those 2 points in beating him earlier. I got to the 5th round by Napoli. Ooh, that's quite far.
Yeah.
I say it's quite far because of the teams that we come up against. It's quite far. You got to the 3rd round. Yes, so that's another couple of points. So that takes me on to 4 points this year.
Benfica
to your
beat me.
3. But yeah, you were knocked out by Benfica at that point. I was
they got
knocking out
relegated, didn't they?
Trabzonspor. They did get relegated this season, yeah. Then the 2nd round, you knocked out Nordsjælland. I knocked out Bournemouth, 2 from the league below. 4th round was when I unfortunately... I beat Brighton 4-2 there. But the 5th round is where... extra time as well against Napoli. That's disappointing. The winners, though, Sporting against Porto.
Oh, Portugal final.
And Sporting were in the 2nd tier. So, Stephen Presley. I was expecting to see Ruben Amorim, I must admit. Stephen Presley, who was a coach at Brentford for a few seasons, has just won the Super League.
Good on you.
Would he be interested in being an assistant manager at
Yeah.
Manchester United, I wonder? But that is mental. So fair play to him. Sporting are champions of the UEFA Champions Cup. Basically a bigger version of the Champions League. That's a good amount of points to me, but... poor performances, unfortunately. Victor Gyökeres only with 18 goals. Bruno Fernandes with 11. So is Mason Mount. It's kind of worrying, really. And as I say, I've only got £10 million in the transfer budget, which is not a lot at all. Yourself, Dad, you got 29 goals from Victor Boniface.
Yeah.
Bad injury, is it? No, just 3 weeks. James Madison with 10.
That's
Not a lot
it,
of goals
though, isn't it?
being scored,
No,
is
it
there?
isn't, is it? Even Song
You got
didn't do very well.
£67 million. So you have got something to play with. I think the only thing I'll be doing is getting rid of one coach and bringing another one in. But let's have a look at the points tally, shall we? Season 2 points are Omega Luke with 4 and Omega Dad with 3, meaning the total points is Omega Luke with 4 and Omega Dad with 8. Okay, so I have changed my assistant and I have brought in somebody I actually nearly went for in the first season, Moritz Volts. Kind of more of a 4-2-3-1 type of guy, which suits us. We've got Bruno Fernandes, Mason Mount, who can play in behind the striker,
Yeah.
so I don't mind that at all with 2 DMs. Again, we got Ugarte, we've got Kobe Mainoo. We're all good there. Cautious mentality, pressing style is more often. Okay, it might be a better option for us. Good tactical knowledge as well.
It's almost the same as what I'm playing, isn't it, really?
Yeah, we're going to struggle here because we're not using proper managers. It's assistant managers. And I
Yeah.
think that's going to be the downside to it. But Morris Volts comes in. Let's look at the transfer window with this guy in charge. Now, I loaned out a couple of players. Lenny Yoro and Amad Diallo have gone out on loan for the season, but I've only brought in one player. I also sold Joshua Zirkzee. Of course, I didn't really have a lot of money either. Joshua Zirkzee went for £50 million. So we've got 3 strikers now with Gyökeres, Højlund and Joshua Zirkzee. I'm not really going to end up using Zirkzee that much, so it made sense to cash in on him, and I brought in Alex Scott, who can play in 3 different positions naturally, plus he can play on the right hand side. So not only did I steal Crystal Palace's assistant manager as my manager, but I also stole Alex Scott as well after just one good season, to be fair, in the league below. And he started well, a goal and an assist and the player of the match in 12 appearances so far. If we went by what the starting best 11 would be, I guess, in this formation, I mean, it does change this, which makes no sense. Why would you have... It would be DeMarco, wouldn't it? And why would Højlund be right back? I don't understand why it's done that. Yeah, it's, something's gone wrong there, unless he is really that dumb, because a lot of the positions are all over the place. But I think it would look something like that, with Rashford and Garnacho switching round.
Yeah.
I think that's the vibe that we're going for here at Manchester United. Dad, you've made a couple of signings?
Yes, yep.
Let's look at it. We've got Carlos Baleba coming in for 90 million.
Yeah, I just wanted to strengthen up. I felt that we were sort of weak in that sort of area if you get injuries and all that. So I was just trying to... And to be honest, probably the only player I could really get that was force his way into the team. Might not get into the starting lineup, but he could force his way into the team, really. So yeah, and he's only 21, so it's a good one for the future, really. So yeah, it was a bit expensive, but I think you're gonna be paying this type of money in this league. So
I mean, he played in the same league last year and had a good season, 7.09. So Carlos Baleba joins, and to be fair, you would have sold a couple of players. So Brennan Johnson has gone out of the club, for 26. Sasha Bowie was the other one, right back.
I've only had one sort of reserve right back that I felt was good enough to get into the team. So I got this guy in, so he's actually a bit of competition for the right back position. If we get an injury there, there's two classes good right backs in the team then.
Yeah.
So I've just bolstered the squad really with those two signings really. I think.
A couple of long signings gone out, but tactically, of course, with your assistant manager, it's very similar to the role I'm now playing under Landucci, who has the two DMs there. It's more of an adventurous player mentality, but balanced pressing style with man marking.
Yeah.
Overall, I think he's a much better manager in terms of what we're looking at here. But, I mean, if we did go best 11, what if it's going to be weird for us as well? It's not. It's going to be very similar to how you would probably set it up, to be honest. That would be your best 11.
I mean, midfield player's gone in, so it wasn't that bad of a buy then, really, was it? So
yeah, I mean, he's left-footed, so it perfectly suits that side as well.
But that is probably the side that I would probably start with as well if I was the manager,
Yeah. Okay, so schedule-wise then, let's have a look. At the start of the season, we've played quite a lot of games, as you can see. It's been very mixed bag from the both of us, in fact. We haven't played each other. Some big losses in there, but also some big wins. PSG being one of them at the start of the season there.
Nice good result there,
so 4-0
Victor getting a few goals for me as well, which is pleasing to see. So
nice little 6-0 against Forest. So the English club's getting battering there from you. But I'm very similar. In my start of the season too, I've had a couple of bad losses, a couple of bad draws. These two fixtures here, Frankfurt and Anderlecht, I should be winning them, and then that puts me right back up there. Because without that, I'm actually in 24th, which, it's annoying because 2 wins, an extra 6 points takes me up to 25, and I'd be sat in 8th place. You think, how are you losing that? But it's very frustrating.
It's the momentum as well, isn't it? You're in that sort of you're stuck in losing a game then, so you've got to try and get into momentum and winning a few games to get the ball rolling again.
And what we're noticing as well is a lot of the times you can see the lineups in some of these games. They are good compared to what we would be playing, but every now and then they just stick in like a random youth player, and you're like, why? But I can't really blame that on those two fixtures. Neither of them are bad squads that are being played. It's my third manager, and we're going into the third season. So let's see how this one plays out, because I've got some catching up to do. Okay, that's much better for me. 13th place to your 19th.
Awful season.
So I get a couple of points straight away from being ahead of you in the league table. So that is another 3 points, in fact, being higher in the league. But obviously you might win some back in the cup there, Dad. You finished in 19th in total, 70 points. I was there 13th with 80 points, so 10 points ahead there. Real Madrid won it. Inter Milan, Barcelona are up there. Aston Villa had a good season. So some interesting clubs going up there. I didn't know it's Fiorentina. At one point we're in 3rd place. They've dropped all the way down. So let's look at the past positions then and see where we were sort of playing out. I had a good season until really the last few games, kind of threw it away.
You were slowly improving all the way through the season, really.
I almost had a top 10 finish there.
I just went.
You ended up having a good end of the season. It could have been a lot worse.
I was going to say, it was a good job I did, really.
Yeah. But Fiorentina, they were in 3rd place at one point, dropped off massively. Real Madrid pretty much were up there the whole time alongside Barcelona. It's an El Clasico, top of the league in the Super League here in Real Madrid, with Vinicius Junior and Mbappe both getting 30 goals. But underneath is Victor Boniface.
I'm pleased with that. I didn't realise he'd be 3rd.
In a Spurs shirt.
Yeah.
Carrying Spurs on his back.
But he was,
Other than that, we haven't seen any of our players there either. Right, what about the result between the two of us? Let's see if we can see that on here. I got 11 losses. Haven't lost to you there, Dad.
Oh, no.
17 losses. There it is.
1-0.
A 1-0. At home as well, which is another 2 points. That gets me 5 points this season. That's what I needed. Just need to be further than you in the cup.
You're right back in it, aren't you?
Oh no, that's not good. Second round by Everton.
Really
no money. We're so terrible in the cups.
do with winning this.
Very, very bad in the cups. 3rd round.
That was teeth.
I mean, you get points.
I get points, but you get, like you say, there's no money though, is there?
No, really? You get an extra 2 points, but there's just no money.
Gives you that, good 10, 15 million more, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the rest.
Makes a difference.
I mean, your finances isn't too bad. You got 145 million. I think mine is worryingly bad. 232 million. I mean, I've got an okay budget this year. I've got 36 million pound the transfer budget, which is more than what I had last season. You got 66 million. Let's have a look then at the statistics. Goals wise, Victor Boniface 24 across the season, Kulusevski 11, Heung-min Son with 10, Sule with 10. You still expect to see more, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a bit weird. It's like usually we see these databases and we're like tons of goals.
Yeah,
because we're playing 46 games a season, whatever it is.
But that's why we are in the league.
Yeah, I mean, we're not controlling these squads. That's the trouble.
No.
This is a weird I mean, Victor Gyökeres only had 7 goals this year.
He was striking. He could do the business for you.
Main striker. 31
dear.
starts. And he only had...
When you're only playing one up front as well.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's got to be banging him in for you, isn't it?
35 starts. That is so poor. Well, he might be gone.
How did you finish above me with that?
I have no idea. Bruno Fernandes is my top scorer with 12. And Mason Mount with 10. They probably played in the same position.
Oh my word, how did you beat me with that?
So I have no idea what's going on there. No idea what I'm going to do next season. But yeah, I've only got £36 million. Let's look at the points. Season 3 points are Omega Luke with 5. And Omega Dad with 2, meaning it's really close in the total points, with Omega Luke with 9 and Omega Dad with 10. Okay, going into season number 4, Dad, you've made a change.
Yeah, adios. Had to make a change. He wasn't good enough, so I got a different manager in and playing a different tactic. So this is a bit more of an attacking tactic, and you can see that he plays mentally as an attacking as well. So yeah, I'm quite happy with this one.
All right, so Manducci out, Tralho in, stolen from Girona. He was also at Dortmund as well, so yeah. Good assistant manager.
Yeah, he
plays
looks
a
good.
4-3-3,
Yeah.
which you do have players for. And you've picked up a couple of new ones.
Yeah.
Now, actually, you picked up quite a few. So you sold Dragerson, and we've also got £89 million going out in Vicario and Florentino Luis. Look at the guys you got coming in. Diamonde being the first.
Yeah, I just wanted to strengthen my centre backs up, so I got this guy in. Don't get much better than this sometimes, I think.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
Aaron Ramsdale.
Well, my keeper didn't want to stay, so it was a case of letting him go, and I needed a bit more money for another player. So when Ramsdale came up at that price, I thought, yeah, I've got 2 good, what I class as young keepers. I'll let them fight it out from. And I don't know what you're going to say. Go on.
I ain't saying anything.
He's a Southampton lad.
What do you know what's really funny about your 2 keepers, right? You got Aaron Ramsdale, played for Arsenal. Now, some would say Arsenal's most legendary goalkeeper is a guy called David Seaman.
Yeah.
Well, your backup is called Dennis Seaman.
Yeah.
So you basically got 2 Arsenal goalkeepers.
Yeah.
And you just agreed with it. And then Lamine Yamal.
Yeah, this is the guy I was trying to create more money for to get this guy in. He plays both flanks, and the new manager's going to be playing wingers, so this guy can either take one place completely or play in both.
Yeah, I mean, he's been off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Song's getting on now. I had a couple of offers for him, but I didn't want to turn it down because if the striker gets injured, Song fits into that position as well. So, yeah.
3 signings in the door then, and as we say, you've changed now to what would be a 4-3-3 with this. We did best pick without restriction there. I don't really know
I don't know.
I don't know what we've managed to pull off here,
Yeah.
but it's weird because I don't think that would necessarily be the case. But there we go. Anyway, let's have a look and see what I've done this transfer window. It's been quite a boring one, actually. I haven't really had a lot to do. I actually didn't sell anybody. I tried to. Rasmus Højlund refused to leave. Gyökeres had no offers in whatsoever. I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here? So I brought in Ruben Neves as a free transfer, just to give me a little bit of squad depth in that midfield. I think we were kind of lacking that. I think Christian Eriksen has left either this season or last, and I haven't had any replacement, so he then came in. And then the other signing was Guirassy from Dortmund, just to give me another option. You can play on the wings and up front. He's come off the bench all 3 times. I think he's slightly better than Rasmus Højlund, to be fair, because he hasn't really developed, unfortunately. But yeah, he just didn't want to leave. Just didn't want to leave. I've transfer listed him and everything. Sticking around. Fair enough. So if we take a look at my 4-2-3-1 side that we've got, again, I don't think that would be the case. I'm pretty sure DeMarco would probably go left back, and they haven't even put in a right back, which is
worrying.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
He's
going
to play with 10 men this season. New tactic.
So this is kind of how I expect it to be, maybe with Ruben Neves in there instead of... Yeah, I'd say Ugarte will probably start over Kobbie Mainoo, but that's kind of what we're looking like going forward. Now, start of the season for me has been really good. We haven't seen this yet from either of us.
No.
Especially considering one of the first games I played was a loss to Ferencváros. I was like, what is going on here? But since then, I have been on a bit of a run.
Yeah.
And I ain't conceded a lot of goals either. So I'm kind of happy with that. We're doing quite well. And we're actually sat in 5th place. But Dad, you aren't as good in terms of where you're sat in the league, but the performances don't look as bad.
It's not that bad,
Yeah.
no. What have I lost? 3 games and drawn 3, really,
Yeah.
out of that. So it's the drawn games that annoy you, really, I think.
Yeah, and you've also got 8 clean sheets so
Yeah.
far this season.
And then when you look at that and how far down I am, so eight clean sheets out of 13 games, and I'm in 14, you think,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, so 24 points there is what you've got. Liverpool running away with it a little bit. They are already 2 points ahead of Chelsea, but I'm there with 28. Could this be the first season one of us is challenging for the Super League? Let's find out. Oh, it's so close in the Super League. We're on the same points.
Yeah, my last 3 games, I chucked that away. Look,
Oh, that is really bad.
1 game out of 4 I won. And if you go 83 points, get into 86, 1 more win, I'm way up the table then.
Yeah, up to 7th place there of Atalanta.
Absolutely gutted, and I've lost the point as well.
Both finish on 83. I finish higher because of that goal difference, which means it's an extra 3 points added on there, which is lovely. I needed that after being 1 point just behind. That puts me right in contention. What about the game against each other? Oh, it is as well. It's a 2-1 win for Manchester United, which is another 2 points. 5-point swing, just like that. 9th and 10th place finish in this division, though. Not bad at all,
I'm gonna
considering
say,
we're
yeah.
not controlling them.
Yeah, I've got to be pleased with it. I'm just disappointed. I think the players let the manager down.
But, I mean, the manager did get you to a 10th place finish.
Yeah.
So it's catch 22, I guess. But
Yeah.
there we go. Ramsdale finished on 22 clean sheets across the season. Not bad,
good,
really. Didn't have any of my Manchester United players there, but never really expect them to be there, if I'm honest. What about the Champions Cup? Who got the furthest? We're on Spurs. Second round.
This is no good. This is no good. It's killing me.
Do I pick up the extra 2 points, or do I go on and win it all and get the full 7? No, third round. But I get the extra 2 points just for finishing at 1 round further
Oh, this is a bad season for me.
against extra time as well. We are so bad in these cups.
Yeah.
I mean, the trouble is we haven't, obviously we're using an assistant manager to set the tactics up. Honestly, try it for yourself. This is really difficult. I'm shocked neither of us have been sacked so far, but there we go. Bologna beat you on penalties, Dad,
Yeah.
in this one. So yeah, an even closer one there in the second round. I hope you're enjoying this one though. Press that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. We are so close to hitting 150k. Let's have a look at the statistics now. That's a lot better, Gyökeres, after a really poor season last time round. 25. Much like I couldn't sell him. Maybe it was a good thing. 12 from Bruno Fernandes as well. 12 assists from Marcus Rashford. Just not a lot of goals. I'm really
And I'm still
bizarre.
I just can't believe you beat me on goal average.
I know, yeah.
Looking at you, what's mine like?
£31 million to spend next season. Dad, I mean, that's why, Dad. You only had 13 goals from Boniface, 12 from Madison, and 10 from Heung-min Son.
Yeah,
So that's
awful.
probably why.
Awful. Played more attacking football, this coach, so I thought I'd have scored more goals.
£84 million you got, though.
Well, gives
Lot
me
more money.
a bit of money to do something for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what I'm quite interested in, how many games did Lamine Yamal play? Oh, he's asking. Initially, but yeah, I mean, didn't play at all.
I mean, that's the type of player you've got to be locking in. He has an half-decent season this season, and next season he's going to be world-class.
Yeah.
Didn't lock him in, did he? Or didn't play him?
No, that's the trouble.
I can
played 3
I
starts.
can get you the good players, but you've got to play them, my friend.
That's the trouble. Let's have a look at the points then as we go into the final season. Season 4 points are Omega Luke with 7 and Omega Dad with 0, meaning the total points is a complete swing around as Omega Luke is now on 16 and Omega Dad stays on 10. Alright, Dad, you decided to stay with your assistant manager.
Yep. He didn't do that. I mean,
10th place finish.
yeah, and with the finish that I had at the end of the season, it could have been a lot better. So I've got to stick with him.
Okay, now, the players that you brought in.
Yes.
We've got a fan favourite here.
Yeah, this is-
Francesco Pio Esposito.
I didn't score a lot of goals. This guy will score your goals. Whether he puts them in or no, I can't control that. So I've got 2 what I would class then world-class strikers.
Yeah.
And this guy's a youngster, so yeah, put him in, he'll score your goals.
And then we've got another Italian in Sandro Tonali. 2 Italians, both from Newcastle.
Both from Newcastle, yeah. I mean, I've bought him more for the ball-winning midfielder. I feel that we need to be a bit more stronger in midfield. He can play in both positions, the defensive midfielder or attacking midfielders, whichever. So hopefully he'll do a job for us as well then. So he's a good, solid outfield midfielder.
Okay, so there was a couple of players that left, one of them being Arthur Theat for quite a lot of money there.
he just
53 million.
wasn't using him, so needed the bit of money, so
Cashed in.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Manchester United. The transfers that I made going into this final season. Oh, that's actually quite a few, to be fair. Let's see. First off, I've signed an Arsenal goalkeeper in David Raya. Free transfer. My backup by India was leaving on a free contract, so I had to bring him in. Then we got Ferran Torres coming in for £65 million. A lot of money. But that's because I've cashed in on a lot of people as well. So Rasmus Højlund has left the club. £42 million. Finally decided to leave. It's about time. You should have gone last year.
you did try.
You might have had some more football. Michael Coyote also joined for £29 million, and that is because I sold another £76 million, being Amad Diallo and Rafinha. But that allowed me to also bring in Rafael Leao as my final signing of this 5-year rebuild as director of football of Manchester United. So what can this man do? Can he bring some more goals? Because as we've both noticed, we are lacking them. That's going to make it quite interesting then, whether he goes into the 11 or not. Does, but we don't actually know whether they ever play them anyway. So there we go. Now, schedule. At this point, I was second. And then by this point, I'm now 19th. And that just goes to show it's a very difficult Super League.
Yes.
I mean, the losses. I haven't won a game in like 7 or 8. So it's really poor. Actually, I haven't won a game in 9. Look at that. It's really poor. It's tough.
It's that getting into a run again, isn't it? You got into a rut of drawing and losing. You stay in it.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. Tactically yourself then, we think obviously if he goes for the 4-3-3, this is a similar team as what you already had going into the final season.
Two players I bought are not in that team.
Strengthening the whole squad in general. But the results, yours have been a little bit more hit and miss.
Yeah.
A lot more misses actually than hits.
I'm panicking. I mean, I look at that and think, Christ, I finally managed to beat Brighton because they're such an hard team to beat in this. But I'm just losing against all the other teams that sort of, oh no. I'm right back to where I started from, really. So
24th place now as we go on. We're about a third into the season, so this gives you an idea of how our season has started anyway compared to where we are. But there we go. Final season then, Dad. You need this season. You need to have some points.
Yeah, definitely.
You haven't played each other yet either.
I could do a really good cup run, I think, just to get... Well, I need to win something. I need to win something, really, I think. So,
Okay, let's find out. Final season then, Dad, you have finished above me in the league table.
Yeah, my first season I finished 13th, my last season I finished 13th, so it's my lucky number.
I'm down in 19th place there, not great. In fact, that 19th was where I was at the start of the season when we last looked at this. So I'm very consistent in staying bang average. 71 points there, Dad. I was 10 points off from last season. I think you had 79.
Yeah.
A good season. When you consider, obviously, we're not controlling anything.
No.
It's just frustrating when you see teams that you know you should be beating around this year, which are finishing above you.
Yeah.
But well done. Let's have a look at the past positions before we look at the results. So yours was a lot better compared to this.
Yeah, definitely,
The drop off at the start.
I dropped down and managed to pull myself back up again mid-table, then sort of like got there in the end.
Yeah.
But I'm disappointed, so disappointed. Like you say, there's too many teams above us that we feel that we should be beating.
Yeah, absolutely. And goals-wise or anything like that, actually, we're not in there at all. No. So what about the results against each other? Well, I lost 14 games. I cannot see your name there.
I needed that.
Yes! We got it! So you got the 3 points for finishing above me, Dad, but there's 2 points won. And that is because I beat you in the fixture against
those
each other.
Points as well, really.
Now, we're on Manchester United. Who got further in the cup? This might make or break who wins here. Did I win it?
No.
Second round, which is not great at all.
God, I've beaten that, haven't I?
Dad, how did you do in the cup? Second round. We're both as bad as each other. Bang average seasons. This is awful, isn't it? It's so challenging when you have to pick somebody to do all the tactics for you.
Yeah.
11 goals from Victor Boniface, 10 from Pio Esposito. Not a lot at all.
Terrible.
18 from Gyökeres, 17 from Rashford. Leao got 13 and 10. It's, again, really, really poor. Are you kidding me? Why is the transfer budget always good whenever I'm not then going to go on and manage? £106 million. And you got 70, which is what you've been having the whole time.
I've been averaging that, really, haven't I?
That is so frustrating. Alright, let's round up the points then and see how we finish. Season 5 points are Omega Luke with 2 and Omega Dad with 3. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 18 and Omega Dad with 13. So there we have it, Dad. 18 to 13, a 5-point gap. But I must say, neither of us really did very well in this experiment.
No. I mean, I think the whole challenge down, it could have been, I mean, this league is so good to play in and you can have so much fun in it if you do well in the cup.
Yeah, because the money comes.
Yeah, then the money comes and you can start buying the different players that sort of make a difference to your team.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's the difference, really. We were buying, in this league, average teams, average players.
Yeah. Or we could only get like one world-class player.
Yeah. Where if you do really well in the cup, do well in the league, you know, you get, was it 3 million for winning it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the money you get for getting further in the cup, we were getting second and third round. We were getting
You're
peanuts.
getting
Really,
peanuts.
yeah.
Absolute peanuts. 15
yeah.
to 20 million pound each time.
Yeah.
It's going to give you nothing. Whereas, yeah, you even get to quarters or a semi-final, you're looking at hundreds of million.
Yeah, and it makes such a difference then when you're coming out to try and buy a player as well then, and all of a sudden you're on a roll then. So.
Yeah.
But it's still good fun though. I do like playing in that league. I love that league.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was weird not doing any of the tactics. Because
that's so frustrating, isn't it?
I haven't mentioned it yet, but the Tinker Man wasn't able to tinker. His fingers are twitching the whole time.
It's horrible because you're buying a player and you think you've got to be playing this player and you're not playing it, or you're playing a formation that you think don't play that formation, don't think, and you got nothing to do with it. You just look at the squad that you've got, you look at the formation that he's playing, and you just buy what you think is good enough, and then you're going to sit back for the rest of the season and cry.
Yeah, that's it. Give it a go yourself and let me know how you get on. It's a really hard challenge, and let me know, of course, if you have any ideas that you'd like for us to do. But why not check out this video right here, because Dad was director of football for me once while I was doing the tactics at Chelsea, and that was also a fun one. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure you are subscribed, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. The first versus rebuild of FM24 had to be with myself in charge of Manchester United, and my dad, of course, as the manager of Spurs. So sit back and enjoy, because we are starting FM24 off with a bang. Unbelievable.
This could be my best ever sign on an FM, and I got him for free.
Welcome back. It's another versus rebuild.
We're back, the big ones.
Manchester United versus Spurs.
Well, this is a big one for us, isn't it? But we got some really big ones planned as well, haven't we? But for
yes.
us, this is the big one. This is the one everybody's been asking for.
Absolutely.
So it's your first one we're going to do for you.
For sure. Let's look then, Dad, at your transfers at the start of this season.
Yeah.
You sold Oliver Skip for £20 million.
Yeah.
And Perisic as well on a loan deal with an optional future fee.
I was always going to get rid of him. He's getting to that age, right? You know what I'm like. Get close to 30 or 30 above, away you go.
Yeah.
Oliver Skip, he's one of those players I just don't like. You know, in the team. So
you cashed in because you seen money. Let's be fair, because you wanted to sign 2 players, and you got the first one in, Romagnoli.
I wanted to strengthen my defence up, so this was the guy I got in. I was quite happy with this boy. And the other position I had to strengthen up, I think my mate Harry going.
Yeah.
I had to strengthen my attack up.
Yeah.
In real life, we've got Song doing it for us, but on this computer, I don't know. On this game profile, I don't know whether he would, and we know Richarlison is not doing it.
No.
So I had to get a good striker in.
He signed Brennan Johnson for 47.5.
Yeah, I just don't know about him. I just don't.
He's not that good on the game, though.
On the game, he doesn't look that good, does he? So
you signed Gabigol.
Well, I had to go out there. It's too early in the game for me to have a list going at the moment, and I'm still struggling to get my head around the game itself. So to have another list going as well, I just went with the old faithful, looked him up, he was available, bang, got him.
So next season will be Kepa. The season after that will be Frank Kessie, and Antonio Silva is going to be there somewhere. We all know it, right? So those are the 2 signings.
I couldn't
that you
afford
made.
him this season.
Tactics then. Let's look at your tactics. What you're rocking with this first season.
Yeah, Madison in that main position right in the middle there, and playing off that really. I've got a good back 4, a good centre midfield, so the strong part is there, and then I'm just going to go for wingers. I know I got the wingers, and then I've got the striker to go there.
Okay, so if you picked best 11, it looks like that. So the reason why we had Madison in there was because for some reason Madison's used as a ball-winning midfielder, which makes no sense whatsoever.
No, we didn't do it. We couldn't work out what that could be. Song's the guy I got out from the wings, that's why I got rid of Perisic. So I think the team talks for itself there. I'm quite happy with this team.
Yeah, even though one of the players in there is currently at my club, Reguilon. But that's fine. You've got Udogie, etc. He's been really good for you.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at my transfers then before we have a look at how you've been getting on. Because I actually I didn't think I was going to, but I had a busy window because Saudi Arabia. They came in for Rafa Varane for 41 to 49 million, and he's 30 years
a
old.
30-year-old.
And I thought, yeah, I'm going to accept that.
See, the new game hasn't changed, is it?
No. So I accepted that. Goodbye, Varane, who probably has quite a lot of injury problems by the looks of it. One of his biggest cons there, injury problems. So instead, I brought in Ousmane Diomande, 19 years of age. He's not quite there yet, but this one, he could be a monster. He has 5-star potential ability. He doesn't have any injury proneness. I think it's a really good signing for 48.5 million. It's a lot of money, but it could be worth it. And he actually starts off in my team. If I go tactics, I am rocking a 4-2-3-1 with a DM instead of the two in the centre mid, or 2 DMs. I think it works quite well. Højlund up front, because they don't put Højlund up there. If I do quick pick best 11, that goes Anthony Martial. And Martial, I don't really like in that role, so I've moved it.
I think the problem as well is because it's really new, the game knew he was injured.
Yeah.
So I mean, and he was injured at the beginning of the
season.
Yeah,
Højlund was, that's true.
So that's probably why it hasn't put him in yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I've also loaned out Harry Maguire, so as you can see, he is here, but he won't be actually here. It's Diomande. So there we go. If I'm using that inverted fullback role, I'm using the wing back 4 in behind the Rashford. I'm quite happy with that. Sancho over Anthony, I'm like, I don't really care as long as one of them plays. Like, that's,
as long as he
that's
can look and
absolutely
say,
fine.
sorry, boss.
If he says sorry, then he's more
He's
than
in.
welcome back in the team. But there we go. Okay, so let's have a look at schedule-wise, what I have done so far. It's been a good start to the season. We have played 3 games each. I drew my first game of the season, so I said it's a good start. For Manchester United, that's actually quite good, to be fair. Unbeaten in 3. That doesn't happen very often. It was a 2-2 draw against Everton with Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford. Then it was 4-0 against Crystal Palace. I will take that all day long.
Yeah.
Started off well with Rashford. Garnacho even started a game and got a goal. Mason Mount even scored his first goal. And then the Spurs left-back Reguilon scored the only goal against Nottingham Forest. Absolutely buzzing with that one. Thank you very much. We've only had one ever rebuild where a player's played for both clubs. So if he goes back, because I don't have a buy option in there, and you ain't going to accept any bids that I send your way unless it's silly money, and I ain't going to pay silly money. So I'd imagine after this loan deal...
I don't know. I don't like him.
Would you accept? Yeah, but if I went, all right, 10 million, you're not going to go, yeah, right.
No.
If I think it makes my side better.
Yeah.
Champions League fixtures. I'm in the Champions League. That, of course, isn't this season because of how bad Spurs were last year. Lens, Salzburg, Bayern Munich. So it's got Bayern Munich right.
Yeah.
Considering. Funny how many times that happens, really. Okay, Dad, though, your schedule. Let's have a look at how you've been getting on at the start of the season. You've also been playing quite well. You've actually played a couple of more games than me. I beat Palace 4-0. Dad loses 3-1.
Yeah.
But I also drew against Forest, but you beat them 4-0. So
No, you drew against Everton.
Yeah, I drew against Everton.
You beat Forest 1-0.
Yeah, I beat Forest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sergio Reguilon.
I'll take the result against Chelsea 0-0.
Yeah.
So away. And after that, I was quite happy. But that's the two teams that just come up. So I expected to win those games. And I won them comfortably.
firing as well.
Yeah, and I won them comfortably as well. So I was quite happy up to that stage.
Yeah.
I hope it's not an omen, because as we're talking now, which is a Wednesday, Spurs are playing Crystal Palace on Friday night, aren't they?
Yeah.
To keep their unbeaten record going.
Well, this is obviously going to come out a week and a half after, so you'd have already known.
Yeah, already know. So I hope this is not an omen that we're going to lose. So I'm not happy, but I'm all right. I'm there.
There's things we need to discuss before we go ahead, though, because we have changed the points system.
We've listened to you all. We've sat down for a good half an hour, haven't we? To work this out. And this is what we've come up with, but this is going to be in for the whole year.
Yeah.
So we can't change it again.
No complaints,
To be
please.
fair, it's from now until the new game comes out again next year.
Yeah.
So that's
this is what we're rocking with. Some things are still staying the same, though. You still get 1 point if we beat each other throughout the season in any competition that is competitive. You also get 1 point if you still finish above each other in the league. However, we now get a point if we knock each other out of a cup. That can be domestic or European. You get another point on top. That doesn't count, though, if you beat them in the final, because that is not knocking them out of the cup. That's just beating them in the final, and you already get your points reward. Speaking of, if it's a domestic cup final that you beat them in, or just win in general, you get 3 points now instead of what it was last year, which was 2 points. It's now 4 points, though, if you win the domestic league, 5 points if you win Europa or Europa Conference League, and it's now 7 points if you win the Champions League, the big prize.
Sounds good then.
First season, let's simulate it and see who takes the early advantage. First season, yes!
A point.
That's
bloody
the first point. 70-40 or 73. And you lost less games than me.
I'm going to say I drew too many games. That's what my problem was, wasn't it?
Drew 10 games. We are some way off Man City and Liverpool, by the way. 96
long
and
way.
94. 20 points behind them.
I had a good run into the end of the season. You didn't, so I was catching you all the time, man.
Absolutely. Let's look at the profile of that then. So, Gabby Barbosa, 25 goals, Dad.
That's what I got him for.
Udogie and Bruno Fernandes both had 16 assists. Andre Onana had 13 clean sheets. Marcus Rashford had 7 man of the matches. Games against each other, though. I've lost 8. You've lost 7. Haven't lost against you. No.
Ooh.
So we drew against each other twice.
Oh, that makes it interesting then.
So it stays as it stands.
Ooh.
Just 1 point. 1 point in it.
Oh, here we go. The Cup King will be in now.
Cup King, here we go. I want to have a look at past positions first to see whether we overtook each other or not. No, by the looks of it, right after that.
Oh, you were. Well, I'll give it to you,
I
mate.
stayed
You
very
were consistent.
Yeah.
I was up and down.
I was pretty much in a league of my own for ages, because I
Yeah.
probably wasn't catching Liverpool or City. Okay, we're on Manchester United. The Cup King is back, United fans. Come on, FA Cup or something. Oh, runners up. Runners up of the FA
you started
Cup.
losing cups then. Oh, big against me. Come on.
No, Man City.
Oh,
my God. Oh, I could have knocked him out, though. I could have knocked him out. Which you didn't do to me because I was eliminated in the Carabao Cup by Leeds.
Yeah.
All right. Round of 16 in the Champions League. I'm curious to see how I got on in the Champions League group stage. I was finished second to... Oh, that's really annoying. Beat him on goal difference, look.
Yeah.
But it's not done by goal difference anymore. Okay. Fair enough. What about Dad? We know he hasn't won the FA Cup. Could he have won the Carabao Cup?
Come on.
No. Leeds also knocked you out.
Oh, right. I got to the quarterfinal. Oh, no, well, you got to the final of the FA Cup, didn't you?
Oh, that makes it quite funny at the start of the season then. So, Barbosa, 30 goals for you,
I'm
Dad.
happy with that.
Kulizeski got 18, 10 assists.
Yeah.
Son
Happy with
did
that.
all right.
Son, yeah, he was doing what I wanted him to do. Madison as well at 10 goals.
Yeah, 10
I'm
goals,
up for
11
that.
assists.
Because then when you look at him in here, this game, he's not that good, is he?
No, they kind of underrated him a little bit, I think.
I think that's where you got to balance it now.
now.
For what I've seen in my head while I'm watching him this season so far, he's been outstanding.
Yeah.
But on the game, he's not. So they're not quite. I mean, he went down with a relegated side, didn't he? So
Yes, yeah.
I got to accept that, really, don't I?
Transfer budget wise, you've got £52 million, but you've got a minus wage budget.
Oh.
So you're going to be messing around with that a little
Yeah.
bit. My squad wise, I had 28 goals from Rashford, only 26 from Højlund. So Rashford scored more goals, 13 assists from him as well, 18 and 26 from Bruno Fernandes. That's outstanding.
Yeah.
So I love that from Bruno. 15 assists from Mason Mount, who looks like he actually had a good season too. My transfer budget, £58 million, but I got a positive wage budget, so I've probably got a little bit more money than you. So that's not too bad. But the total points, well, the season points is as follows. It's Omega Luke 1, Omega Dad 0, which means that is also
I'll take that for
the
a season.
total points.
I'll take that for a season. I must admit, from how I struggled around this game, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm still in it. Put it that way.
Still in it, season 1. I'm still in it. Season 1, no shame whatsoever. Let's go on to the second season and see who we bring in. I don't believe it, viewers. Dad sold Heung-min Son.
When I'm getting ready to play this game, I thought, this is one player I'm not going to sell. He's my captain now. I'm going to keep this guy. And then this money come in and I'm looking at it. 32 years of age. They offered me 67 million up front, up to 72 million. I thought, he's 31, 32. I've got to take it. And I took it. I'm sorry, Song, but unfortunately, mate, you had to go.
He's watching this going, what?
Yeah.
The whole of South Korea's just switched off. They're fuming with you.
I hope I don't regret it. But you know what I'm like when a player gets to 30 plus, he's on his way out. And when you're being offered silly money like that, I just couldn't afford not to say it, to sell him. So
You could have.
no, I couldn't. He had to go.
All right, fair enough.
But I knew I had to get someone in to replace him. So hopefully I've got the person I want.
Okay, well, the rest of the transfer window, also you sold loads of players because he also got rid of his goalkeeper, guys. Vicario, gone.
I wasn't happy with him.
33
I must
million.
admit, I wasn't. I was looking at some of the results and I was drew a lot of games and I thought, I'm conceding goals. Why am I conceding goals? I've got a good defence. No, I'm going to get rid of my keeper, so I got rid of him.
33 million.
And I was
Made a
forced
profit.
I was forced into it as well because I was trying to get rid of Lloris and he would just not go, would he?
No.
The other keeper retired, didn't he?
Foster
Retired. So I was trying to get rid of both of them and I couldn't. So I got rid of him instead.
rid of
and I thought
Vicario
I'll just get
instead.
another keeper in. So
Reguilon left, so another player who won't be playing for both clubs, but he didn't go to me. He also went to Saudi Arabia,
Yeah.
as did Emerson Royale,
Yeah, I was pleased to see
as
him go.
did Richarlison.
I was always going to get rid of him.
So you sold £200 million
Yeah.
worth of players there.
Yeah.
Not
I
to
just
mention
generated
Brendan Johnson, £15 million at West Ham.
I mean, as you see in the game, he wasn't that good, so there's no point in keeping him in the squad, is it? As much as I think it's a good signing for Spurs, young talent coming through on the game for my 4 seasons left, he's not going to do me any job. So
Manor Solomon also left for £17 million, but that led you to have like £300 million worth.
Here we go then.
And you started. The names are coming back again. Remember Dad's favourites?
Well,
Tony.
I wanted an assistant striker, so just in case I had an injuries up there, so I got this guy in. He's finished his ban. He can come across now then. I must admit, I did say to you at the beginning of the season, as in real game, I thought Spurs should have went for him before the season started.
Yeah.
And he even took him, even though he's banned for half a year. But obviously, there's still speculation that we're going to buy him in January. So
well, so is Arsenal though. That's
yeah.
the other thing. So
yeah, I've got him. I made sure I got him before Arsenal did.
Yep.
Then it starts getting interesting.
Yeah. Then you get rid of it.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to go. There's another 2 names that he usually gets.
Yeah, of course I
Let's
do.
start with a goalkeeper, shall we?
There's my guy. He was a first.
Bashfully.
I mean, come on, look at it. He is a better keeper, isn't he? So
He is a better
I got him in.
He's a lot of money though, £55 million.
I knew what I wanted.
Compared to last year when you could pick him up a lot cheaper.
I knew what I wanted. I started you straight away tonight. The Valencia keeper, I want him, and we got him.
When we were in Mallorca a couple of weeks ago, you was like, "Oi, Georgie, do you want to come to Spurs?"
Don't you worry, mate. Give me a couple of weeks. I'll get home and get myself settled. I'll be giving you a ring.
Just in case you didn't know, we watched Mallorca versus Valencia, and we were right behind the stand when Mark Bashfully was there. And Dad was like, "That's my favourite goalkeeper." Then Antonio Silva.
Here's my boy. I told you I was going to come and get you.
Now the
I can
story
afford
about
him now.
this, the story about this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were waiting to raise funds to buy Antonio Silva.
Yeah.
I was currently looking for a centre back.
I know.
I was
sick.
going, Antonio Silva's there, and you're going, don't, because you know I'm just waiting for the money to come in. You know it. And I thought, shall I be mean? But I didn't. I let you have him in a way.
He's my lad, isn't he?
So you
only
signed
20
Antonio
years
Silva.
of age. Look at him. Like, he's good. I do like this guy.
Starting off with 88 to 98 million pound in Florian Wirtz.
Well, this was my signing after Song went. I knew I had to go out and get someone to replace him. This guy ticked all the boxes for that, and I was quite happy with it. I paid a lot of money for him.
Yeah.
But as you can see from what you can see on the screen there, I'm quite happy with this. I think he could do me a job.
Yeah, you can also play on the left.
Mate, he's only 21.
Yeah.
Come on. So I've got rid of a 31-year-old for a 21-year-old, and I've got that. So I'm happy with this.
All right, fair enough. Okay, £88 million from Bayer Leverkusen. They made a big profit on him, considering, and it's only one big season that he's had in the first team.
Yeah.
Then finally, Coop Miners.
Yep, strengthen my midfield up a bit more.
Very well rounded.
I'm quite happy with this buy.
I think when you signed him, it was a case of like, if I'm going to buy somebody from midfield, I need somebody who's better than everyone that I've got, and this was the man that we found.
I must admit, at the end, I sort of struggling to better what I had, didn't I? Because I looked at a couple of defenders as well, didn't I? But I just want to improve on what I had.
You changed tactic?
Yeah.
Of course he has.
Obviously.
He would have changed it if he won the league, everybody was saying.
I silly if I didn't, did I? So I do like playing 3 centre-backs. And I think I've got 3 good centre-backs in the team as well. So strengthen the midfield up a bit more so I can go more players in midfield. But attacking midfield, I think, and then I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason, obviously, you signed Florian Wirtz, and Son was more of a winger.
Yeah.
Wirtz is more of a centre attacking midfielder. You'd already changed the tactic when we went to sign. When you were looking for a centre attacking midfielder. So
I knew I was going to do this tactic already.
Yeah. So at that stage, you went for a centre attacking midfielder, which was Wirtz. I think you mentioned swapping.
I was trying to swap them over,
but it doesn't matter too much really. It might just be the player roles that Kulusevski suits more of an advanced playmaker. But yeah, you've changed it. Coop Miners goes straight in there in that DM role on defence. Basuma box to box. I think you were quite happy with that, really.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Let's have a look what I've done then, because I've also had a bit of a busy window. Let's take a look. I sold £56 million worth of players, including Jadon Sancho to Bayern Munich for £32 million. Just like real life, he was kicking off because he wasn't playing much. He didn't apologise. I sold him. He's gone. The other player I sold, you're not going to believe it.
Your leading goal scorer.
Scotty McTominay. Gone. Brentford came in. I sold Scott McTominay. I think everybody's happy, if I'm honest. 68 million. Was there any other transfers? I think Harry Maguire might have gone now. Or is he still? He's still there. He's still here. Okay, he had a loan to buy to Real Sociedad. He just decided not to go.
He's United through and through, mate. He wants to stay.
It was Malacia that I got rid of. I knew I got rid of another player there. So, okay. For the players I brought in, though, I knew I needed a better left back. And when the Malacia bid came in, Theo Hernandez for £57 million release clause is an unbelievable buy.
100%. When I seen you get this player, Gutted.
Yeah, he's very good. 57 million from AC Milan. He got 5 assists last season. He's played 3 games for me so far. I did the Sofian Amrabat deal straight away. £17 million to keep him at the club. It was the buy clause that they've got in the contract. I think as a squad midfielder, fringed player, I think
You
he's
do
brilliant
like
for
this
that.
player, don't you?
Yeah, I really like him in real life, to be fair. So I'm happy to bring him in as a permanent deal. I think when it was like a Jadon Sancho, I think Rooney Bargi could be better than Antony. I'm going to buy him. And I think I'm going to nail him in the position to play every single game.
To be honest, that's good for an 18-year-old as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah. If they played him against Man United for Copenhagen in the Champions League, we would have stood no chance.
No.
Because it was a tight game as it was.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
£9.25 million release clause, 1 goal, 3 assists so far. Great average
9
rating.
million release clause. Just give him to you, really, didn't they?
Yeah, steal. Then, instead of going for Antonio Silva, I went for Inácio. So we've completely raided Portugal of all the good centre-backs already. They're all gone. Gonçalo Inácio has joined, which is a good signing, I think, again. I don't think he actually gets in because Diamonde... I've signed 2 Sporting centre-backs the last 2 seasons, but it's almost like if you're a good player for Sporting, you always end up going to Man United.
Yeah.
It's happened way too often now. So my tactic, I'm going exactly the same, but with Rooney Bargi playing on the right-hand side, nailed in. Because else, if I do quick pick best 11, you'll see Antony goes in there. And I think Antony is not going to be as good as what Rooney Bargi will be in a few years' time. So that's the reason why I've made that decision.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at my schedule so far. I've drew a couple of games, but one of them was against Liverpool, the first game of the season. Absolutely.
Yeah, take that.
And then the other one was against Brentford, which is not as good, but I was down to 10 men. Teo Hernandez got sent off and gave away a penalty. Fortunately, we saved it, though.
Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes came in.
So you got to take that as a point gain then, really,
yeah.
I think.
Nottingham Forest away. I drew against them last time. This time I beat them. Rashford, Højlund and Rooney Bargi got a goal. And then Wolves 4-0, Højlund with 2 in that one. So that's really good. Good start for me. Champions League fixtures. Let's take a look at my Champions League fixtures. I've got Napoli, Dortmund, PSV. Yeah, that's not bad. I should be going through quite comfortably there, I think.
It's good to finish off in 2 home games because we always say it, but I always say it. Win your home games, you'll go through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at your schedule then. How have you been doing so far? It's been alright, but you've lost that 1 game again.
Yeah.
Draw against Palace to start things off, 94th
can't
minute.
beat Palace, can I?
James Madison's been doing exceptionally well. He scored in 3 games here in a row. 4-1 against West Bromwich Albion, who got promoted.
Your great-granddad, my granddad nearly played for them before the water thing, you know?
He did.
Yeah.
2-0 against Fulham, Madison and Van der Ven.
Take that, yeah.
And then, of course, you lost.
Disappointed with that.
But Dad, you're also joining me in the Champions League this season. Your fixtures: Feyenoord, Freiburg, Milan, Man City. You've got the English team there. Benfica, Lons.
Benfica.
2 difficult ones at the end, though.
Yeah, that's a bit...
Juventus and Real Madrid.
So I've got to do the work before that. So take away the Man City game. I've got to try and make sure I win those rest of the games before that, and
Yeah.
So I've got Man City at home, mind you.
He fancies it.
I'm going to be disappointed if I don't qualify. I've made my team stronger. I've got a good tactic, which I'm quite confident with.
All right, okay.
Taking away those 2 games at the bottom, I'll be disappointed if I don't beat Juventus at home as well.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, scores are 1-0 right now. What are they going to be after season number 2? Let's simulate it. Season number 2.
Oh, no.
I mean, we're worse off because we finish a lot lower.
I'm a mile behind.
Yeah, 54
Absolute
points,
mile.
76 there, Dad. That's not good at all.
23 points behind you, 22 points behind you.
Yeah, very bad end of the season there for you as well, dropping a lot of points. I had a good end of the season. I was only 3 points off the top 4. It says Europa League, but I think I might still get in the Champions League just for the simple fact that there's now more qualification because of the new system that comes in.
Yeah.
And then you might actually get Europa Conference League. You might do.
Yeah.
But Europa League, Crystal Palace, which means Palace has probably won a cup, which might have stopped our winning cups.
I'm disappointed mainly there. My goal difference is +5, look.
Oh my God, yeah, that's awful. I didn't see that. Mine's plus 44.
Brentford have finished above me. They're 0. Take that apart. After that, that's 44, 27. You know, I'm way out of that.
You drew way too many games again. 12
Again.
draws. I lost 8 games. Let's hope one of them's not against Dad. Oh, it is. Lost both against Man City as well. Okay, so that's 1 point for you. 1 point for me for finishing higher. Do I get another point for beating you, though? Yeah. 4-0. At Old Trafford. Okay, 2-1 as it stands there. We are on Manchester United. Come on, I need a cup then. I need a cup. Let's put a gap between us. Yes! Carabao Cup.
The Cup King kicks in. So
Let's
you got a
go.
final of the FA Cup last season, and now you've won the Carabao Cup this season.
Yeah.
I can't keep you away from those bloody cups, can I?
Champions League was knocked out by Eintracht Frankfurt. Some would say. Isn't that your favourite club?
I think it is, isn't it?
I'll let him go through. Who did I beat in the Carabao Cup final, though?
Oh, no, don't be me.
Great if it's you. It is!
So I had my chance of winning a cup off you then.
No! Yes. That just means it's another point. It's not another point for knocking him out. It's just 1 point plus the 3 points for winning the cup. Oh, that's beautiful.
Just 4 points, really, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
I don't want to get to the final. Oh no!
I want to see what the game turned out to be like. Mason Mount opened the score. No, you opened. Barbosa opened the score within 2 minutes. Mason Mount made it 1-1 within 4 minutes. Casemiro on the 46th. Hoyland in the 57th.
I had a bad injury as well in the 19th minute.
Hoot Miner's got himself injured. Had to be taken off. Come on.
So what was it? I was better than you on the tactic. On the going forward and all that. 40. I was pressuring you a lot.
50-50.
Possession.
Yeah,
It was a
ball
close
clear
game.
cut.
It was a close game, wasn't it?
Yeah, close 3-1 game. Good start for Omega Luke. Let's have a look at Dad and how you did in the rest of the competitions. No. 5th round, of course, by Palace, who, by the looks of it, went on and won. Yeah, they beat Liverpool in the final. Well played, Palace.
Yeah.
Quarter-final of the Champions League, down by PSG. So you did qualify.
Oh, yeah.
You did qualify.
Oh, well, look at my results for that. Did
I finished in 12th. You finished in 17th there. So you won 4.
I beat Juventus at home.
Yeah.
I beat Man City at home.
You beat Man City and Freiburg. You lost to some of your former clubs. Real Madrid, Benfica and Feyenoord.
So the only home game I lost was Feyenoord. I think that was my first home game as well.
Yeah, and then away lost to AC Milan there. I won 5 games, beat Marseille, Roma, PSV. I don't know who that club is. Donetsk.
Yeah.
And then Napoli. I drew against Porto. And then I beat Ferencvárosi and Dortmund. Okay, not bad. In the knockout playoff round, you knocked out Rennes. I knocked out Freiburg. Nice. And in the round of 16, that's where I lost to Frankfurt. You beat Arsenal.
Get in. I knocked Arsenal out of the Champions League. Get in.
That is good.
That's worth a point to me.
Doesn't count. That's not how the point system works. You know, because if I had
tell you
beat
what.
Frankfurt, I would have been like, another point.
This is too early in the game to be celebrating that, really. I shouldn't have celebrated that because I bet you I'll get bitten on the ass with Arsenal now.
100%. They're going to beat you in some kind of final, aren't they? And then 6-1 on aggregate, Dad. You got absolutely tonked by PSG. Okay, and the goals. Oh, that's... I thought we had to scroll up because I want an up. Yeah, that's poor. You are not scoring goals with this tactic at all.
But it showed that with my goal difference being 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what's cost you
I'm
big
disappointed
time this
there.
season.
Yeah.
To rectify it, you got £18 million.
Oh, hello.
That's not bad at all. Good wage budget as well.
I'm happy with that.
My goals, 23. I'm happy with that because there's a lot that scored loads.
Yeah.
So I'm not relying on one player. Hoyland with 23. Bruno Fernandes and Rashford with 18, but with high assist tallies as well. Mason Mount, 16 goals and 12 assists.
Good, yeah.
Garnacho getting involved now. It's good to see him. 20 years of age. He's grown into a lovely little player.
He's going to be a player, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Hopefully so in real life too. And Rooney Baji, 9 goals, 15 assists. I like that. Definitely. £80 million for me too.
Well, for the same then, yeah.
That's good.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Okay, time to rally up the points then. The season points is as follows. Omega Luke has 6 points. Omega Dad has just 1 point, which makes the total points Omega Luke 7, Omega Dad 1. There's a gap already.
I'm still in it. I'm still in it.
Well, the thing is with this new point system, what
Yeah.
we think is you're going to create gaps like this,
Yeah.
but it's going to be easier to do it. And the reason why we've done it, because I didn't really explain the reason why we did change the points, was people were saying it's harsh that maybe if you win the league or finish above them in the league, but you lose against them, that cancels each other out.
Yeah.
So just that 1 point to beat each other, but now it's 4 points if you win the league, is a bigger gap.
Yeah.
Which helps open up, obviously, rewarding actually winning something rather than just the one match. Which I agree with.
So I've only got to win the league next season and I'm right back in it again.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Won't happen. But, and then also, if you play each other in like the Champions League where one of you gets a win each, but the other one goes through because of an aggregate score, then it's more fair because if you knock them out, you also get that point.
Yeah.
Which, again, we agree with, and that's the reason why we're doing this new points tally. So give us a few weeks, and I think this will be definitely the way to go. But currently, the scores are 7-1. Let's have a look at season number 3. Dad, Ivan Toney didn't last long, did he?
No, he didn't, no. He didn't do it for me, so.
1 season and he's gone.
I looked at it and I thought, well, you didn't do it for me, lad, you're off.
£31 million. You made a loss,
took a loss
of
on him as
roughly
well, yeah.
15 million. He
Yeah.
played
I was-
18 games and didn't score a goal for you in the league.
I looked at that and I thought, well, lad, I'm sorry, you're not doing it for me, and I need the money, so you're gone.
He
So,
only scored 5 goals for you in cup competitions
Yeah.
and 1 in the Champions League.
Yeah.
And that was it. So he's gone. £31 million.
I don't mess, mate. I'm telling you, I'm ruthless.
Well, he wasn't the only departure either from
No.
your first team, because Christian Romero left.
Yeah.
Controversial one, possibly.
It is a little bit. I was offered good money for him, so I thought I'd take it.
£47 million.
I had in my mind that I wanted to buy a certain couple of players in certain positions, and I knew I needed a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I put up a few players for sale. He was one of them I was quite willing to lose. I got good money for him, 47 million. I'm
Yeah,
quite happy with that.
Not bad.
Yeah.
The rest of the the rest of the players that you sold amounted to 46 million, because
Yeah.
Tanguy and Dembele, who's been out on loan the last couple of years,
Yeah.
went for 33 million. So that's really good, to be
Yeah.
fair. And there was a couple who went to this side here for a little bit, just bumped up your transfer budget slightly. You kicked things off with a big striker signing,
Yeah.
Gonzalo Ramos.
Hence why I sold him.
Ivan Toney.
Ivan Toney.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't disappointed with the amount of goals I'm scoring. I went for another favourite of ours. I knew this guy can do it for me. I got him in. So I was quite happy with this. I thought it was a good price to buy from as well.
£47 million.
Yeah.
He didn't play that much at all for PSG last season.
Got one
so-
already with 3 assists.
Yeah,
So
very good start for
I'm
him.
happy with that.
Then you upgraded your goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Because, just signing one Malmadashvili goalkeeper is not good enough. He needed to buy another good goalkeeper.
Well, I was looking at it and thinking, if I get an injury, my reserve keeper wasn't that good. Because I think Lloris retired now.
Yeah.
So I
You had
didn't-
Alfie Whiteman as a backup.
So I needed a reserve keeper. I'll be honest with you, I had quite a bit of money when it came to buying the reserve keeper, and I thought, so do I just go for a really good keeper, and then I've got my other goalkeeper as a reserve keeper, or do I just go for an average reserve keeper? So I thought, no, I'm going to go for I wanted to tighten up a bit more. I'm conceding goals. So I thought, I'll go for the best one I can get. There's another guy that we goes for.
Diogo Costa.
Another one that, I mean, you like this keeper as well, didn't you? You've
Yeah, I
signed him
did.
before a few times. So I thought, no, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for a really good keeper. So that's what I've done. Spent a lot of money on him, but this is it for keepers. I'm leaving my keepers alone now.
What is with North London and signing 2 first-team goalkeepers, eh? 2 number ones.
Yeah.
What is happening? They're not the only signings, though, because you spent another £106 million. Now, this guy is already an agreed transfer that Spurs have made in real life. He
Yeah.
just needs to turn 18, which he has now done. Good backup centre-back, to be
Yeah.
fair. But the rest of it, these are good, Dad. I'll give you that.
Yeah. When
Ansu Fati.
When Brighton signed him on loan, it was big headlines. Innit?
Yeah, because he's decent.
Yeah, I don't want him on loan, man. I've got him in. He's
Yeah,
mine.
brought him in.
He's at the
52
stadium. Yeah,
million pound.
52 million. I'm really
He
pleased
did
with
it
this.
right in the Premier League as well, like
Yeah.
7 goals, 5
Yeah.
assists.
He's got 1 goal for me in 3 games already.
Yeah,
So I'm
just-
happy with that. I'm
so just not
chuffed a
using
bit
it.
to get this player, I must admit. As
Yeah,
soon as I seen
good
he was
signing.
available at that price, I jumped at it. Didn't I?
Yeah,
As soon
you
as I
did.
seen who it was, I'm having them.
And then finally you got Erkin Kirky, and I think it
Yeah.
was more of a case you had money to spend.
Yeah, I think this was. It's not a spend that I didn't want to do.
He's a quality player.
It's a good squad player for me.
Yeah, that's true. He's a
Hello?
cracking player, yeah. Who had about 40 minutes.
He's a good player, so I was quite happy with this. With the money I'd left over, I was looking for a midfield player just to strengthen my midfield up again.
Yeah.
This is the lad that can do
Frank
it.
Kessie cost too much, so you brought in Erkin Kirky.
Yeah, he
instead.
did, didn't he? I did look for him, didn't I?
You did. He did.
It was his wages, though, wasn't
Yeah,
it? He wanted
yeah.
so much in wages. I just couldn't.
Because Frank Kessie cost that much, and then Frank Kessie was also very...
Yeah, one was dear,
Both of them.
one was his wages, and I thought, I can't afford both of you.
New people in the channel would be like, what?
Yeah.
Dad had him wrote down on the list twice. It
Yeah.
was hilarious. Okay, so let's have a look then at how your tactic has changed, because you said you were
Yeah.
going to change tactic.
I'm conceding too many goals, so I went for a different
You're not
tactic.
scoring any. That was your trouble.
Well, I was doing both, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I wanted to tighten my defence up, so I've gone for a defensive midfielder in there now.
Yeah.
And put him in front of my back 4. And I've got a better midfielder, I think, now. And I've got a better striker, so I think I've just strengthened the side up by changing the tactic and the players that come into those positions. I'm quite happy with this. You look at my back 4, and I've got the new goalkeeper in as well. That's hell of a defence.
Yeah, it's good. It is good.
And going forward, I've got Ramos now, mate.
Gonzalo Ramos.
He's going to bang him in for me now.
But what did I do? Let's take a look. Because I had a great season again, I think. £43 million. I did sell Casemiro for £43 million at age 33.
It's a bark.
And I had already brought in his replacement
like that,
anyway. Yeah. I already bought in a replacement for when I was ready to kind of stop using Casemiro. I wasn't planning on doing it this season, but then they came in for a lot of mine, and I thought, I've already got his replacement, so I'm happy to let him go. Now, his replacement is not any of these, although one of them could have been. It's this man, Warren Zaire Emery. I had him on my shortlist the season before, and I made sure he was my first signing. I got done on day dot. 19 years old. £67 million. He only played 10 games last year. He is going to be my starting centre defensive midfielder for me. I think he's class.
A lot of money for a young player, isn't it? Yeah, so
it is. Then let's take a look at the rest of the signings that I made. I think I sold a couple of players as well. Dalot was one that I sold. £33 million I sold Dalot for to Chelsea, but I did bring in a replacement, which I am quite happy with, in Michael Coyote for £38 million. So he's 21, Italian. I think he's better than Dalot. The physicals are amazing. He's better than Wan-Bissaka because although Wan-Bissaka is probably better at tackling, this guy's better going forward. So he's going to be my starting right back, £38 million. Buzzing with that one. Really good. Then the rest of the signings, a free transfer down on a Gallo, just gives me a good squad option for centre-back because I believe one of mine had left. And then we got Evan Ferguson as a backup striker.
Good player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks good. I mean, how old is he there? 20. He looks good, doesn't he?
He hasn't
For a
developed
20-year-old.
much, but I'm okay with it. They have played him quite a lot. He just hasn't scored much, but £38 million for Evan Ferguson. That's cheap, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Definitely one of them ones I'm going to put on my list for that, Whitney.
And then Quentin Timber, £39 million from Feyenoord.
I was watching you in and Hammond trying to buy this player, and I still had money in my kitty, and I was like, if you don't buy him, I think I will.
Good. Of course, we used him when we did the Feyenoord one. He was
Yeah.
fantastic for you then, so I'm really happy with this one. Tactically, I've changed it too. I've gone for a wing-back on defence now because I've got Coyote. I've also changed the midfield slightly. I've moved it so I originally had two defensive midfielders and push one up so I can still keep the Volante on attack.
Yeah.
On support, sorry. It's a little sneaky thing you can do. The box-to-box midfielder is there. That's going to be like my Mason Mount. Of course, shadow striker now instead of the advanced playmaker or the advanced midfielder. And we got a pressing forward. Let's take a look at my best 11. Højlund still stays up top. Fernandes, Rashford, Garnacho goes on the right, but I think it's going to be chopping and changing with Rooney Badji, who was just unbelievable last season for us. Mason Mount, Zaire Emery, and our back four is as it was before, but with Coyote coming in at right back. But schedule-wise, Dad, there's a Spurs win. 6-2. 6 against Spurs. I'm going to tighten up my defence.
I don't believe that.
I'm conceding way too many goals.
That's disgraceful.
Oh, brilliant. I'm yet to drop any games
They
either.
don't deserve to wear the shirt.
3-0 against Bournemouth kicked things off for my season. 2-0 against Leeds, which is always a very tight game and very much a back and forth derby. And then it was 6-2 against the Spurs. And I even had to score one of them for you. Lissandro felt sorry for you on the 67th minute when you were 4-1 down and gave you a goal.
But I'd be doing so well with this tactic, you know, in this players I brought in there.
Well, you've got a chance of redemption because we are also drew against each other in the EFL Cup third round.
Ooh.
So the chance to knock each other out, which of course is now 2 points, will come into tact in that game now.
Yeah, and not only that, it gives me a chance of winning the cup, and you got no chance in it if I beat you though.
Yeah.
But then if you beat me, it's the same way, isn't it?
That's how cup competitions works.
No, come on.
Okay, so my Champions League fixtures are in Fenerbahce, Eintracht Frankfurt again. That's a chance for me to get revenge after knocking me out. Real Madrid, PSV, Roma, Leipzig.
You got an easy finish, haven't you?
Easy finish. Should be able to get through, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and you'd be disappointed if you don't. I must
Yeah.
admit.
Let's have a look, Dad. How have you done? Obviously, we know you've lost against me, but the rest of it...
Look how I was doing before that.
Yeah. You won a lot of Europa Conference League games. 10-0, 4-1,
Look at the goals I was scoring.
8-0, 4-2. You like playing against the teams that are just newly promoted as well. 5-0 against Cardiff, who had just come up. You beat Everton 4-1 in the league.
After seeing that, I'm disappointed.
Spanked.
I am disappointed, but then looking at that, you're the first major team I've played in there, and I got spanked.
You got absolutely done in.
Yeah.
Chinger 6-2. Lovely stuff. Let's have a look at
You're
your
loving
Champions
it,
League
yeah.
games. Oh, that's great. Oh, you're not in the Champions League. Of course not. You're in the Europa Conference League. I do
Oh,
apologise.
am I?
Karabag, Levski Sofia,
I'm doing all right so far, aren't I?
Apollon, Sparta Prague. You got that team that I played in the
Yeah.
in the Champions League somehow. Okay.
I'll be disappointed if I don't go through then.
You should be disappointed not
With
to win.
with a squad that I've got, I should at least make the final, shouldn't I?
God, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Unless it's against me. But it won't be.
No, you.
But
you
I just
can't-
beat you 6-2.
Yeah.
One more time, I had to get it in there. So a reminder, there's 6 points in it. It's 7-1 to me right now. Let's simulate this third season and see what happens. And in that third season, yes, 1 point again.
Oh, I don't believe that.
1 point in it. I lost 12 games.
I'm going to say I lost less games than you again.
5 less games.
It's the games I keep drawing as I keep doing it.
Yeah, I only drew 1 game more
At least
season.
my goal difference is better this time. I got 45, so I gained 40 goals this time.
Yeah. Not bad at all from you to recover that. But
Man, how many goals did I score, look?
I only draw one game. 105. Jesus. I scored 96, which was good. 12 losses, though. Knew one of them had to be you.
Get in.
Knew one of them had to be you. Obviously, we already know I tonked you in the first game. So that's one each there. But I get an extra point for that. So that's 2-1 across the season. Lovely stuff. You only lost 7 games in total. They were all against big clubs.
Yeah.
All against big clubs. Newcastle just underneath you in 5th there. And the rest of them, Man City, Chelsea.
Only lost one of them at home.
Yeah. So you actually did really well.
Yeah.
The season profile, we don't got any players in the goal scorers, but Bruno Fernandes is the best player across an average rating, and Kulusevski got the highest assist.
He's turning out to be one of my best players, actually.
Yeah, he's been very good for you.
Yeah.
Past positions, let's see if we cross paths. We did. Whoa, you went up top at one point. How bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, you just randomly, because, like, what was the gap? We were actually quite close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was only 4 points off second, and, you know, that's not bad away from top.
It was a lot better than what I was last season.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we were 20 points behind
Yeah.
in last season. So, yeah, the fact that you were up top and I was in second at one point, that's quite interesting. Cup competitions. We're on Manchester United. I could do with another cup here. Could do with another cup. Put a bigger gap in between us. Oh!
Christ, when I seen the picture of that cup, then I thought you'd won it.
Oh, that would have been good night and day. Oh, you knocked me out of the bloody cup.
Yes, I've seen that.
I was too distracted by the Champions League trophy.
I seen the picture of it and I thought, oh my God, I'm out of it now. I've lost.
Oh, that was so close to being such a good season. Extra time. No. Seconds away from being penalties. They did dominate me, I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But that's so annoying. Oh, he's at
Yeah.
Barcelona as well, Camp Nou, where we've won it in 99. Oh, that's absolutely devastating. Man of the match was Onana. That's how poor we probably were in that game. That's so annoying. Right, you knocked me out of the third round.
Yeah, that's what I do there.
Yeah, that's another 2 points there for you. But did you win any cups? You were in that Europa Conference League. You should be winning that, to be fair. Oh, you have as well.
Get in. Oh. I mean, like you said, I should have won it, but at least I have gone and won it, though.
Yeah. Arsenal came back and bit you, though. Knocked you out of the FA Cup.
I did say they'd come back and bite me, didn't I?
Yeah. Oh, semi-final of the Carabao Cup by Manchester City. Let's see who you beat in the conference final. Torino. So
I'll take that, mate.
You topped that group, won 6 out of 6.
That gets me back in it.
You should have been winning that.
Yeah.
Round of 16, you knocked out Osijek. Quarterfinals, you knocked out Hapoel Beersheva. Semi-finals, Sevilla.
That's a good win.
Yeah,
that's a good win.
Yeah. How did I get to the Champions League final? We didn't check that. So league phase, I finished in the top part there. 6 wins. Okay, I'm happy with that. Beat Frankfurt, got my revenge there. Draw away at the Bernabeu.
That was good. Yeah.
I lost to Leipzig. I mean, I qualified, so it didn't matter too much. Nice finished top.
Right.
So Jim Ratcliffe.
They are second in the league at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. Then, if we have a look at the round of 16, knocked out Porto. I'm not surprised. We stole all their players. Quarter-final, 1-0 against Monaco. That's a close one. Semi-final, Arsenal. Yeah, 6-0 on aggregate as well. Yeah.
That's an hammering.
Unlucky. That's good. And then, of course, lost in the final.
Well, at least you've done me a favour there.
Barcelona lost in the semi-final when it would have been played at the Nou Camp.
Yeah.
That's interesting. My squad, 28 goals from Rasmus Højlund is not that much, but it's still a good amount. Rashford, 21 and 20 assists. That's
them two
insane.
swapped, didn't they? Because Rashford was leading goals for last season, wasn't he?
Mason Mount was 16, 14 for Bruno Fernandes, but he's been exceptional. Look at that average rating, 7.47 is unreal.
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Rooney Badger's had a great season too, so they're all developing quite nicely. Okay, yeah, he's looking really good, isn't he? Look at that.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. Diamonde is now a 4.5-star player. Look at those physicals. Jesus Christ.
He is a beast, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Viagra for my eyes. Warren Zaire-Emery, really good CDM there. I like that. And Coyote is he's looking good too. All right, okay. Enough of that. Let's have a look at your players. 36 goals for Ramos.
There you go.
Look at all the goals. 19, 19 and 19. 19
Madison got 18 as well.
Yeah, 19 goals for Koopmeiners. He plays like defensive midfield.
Yeah, that's my new signing. He's done that for me.
18 and 20, 17 and 10 for Ansu Fati, Kirku 17, Kulusevski gets 16 and 25 assists.
He's looking good as well. 7.8 average rating as well. Look.
I mean, the highest average rating was Gonzalo Ramos.
Well, it had to be, didn't it? Scoring that many goals.
Unbelievable.
He was leading goal scorer in my European champions as well. The European rounds that I was
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that. I'm back in it. I'm back in it. Come on.
Transfer budget-wise, you got 19 million.
Hey, I've just won a European Cup for them. They haven't won anything for bloody years, and when I finally win something for you, Danny goes and gives me that. I'm going to go into the meeting and say, come on, what's going on here?
That is hilarious. 19 million.
20 million for winning you a cup.
Give me 100. 40. Yeah. Still better than 19. I'll take that. Let's talk about the points, shall we? Because that has turned things around.
Yeah, we're back at it. Come on.
Total points this season is Omega Luke with 2, Omega Dad with 8. And that puts it up to a total amount of points of Omega Luke 9, Omega Dad 9. We are neck and neck going into season number 4.
Right back in it again.
How excited. How I let him in.
I'm on the charge.
Okay, season number 4. Let's see what happens. Right, season number 4, and this summer was a dead summer, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I didn't have a lot of money to start off with, really, did I?
No.
And when I looked at my team, I thought, who can I replace? Who can I sell? You know, who I didn't want, but everybody played well, that someone would want to buy. And then it was a case of, if I did sell that particular player with the money I've got, could I better them? And I just couldn't, could I?
No. We did really struggle.
We struggled this season. It was the hardest season, I think, since me and you have been doing this game together, that I've had to buy players to try and get a better player in.
Yeah.
So,
I think we've really struggled with selling players. That the higher intermediaries just seem to come back with loan deals quite often. There might be a bug, I'm not sure, where it says they're wanted by a club. You press, speak to agent about getting the offer in, and then they go, there's nobody interested, and then that wanted just vanishes.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, where did that go?
That's right, yeah.
I don't know whether that's a bug or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you did sell Lo Celso for 8 million and Romagnoli for 18 million up to 23.
Basically, that was just the 2 players that I hadn't used a lot that I was able to sell.
Yeah, and Romagnoli, I think, was 31, so you were trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, so I got rid of him, and I bought another centre-back in.
Bought in Fiat.
And I thought it was a good buy, really.
Yeah, he's better than Romagnoli.
Yeah, he's 26, so he's better, so I was happy with that.
39.5 million.
Yeah.
Good deal. That's his only signing. Mental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crazy. He can't believe it himself. He was like twitching. He was like, no, I need to sign somebody. I was like, you don't have to.
No.
I haven't done much either, though. I haven't actually done much either. Now, I did sell Lindelof there. I also sold Anthony for £56 million, which is quite a lot of money. Gave me enough to buy a player that I wanted, but then the money I'd left over I didn't spend anywhere else. So Dusan Vlahovic. Højlund is not quite scoring as many goals as what I thought he would.
This guy's good, isn't he?
And he's good. He's good. Very good.
I mean, if you got this type of money to spend, I'd recommend anybody to go and get this guy. He is so good.
22 goals in Serie A.
Average rating is only 7, but he scored 3 goals in 4 games.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good start. Dusan Vlahovic coming in. I'm happy with that.
67 million. That's good, isn't it?
Haven't signed anybody else. I'll have a look at my tactic first.
How much money did you have left over? Just to prove that I'm.
Yeah, I had £30 million left over, but there was nobody that I would think would improve my first team.
This is what
so
we
I
were
decided to just
struggling with,
leave it.
Yeah.
And hopefully that they just add on to that next season and I can bring somebody in. But I don't know how that ever works. Tactically then, let's have a look at mine first. I'm going with exactly the same tactic as what I had last season.
Right.
But my best 11 looks slightly different.
I'm going to say you bought that striker and it's going to be definitely going to
Vlahovic. I mean, I got to the Champions League final, so I don't want to be like, oh, I need to change something because of the league. Like, I just need to improve the team I was in. Like, tactically, I think we were sound. I think we were good. You know, another season with, like, Baji getting better, Coyote getting better, Diamonde getting better, and then bringing in Vlahovic, you can maybe score more goals for me. We could be good for a fantastic 4th season.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at what you've done tactically, Dad, because we have this still tactic. We haven't changed it. Best 11. I mean, you've won a European competition.
I had a good season, so I thought, well, I'd be silly to change it. So.
And your signing doesn't actually go into your first team.
No, we don't. That goes to prove that I was struggling to find players to improve.
Your schedule then looks like this.
Yeah.
You played West Ham in the first game, beat them 2-1,
94th
minute winner as well. Manchester City,
definitely happy to win that game. Yeah.
Lost to Newcastle though.
I was disappointed with that one. I said, you know, so I can't believe I beat Man City 5-2 and then going to lose to Newcastle. No disrespect to Newcastle, but I was disappointed.
But I think it's because you're scoring loads of goals.
Yeah.
You go
I had a player sent off though, didn't I?
Yeah.
So that cost me as well. So
Brentford 3-1.
They seem to be my bogey team over the couple of seasons, so I'm glad to get that result out of the way.
And knock Salford out of the cup.
Yeah.
We've got each other soon. We haven't played each other yet. We've got each other soon. Champions League games: Fenerbahce, Werder Bremen, Salzburg, Bayern Munich, Ajax, hard middle, Leverkusen, Dortmund, Real Madrid at the end.
Oh, I'll tell you what, mate, that's a hard group.
That is difficult.
I'd be pleased if I get through. I'm not going to say I think I should get through. I'll be pleased if I get through. I think.
Yeah. My schedule. Let's have a look. I drew against Forest first game of the season. Don't know what was going on. Although I did have a player sent off after 16 minutes. That didn't help, and then they equalised. 3-0 against Everton there. Good result. 2-0 against Crystal Palace. I'm not conceding a lot.
Bruno's doing it for you, wasn't he?
Bruno was scoring a lot of goals. He scored in every single game pretty much. 3-1 against Bournemouth away from home. And then Sheffield United, I knocked them out of the third round of the Cup. Marcus Rashford and Coyote in the 94th minute got himself a winner. Lovely stuff. Redemption after getting himself sent off earlier on in the season. Let's have a look at my Champions League games. I've got Barcelona, then I've got Chelsea, so I'm playing the English club in this one. Maccabi Tel Aviv, we've got Rangers, Inter Milan, Dortmund, Servette and Atalanta. So I've got 2 good end of the season ones.
You've got an easier group than me.
I have, but I think I've got an easier spread where I've like got 2 hard games, 2 easy ones, 2 hard games, 2 easy ones. Yeah. Not to say that these teams I should be battering, but in the grand scheme of things, I think that's how it works out. But yes, we're going into this season 9 each.
Yeah.
It's very important this 4th season before we go into the final one.
The only difference between the 2 teams, I think, now is you've bought yourself a really good, because the goals I scored the last season was way above yours.
Yeah. So
you've improved that. So let's see what happens.
Okay, let's simulate it. 4th season. 4th season, and we finally have our champions. Yes.
No.
Yes. 88 points. Look how close you were as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Both
I
only lost 4
dominated. I was top for ages. Oh yes, lost 4 each, but you drew too many games.
Again.
Too many. 84 to 88. I am pleased that we've managed to get to the top of the table.
Oh, I think that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That goes to show we really improved our 2 teams.
Yeah.
And we've took it to where it should be, top 2 positions.
102 points goals scored for me.
Should have been the wrong way round.
And I conceded 1 less than you. You just couldn't score as many as me, but you still scored a vast amount.
I still got, and I was 105 last season, wasn't I?
Yeah.
So I was a couple of goals less, but I was still there.
Bruno Fernandes was my top scorer with 25.
I mentioned that at the beginning. Then he was scoring quite a few goals.
And Vlahovic got 17, so he was still up there.
Yeah.
I mean, Erling Haaland got 30. He's been up there every single time. Bruno also had the highest average rating, where I'm not surprised with. And Kirk, had the most assists again. Bruno got the 2nd highest man of the matches.
I'm disappointed I got any more players up there.
Yeah, let's have a look though, because we've lost 4 games each. Who were they against? So my 4 losses.
Oh, get in.
Okay, so I've got 3 points for winning the league. No, 4 points, sorry, for winning the league.
At least I got a point in. So
You've got 1 point in there.
4-1 back at it, yeah.
And then, yes, that's 5-1. 5-1 because I also won a game 4-1. Lovely stuff. So it's 5-1 total points. So I'm 4 ahead at this point. We are on Manchester United. Competitions. Yes! Get in! I just gotta hope you didn't beat me in that Carabao Cup. FA Cup though.
Hope you didn't beat me in that.
That's another 3 points at the very least. Norwich. I could have knocked him out in an earlier round though.
You could have done,
which is extra 2 points. So that's 3 points for winning the FA Cup. Lovely stuff.
Stop you from getting those bloody cups, can I?
Everton beat me in the final. That's fine.
So I didn't get nowhere near the cups again.
It's really annoying that it was only Everton that beat me in the final. That's really frustrating, but never mind. I should have known that because Everton had that next to them, but there we go. Okay.
The quarterfinals, though.
Quarterfinals of the Champions League. Indeed. We won't have a look because it will spoil what you might have done or might not have done. How did you do in that Champions League? We know you didn't win the cups. Round of 16. Round of 16.
Yeah.
Absolutely squiddly dip. Nothing. You got knocked out by Atletico Madrid 6-3 on aggregate. I, in that round, knocked out Benfica 7-4. Again, because they probably don't have any players left, because we stole them all. The league phase, let's take a look at that. I qualified automatically, so I only lost 2. Inter and Barcelona. They gave me an absolute tonkin.
Yeah, Christ.
Drew against Dortmund, and I won 5. The teams that I should have won against, but I battered Chelsea 4-0. You won 4 games. Dortmund, Ajax, Bayern Munich 6-1.
Oh, well, I'm happy with that.
Harry.
Harry.
Yeah. That was like, come back, Harry. 2 draws against Leverkusen and Salzburg. And then you lost 2 games against Real Madrid.
Was that
Fenerbahce?
Was that game against Harry at Bayern Munich? And was that at home or away? Did he come back to get hammered like that?
That was at home.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would have been so good, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's just great to be back. And then gets tonked 6-1.
I mean, just strode off the pitch like that. Oh, sorry.
I would love to have seen the post-match interview.
Yeah. Oh,
that would have been hilarious, wouldn't it? And he's probably wearing he's probably had a shirt swap with Gonzalo Ramos, who had an hat-trick that day.
He'd probably walked down the pitch. Where's my mate Sol? You what?
Right.
You sold him?
You sold him? You're joking? It's like, 3 seasons ago, mate. So, not a good season for you, Dad. It puts me well in the driving seat. 23 goals there for Gonzalo Ramos, 17 for Florian Wirtz, 15 for Kulusevski with 10 assists, 16 for Barbosa, still quite a lot considering he isn't 14. Sorry, considering he isn't starting much. That's not bad at all. Same as Madison, really. Only starting 22 games. We've got 13 goals and 8 assists. Your transfer budget, 30 million. They're not giving you a lot, are they?
I've obviously
How much you got in the bank?
I've obviously upset Danny, and I.
You've got 300 million in the bank. It's weird.
He squeaks, doesn't he?
Oh, that's why.
What?
763 million in debt, but that might be because of the stadium. I don't know.
Probably
Mortgage,
is, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bank interest. There's some serious debts going on there. Oh, the start date. So that's the only one that's happened since we started, which was just another 18 million. My squad debt, 36 there.
Yeah, look at you.
32.
Yeah, it's
from
much better, isn't
Dusan. Yeah. 20 and 13. 12 and 17 from Garnacho. Oh, yes. Love that. I think he played more than Rooney Baji. Well, no, he didn't, to be fair. Yeah, same amount, roughly. Rasmus Højlund, though, might be time for him to go. He's wanted as well. Brentford and Roma. Might be time for him to go. He hasn't quite developed as good as what I know he can do on this game. Probably got a weaker version of his potential range. 10 and 10 for Mason Mount. Rooney Baji got 18 assists there. Amrabat still getting 16 assists. That's unbelievable from a squad player.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. Transfer budget, 79 million. That's probably because the Glazers are really good owners and we got no debts left. Let's have a look at the final points then for season number 4. The season points is as follows. Omega Luke is 8. Omega Dad is 1, which puts the total points going into season number 5. Omega Luke 17. Omega Dad 10. There's a 7-point gap.
With this new point system, that's still.
It's still
possible.
very doable with the new point system for sure. Especially in England when there's 2 cup competitions.
Yeah, so I've got
both in European cup competitions.
I've got to at least win a cup.
It's doable.
Well, me and you are the top 2 teams in the league, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I've got to make sure me and you are top 2 teams again in this league. Well, at least me, and then obviously try and beat you.
Yeah.
I still don't know where I can improve my team. That's a problem, especially with that type of money. How can I improve what I've got with 40 million? And I've got to. I don't know.
Sucks to be you.
I can still do it. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's still very doable.
We're going into the last season. Let's think positive. We're going into the last season, and I can still beat you.
Okay. Season number 5. Let's see what happens.
He's back. I got the main man.
Dad signed Harry Kane. In case you didn't know, Dad signed Harry Kane on a free transfer after beating them in the Champions League. Did you have a little word with him?
Of course I did. Of course I did. I just walked up to him, put my arm around him and said, mate, if you want to be improving what you've been doing, just come back here. And he said, boss, my end of contract is now.
That's a terrible Harry Kane impression.
You do better one than me, don't you?
Harry Kane signed for Dad on a free transfer. I can't believe it.
I've got the main
Bayern
man
Munich.
back.
And he's still good too.
Yeah.
34, he's still decent.
What did I lack on?
Goals.
I lacked on goals, and I got this guy for free.
Unbelievable.
This could be my best ever signing on an FM, and I got him for free.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that. Okay, let's have a look though, because he wasn't just your only signing of this window. Nathan Ake on a freebie as well.
Well, there was when I went on to the freebies, I've seen Harry Kane. I jumped at that one today, and I never look around. He's a guy. I mean, it's a guy. He's a squad player that's buying here, and I bought him in. I thought, right, all right, he's 32, but he's free. I couldn't improve buying a player of that caliber, really. I don't think.
No.
So. Yeah, freebie as well.
Freebie it is.
2 good freebies.
Lewis Jr. in goal.
Yeah,
Backup goalkeeper.
I've sold one of my keepers. He actually wanted to go, don't they?
Yeah,
he was disappointed because he
sold him to Saudi.
Yeah, the money people come in again. He wanted to move, so I had to get rid of him. So I thought, right, I'm not spending a lot of money on another goalkeeper. I got a free goalkeeper, and to be honest, I thought he was quite good.
Yeah, he is actually a good goalkeeper. Yeah. And then Ilya Zabanye, £50 million was the only player that you brought in for money.
Well, I just wanted to strengthen my centre backs up again. So. This guy was good as well.
Yeah, I think he actually is better than your centre-backs.
I mean, that was probably... I think I had 52 million to spend at the time. So I spent all my money on one player, really, because I obviously got Harry Kane for free.
He dad did the classic thing again, where he signed 3 players on contracts and then go, after selling a lot of money, going, oh, have I only got that much? Like, I thought I'd have like 100 million. I'm like, Dad, it's all gone on your wage budget. You're giving Harry Kane 375 grand a week to be here.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
By the way, for the Patreon members who are looking to take this on, he does actually have a clause in his contract if you want to extend by another year. So patreon.com/MegaLukeGaming, or the channel members on YouTube who would like to have the saved game file, if you want to carry this on and you want to keep Harry Kane for another year, there's an optional extension there on the contract.
I mean, to get the money that I got as well, I had to sell James Maddison, which I was a little bit disappointed with. I did try and sell other players tonight. I was trying to sell one of my strikers because obviously I knew I got Harry in. Well, I tried selling both of them at the end.
Yeah.
So I was
trying to boot them out the door.
I started off with Barbosa, didn't I? And just no one was interested, were they? And every time someone was a bit of interest, he didn't want to go there.
No.
Then he was moaning, didn't he? He's not getting enough gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, go.
Yeah.
So, but then Ramos, no one wanted to come in for Ramos, so in the end I had to sell James Maddison. I had to create a bit of money just to get my last player in.
On deadline day,
I still think I've improved well enough to do what I need to do to get the points.
Okay.
I'm putting a lot of hope on Harry. Come on, my boy. You can do this for me. When I need Harry, he's come back to me.
Oh, we'll see. That deal Dad got done with 1 hour left of the transfer window remaining. It was touch and go whether it was going to happen. Bournemouth had to wait for a replacement signing before you could.
Did I give him one of my?
You tried to. It didn't work, and they loaned somebody else. I actually only signed one player as well, Dad. To be fair, I signed 2 players because one was a freebie in Baldanzi. Probably won't play much, to be fair, because Bruno Fernandes is way too good. But I needed a backup option for Bruno because I didn't really have one. Loaned out Evan Ferguson. It looks like he will be going as well for Patreon members or channel members. But I made one huge signing with the money I had, and I brought in Tchouaméni.
When I seen this signing, I thought, oh my god.
Yes, £85 million from Real Madrid.
How do I beat this squad now?
Didn't play that much last season, only 19 games, all off the bench. Don't know what they were doing because he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic player. Only Jude Bellingham is better. And Camavinga. Probably Camavinga's a little bit better. But still, Tchouaméni, unbelievable talent in that midfield. As
well, so you got the Patriots take him over there. He's there, isn't he?
He is there for a long period. I'm going with exactly the same tactic. Just won the bloody Premier League, so I don't need to change it. And pick without restriction my best 11. Tchouaméni pops into there, and he's already got a perfect link with his French international partner in Zaire Emery. It's like I already had it planned, doesn't it? Lovely stuff. Everybody's happy with each other. This is good. Garnacho's playing from the right as well as Rooney Badji. If they both go in, they both got a green link with Coyote. They both love playing in front of him. It's fantastic. It's great.
It's a hell of a team, I must admit. I've got my work cut out now. I don't know what to say. I can't. You got Elva squad.
Gone for something very similar though.
Yeah. I
You
just
pushed
changed
the
it.
midfielder there forward.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure what was.
You need to go for it.
Yeah. So I needed a couple of more players up front. I've put Harry up there to score more goals. So I wanted to keep the players behind him because, to be honest with you, Kawasaki was playing so well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I couldn't afford to drop him out. And the other 2, I thought, well, let's keep him in that position. So I just altered it slightly to have them in there.
You did even toy around with Kane in the centre attacking midfield with Gonzalo Ramos up top.
Yeah, but that wasn't working, was it?
No.
And when we did look at it,
you had it like this, pretty much.
Yeah,
quite
Kane,
a lot.
I mean, he was 20 for finishing, so I changed it back before we simulated the whole season, hoping that he would just do me the job.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
I mean, if he gets injured, I'd have Ramos to come right in from his position anyway, don't I?
Yeah, good backup for you, isn't it?
So I just thought, well, the boys behind him, let them do all the hard work. Do what Harry does now for Bayern Munich. He doesn't go hunting for a ball now.
Yeah.
His job is to get in that 18-yard box and put the ball in the back of the net. That's what I want him to do in this team now.
Okay, so your schedule-wise then, you've played a lot of games. We play in the Community Shield, and you beat me 4-0.
It's 1 point back.
Can't believe that. That's really frustrating. 4-0? Where the hell's that come from? I didn't change anything. All I had was an extra midfielder, but fair enough. Then you drew to Everton 0-0.
Oh.
So I don't know.
But then it started then.
Then you started. You started kicking
Harry
into gear.
Kane's got on the score sheet as well.
5-1 against Brighton.
Happy with that.
3-0 against West Ham. 3-2 against Leeds. 6-1 against Stoke in the EFL third round. Good
Harry
start.
Kane still hasn't scored any of those goals.
No.
He'd only scored the 1 goal.
Champions League got Marseille, Sporting, Salzburg, Napoli, Monaco, Basel, Frankfurt and Arsenal at the end. That's interesting. 2 last games, isn't it? What could cost you? I don't know. Maybe the last 2 games. Frankfurt and Arsenal.
Arsenal's away as well, isn't it? I mean, looking at it, I think I'll have qualified before I got to the last 2 games.
Yeah. Imagine that. A North London derby, an 8 o'clock kickoff on a Tuesday.
Brilliant,
in the Champions League.
Brilliant, eh?
Fair enough.
So I'm hoping I've qualified before I get to that game.
Yeah. My fixtures, obviously I lost against Tottenham in that Community Shield somehow. I don't know what happened. Maybe my team were drugged. 1-0 against West Ham though. Then it was all wins as well. I beat Liverpool 3-0. That's fantastic.
result, yeah.
Vlahovic got 2. Wolves 4-1. Sheffield United 2-0. Then I knocked Chelsea out of the EFL Cup. So I had a very difficult third round there. Champions League games. I've got Bayern Munich without Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, did they sign anybody to replace him? Because that's a big deal, losing your best striker, and it doesn't look like they have. Pep Guardiola's there as well as manager.
That's why Harry left.
Yeah. I've also got Frankfurt, Real Madrid as well, Marseille, Anderlecht. It's going to be a tricky one, but
I think you should qualify there.
yeah.
You got 2 hard games.
But remember,
apart
the
from that.
scores are 17-11 because Dad got that win in the Community
Yeah.
Shield. So it's all to play for. 6 points
points.
between us. Final season of the first versus rebuild of FM24. Let's see who wins it. And oh no!
In! God, get in there.
God, you destroyed it. That's an extra 4 points.
I only drew 4 games this time, and then I win the league.
Yeah, 97 goals, 42. You really deserve to win that one. That is huge from you. That's a great season. Blahovic, 19. There's no Tottenham players. No Tottenham players. Where's the Tottenham players gone? Kulizeski, 16. He had a high average rating as well, but you didn't even get like the most clean sheets.
No.
How have you pulled this off?
Come on, man. I've got the most yellow cards.
Yeah, twice. Yeah. What is happening? I need to beat you both times. That would have been great. Oh, just a one. So that's another point, at least. That puts me another point ahead. But, yeah, you beat me as well. I lost 6-0 to Arsenal. That's a bit embarrassing. Oh, right, okay. It's very tight now because of that. So you were, what, 5 points behind me? 6 points. Yeah, 6 points behind me, sorry. Then you won the league, which is 4 points.
Yeah.
Which puts you 2 points behind. Then those 2 games there cancel each other out, so you're still 2 points behind me.
Yeah.
As it stands.
So I need a cup.
Yeah, but I might have done something
I know, if you
to
want a
prevent
cup.
it. So we're on Manchester United right now. Competitions. Oh no!
When I seen it there, I thought you'd done it then.
Right, Hull knocked me out in the 3rd round. Lost against Arsenal on penalties. Hopefully I've knocked you out of it. That would be a dream scenario. That would be a dream scenario. 3rd round. You qualified past Stoke. 4th round. You were knocked out on penalties by Everton. Oh, I could have definitely beaten you in that. So it's still 2 points.
It could be the FA Cup for me, doesn't it? Really, I need to win the FA Cup.
Yeah, you need an FA Cup or a Champions League.
I was in our group, wasn't I?
Yeah, because I haven't been knocked out by you. So,
Oh, come on.
2 points is all
Come
you
on.
need. So you need
Come
an
on.
FA Cup probably.
FA Cup, come on.
I'll get out.
Oh, what the Champions League! Oh, get in!
Don't believe it. How have you done that? How have you done that?
Oh, get in!
Barcelona.
We know what
3-1
we
in the
are.
final.
We are the champions of Europe. Hey, get in!
Harry Kane is nowhere to be seen on this, by the way. Does he even still play for you?
He comes back to Spurs and he wins the league and he wins the Champions League. I can't say no more, can I?
Oh my god!
He didn't even score
play
in the
final. He didn't even start. He came on the 63rd minute. At that point, it was 1-1.
It was 1 each then, yeah?
He came on. He was a
Change the
difference
game.
maker.
Change the game then.
Oh, I'm actually pleased for him. You had to come up against quite a difficult team, by the way, because Lamine Yamal is unreal on this game. Look at the state of him for a 20-year-old. Insane. And they had Pedri and Gavi in behind. Oh, I can't believe you won the bloody Champions League. That's outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous. PSG won it 3 years in a row as well. You knocked them out of that. Neither of us qualified from automatically. We both went through the playoffs. You won 5 games. You beat Eintracht Frankfurt.
I didn't beat Arsenal.
You didn't beat Arsenal.
No.
You lost. You lost to Arsenal, which would have cost you as well, look.
Yeah.
They were right behind you. Yeah, you
I'd
had
have
qualified
qualified then,
automatically, but it didn't matter. You still went on and
Yeah.
won it. I won 4. I beat Frankfurt as well. Drew against Monaco, and I lost against Marseille, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich without Harry Kane. Unbelievable, really. Let's go forward and see the knockout playoff. We both played in that. You beat Shakhtar Donetsk. That's where I was eliminated by Rennes. Yeah, it's poor.
Yeah.
Very poor from
Yeah.
me, getting eliminated by Rennes. Round of 16, you knocked out Aston Villa.
That's a good result.
6-4.
Yeah,
Big
I'll take
result
that.
there. Quarterfinals, then you knocked out Real Madrid. 6-5 on aggregate.
That's a hell of a result.
That is a
isn't it?
hell of a result.
So
Harry Kane got 2.
Get in.
Love to see that. 81st
Did Bellingham
minute.
score in that game? He played.
He did play. He
Yeah.
did score, though. He didn't have a very good game. 6.7.
I marked him out of the game.
Yeah. You did you? You came on the pitch and marked him out of the game. 100% Dad going, so, Joe, you want to come to Spurs end of the season or what? We've just got Harry back.
We just won the championship.
1000% you would have done that. So, the only thing left to see is the squad. Did Harry score a lot? What did he do? No. How low are your goals? You won the league, scoring the most goals. Where did they come from then? Because that doesn't look like a lot at all.
Mate, shall I tell you what that is? That is a hell of a squad.
No.
That is one hell of a squad there, I'm
Yeah,
telling
but I
you.
scored way more goals than that.
You don't need individuals when you've got a squad like that.
11 goals and 2 assists from Harry Kane with a very poor average rating, might I add. And he's wanted by Al Hilal.
Of course he is. Of course
He's
he is.
off to Saudi.
He's
probably.
come back. He's won the league, won the Premier League, he's won the Champions League, and now I'll just say, thank you very much, Harry. You can go, my son. You go and join Song over there.
Yeah. Patreon members, if you want to take it on, or channel members, £38 million at Spurs, but with a lot better wage budget, so you could probably bump that up quite a bit to 50 or so.
Harry Kane's going to go
United.
for about 40-50 million.
Yeah.
If you want to get rid of him.
See, I look at that and I think I scored more goals.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Dusan Vlahovic and Bruno Fernandes both got 22.
The league never lies, mate.
17 goals and 13 assists. Alejandro Garnacho is unbelievable for me right now. That is insane. And he's unhappy, but you might have to calm him down. Transfer budget. Get. That's it.
Hang on a minute. You can make this more, can you? Go on, keep going. Right, stop there.
What?
335 million.
I could get Jude Bellingham.
Well, you'd be silly not to, wouldn't you?
Well, we can't because it's the end of the season. I think we should do it season 6, don't you? And keep the points going. Patreon members, if you're Man United,
You're definitely going to take Man United over, aren't you?
335 million. That's
Come
insane.
on.
That's absolutely disgusting. That is incredible.
So this bug is in this game already, isn't it? Where it goes to the 6th season and gives us more money than what
Every
we get.
time, isn't it? It's every time. Whether we do versus ones or not, it's every single bloody time. Hopefully, though, we'll see it also in the new type of rebuilds that we're going to be doing. Dad does the rebuild. So we're just like where we have the versus one, and then every other week we have where I do a rebuild. Things are going to be changing slightly now, where every other week other than the versus rebuild is going to be Dad doing the rebuild.
I'm going to look around the world type of thing and look out for teams that sort of like not doing too good and try my luck with them.
Yeah.
Because it's taken me a long time to do these little challenges, but I'm learning. It helps me to learn the game even more, so I can, when we come against the challenges for me and you, innit, I know what I'm talking about then. I know what I'm doing then, and so.
Because you really need help.
But I'm working on the first one. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah. Should we tell them who it is?
Yeah, why not? Because at the moment they are really struggling, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've just sacked their manager. They've just sacked their director of football. They are second from bottom in the league. And it's the worst record since professional football in that country, which was in 1954. And it is Ajax.
Ajax.
So I'm taking over Ajax as my first challenge to do on my own for 5 seasons.
Yeah.
See how I get on with it.
And then we'll record that, and it'll be just like when I do the rebuild, but it'll be Dad doing the rebuild instead. So that's going to be a different type of video that will be coming out soon, as well as the versus rebuild. So,
it's going to be an extra video that we put out every so often. Yeah.
We're going to be trying to keep it nice and fresh for you guys, so it's a little bit different every single time. We're really pleased and we love the fact that you love these videos, and thank you very much for the support on the channel members and on the Patreon, because it helps us actually do them with Dad being here.
Yeah.
Remember as well, if you are on the members of the channel or Patreon, you also get the podcast, which comes out every single week. We recorded it earlier. It's really fun. We talk about this week FM24. Well, it would be last week.
Yeah.
FM24, how that's been and what we think, and of course everywhere around the world, the types of football that's been happening. So really hope you enjoy it.
One more thing.
Yeah.
That subscribe button. Keep pushing that subscribe button. We're
We
not
are.
far off it now.
Very close.
We're really close. So
Yeah.
we just need that 1 or 2 more pushes, and then we're going to be there.
This video could be the video that takes it over
Yeah,
there.
definitely. Yeah.
If there's enough people
There's a lot
who
of people
haven't
asking for
subscribed.
this video, so there's going to be a lot of people watching this video. So if you haven't subscribed to us, please just push the button. Just subscribe. It's not going to cost you a penny,
No.
but it helps us out.
And get that plaque on the wall behind
Yeah.
us. That's what we want. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next week for another rebuild. Congratulations, Dad. Big win for you. I like that one. Congrats. See you soon. Bye-bye. I have become the manager of Manchester United, while my dad takes over the current best team in the world, Manchester City. And while I have full control of all the ins and outs in terms of transfers at Manchester United, my dad won't have that privilege in the blue side of the city. Because any transfers in and out of the club is now the responsibility of their director of football. Meaning my dad will be relying on this man to keep the squad as strong as possible, while he can focus just on the tactics. So how will my dad deal with the transfers being out of his hands, and how can I build a team immense enough to compete with that Manchester City team? A reminder of the points tally is as follows. You gain 1 point for a higher league finish, 1 point for a victory over each other, 1 point for eliminating each other from a cup competition, 3 points for a domestic cup win, 4 points for a domestic league win, 5 points for a Europa/Europa Conference win, and 7 points for the Champions League win. Right, Dad, you are the manager of the best in the world, the best club of the world, Manchester City, but you can't control any transfers.
No, this is a little twist that we got into it, innit?
Exactly. So, Taziki Bergerstein is the man in charge of all your transfers. Now, you can sack him. It's just, would you really want to? He's got one of the highest reputations. He's been a great director of football in the past.
Yeah.
He's got great attributes as well.
I'll put my trust in him. He's gonna do me well, I think.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So, as we mentioned, all the responsibilities for transfers and contracts is all down to Ziki. So Dad can't control any players in and out of the club. All he can control is the tactics for this, and this is the spin, because Manchester City have a far better team than Manchester United. We're doing this because it's been requested quite a lot, but I think it's a nice little spin to make it an even Steven playing field.
Yeah.
You've got the likes of Erling Haaland, or have you? No, he hasn't been sold. Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
So whether is all what you can do with him. And he has brought in some players at the start of this season.
Yeah.
Whether you think they're good or not, or whether Dad would have brought them in, is a different story. Because £21 million was spent, Rafael Veiga, and straight away you go, yeah, that ain't Dad signing. A 28-year-old Brazilian.
He ain't going to play at all for me, is he?
You say that, he's played 2 games already off the bench. Dani Ceballos on loan from Real Madrid. You don't tend to do a lot of loan deals.
No, I don't.
So, when you're at big clubs anyway, only when we're at the lower clubs. But he's an okay signing. He's a former Arsenal player, which I think is hilarious that Ziki's also doing that. He's like, oh, Mega Dad loves Arsenal players. Let's sign an ex-Arsenal player. So, Dani Ceballos is in the club. And then finally, this is actually a good signing. Sergei Pinyev from Lokomotiv Moscow, £4.9 million. He's only 18, but he has got a great potential in the game. Sometimes, after 5 years, I've seen him be one of the best wingers in the world.
I mean, that's the thing with Man City. They play wide players as well, don't they? So I could be using this player 2 seasons' time.
It's just whether you were using enough for him to reach his potential early on. I mean, he's stuck in the under 18s at the minute, so he might grow. And also, you can't even control whether he goes out on loan. You can suggest for him to go on the development list, I guess, but yeah, that's not even down to you either. So tactically, the thing that Dad has control of, you went with this, Dad.
Yeah. Well, if you put in the best 11, I'd looked at what I feel is Man City's best 11, and then built the team around it, really. And this is the team that I've come up with. And Foden and De Bruyne you could swap, but I feel that Foden, the way he's playing in real life at the moment, that's his position there. He's so dangerous, and that's why I've pushed Haaland to the right a bit, just to allow Foden to come, because Foden will come across, won't he?
Yeah, on his left.
Onto his left. So yeah, that's what I've done that for. I mean, defence, I think, man, you could pick any of the players in the Man City defence. I very, very nearly played 3, didn't I? I looked at the tactic of playing 3 in defence.
I think you started off with 3 at the back.
Yeah, I
and
did.
changed it.
Just wasn't happy with it, and I'm not that type of person who plays that tactic. It's very rare I play that tactic, and I felt like Kyle Walker was I rely on Kyle Walker to be that defender that sort of just comes back, and he wasn't getting in that line.
No.
He wasn't even in the team, so I wanted Kyle Walker in my team.
And it cost you in the Community Shield because you lost to Arsenal, and it also cost you against Luton away from home. You couldn't score it against Luton.
That was bad, isn't it?
And that was a 3 at the back.
Yeah.
You went to the 4 at the back style there, and you got a nice win against Newcastle.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you also beat Crystal Palace 5-1. That was with the 3 at the back formation, and the Sevilla game as well. you only won it after extra time in the Super Cup because Erling Haaland came on and scored a couple of goals, as well as Rodri in the 121st minute.
Yeah, I tried resting a few players tonight. It nearly backfired on me.
Yeah. Champions League group stage, you got Atletico Madrid, Shakhtar, and Lens. So
I should go through that.
Yeah, nice and simple, really. Let's have a look at my Manchester United side. There has been one major transfer in and one major transfer out. It shouldn't shock you, but Rafael Varane has left the club and gone to Saudi Arabia. As a lot of you always talk to me about, when you do a Manchester United save, you can get a lot of money for Rafael Varane. I settled with that because it was enough for me to bring in the player I wanted to bring in, and it was a Spurs player. Can you believe it? But probably one of the best ones.
You're gradually turning it in. You're starting to sign the Spurs players now.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you are.
I mean, it was Saar in the other, one. It was Christian Romero here. Oh,
they're coming through now. Look,
get me that white shirt on. Jesus, Christian Romero though was a cracking signing. Great centre back, 25 years of age, £85 million. I mean, he's been on loan for a couple of seasons at Spurs, so it's weird that he's moved for that amount and then year after double the price, but we know his value. He's very good, wasn't he? He's got an assist as well, 3 appearances. So, tactically, I said it very similar to you. However, I did it first. I just want to say that. All right, I had the tactic first, and Dad changed to a 4-2-3-1 after. Now, I'm kind of hoping that eventually Martial drops off because he's terrible, and Højlund comes into the lineup. But we haven't been able to play Højlund really at all, I don't think. Oh, he's played 2 appearances, one off the bench, because of the injury that he starts off the game with. Because else he would just be playing every game for me. If I was to pick this every week, I would still be picking Garnacho on that right-hand side. I think that's the reason why I like the winger there, is because Garnacho plays there instead of Anthony. But I would probably be swapping those 2 around. And outside of that, I'd be happy with that. Obviously, there's weaknesses when you look at in the future. Casemiro, he's okay on the game, actually. But in a year or so time, I'll probably be looking to replace that. And yeah, I'm kind of happy with how that was. I think that looks a lot better than what they play like in real life, that's for sure. Schedule-wise, it hasn't been fantastic. We lost... I've actually been playing like Man United do play in real life. Lost to Brentford 3-2, unfortunately. Lost to Fulham 2-1 at Old Trafford. They were probably thinking, here we go again. This is another idiot in the manager's seat since Fergie left. And then we finally beat Wolves 3-1 at home. But of course, I'm in the Champions League as well, thanks to Ten Hag's first year. And we got Sevilla, Young Boys, and Sparta Prague. Definitely should be going through that, I would like to think. And then
you should do,
I'll just get eliminated in the round of 16. Yes, and I'll be happy. So, and either way, of course, if I do finish third, I should be finishing in Europa League. Something, again, that they didn't do this year. First season then, of course, this is the Manchester Derby that everybody's been asking for us to do since we've been doing the Versus rebuilds. But it's very special because, of course, this is going to be the second FA Cup in a row where it is a Manchester Derby. So it's going to be interesting within the 5 years whether we ever face each other in the FA Cup to see what happens. Maybe it's a premonition of what will happen, because we're recording this before the FA Cup actually happens and when Man United lift it. Or when Man United get stuffed in the final and feel really sad. Who knows? Get your predictions in. Who's going to win this one? Will it be Omega Dad? Will it be Omega Luke? Let's find out who gets the early advantage season number 1. Well, I am very shocked to see, Dad, that you didn't win the league.
No.
6
I'm
points
a bit disappointed with that.
Top as well.
I only lost 5 games as well, so I drew too many games.
Yeah, you lost the least amount of games in the league. But I finished only 3 points behind you, which is not bad at all. And I lost a couple of games at the end there. So you lost 5. Did I beat you in one of them? I did. So you gain a point, obviously, for finishing slightly higher. However, I gain a point for beating you. But did you beat me? You did. 2-0. So you gain another point back there.
Yeah.
Just 2-1 for you currently. Liverpool won the league. That's unfortunate for us. Do we have a top scorer? Bukayo Saka, 23. Erling Haaland and Calvert-Lewin all on 23. Bruno Fernandes with 22.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. We're on Manchester United. Maybe we picked up the FA Cup in season 1. Oh! Champions League. What?
How the hell have you done that? And you made the FA Cup final as well.
Yeah. Oh, no, I really hope that you haven't beaten me in the final. Bayern Munich in the final of the Champions League, though, at Wembley. Garnacho scored in the 92nd minute. Bruno got one early on. I mean, Upamecano got the really early goal. Goretzka equalised, and it went to penalties. Kane did score, but Kimmich and Zoranic missed both of theirs, and we didn't miss one, including Anthony, Ericsson and Martial. There's 3 players I probably wouldn't have trusted to take a penalty.
Definitely, yeah.
In a Champions League final, but heroes in my eyes. Heroes. Champions League winners in season number 1. I'm a magician. So that's 7 points for winning the Champions League.
Yeah.
Could have been another 3. It could have been even worse for you, Dad. Arsenal beat me in the final.
That would have been so funny if it had been after the first season, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that would have been obviously the same time period.
Yeah.
Did you win anything? You did. You won the Carabao Cup. You were knocked down the 4th round by Liverpool. Bayern Munich knocked you out the quarter-final. You could have reached the final and played me.
That would have been good, wouldn't it?
Winner of the Carabao Cup, you beat Newcastle in that.
Take that one.
You didn't knock me out either, but that's another 3 points for you added on to there. So, goals-wise, Dad, you had 41 for Erling Haaland in 40 starts.
Yeah, good.
Rafael Vega, what a signing, eh?
Yeah.
With 14 goals there. So was Jeremy Doku. So, but there is a couple of new names, I think. So, did he sign anybody? He did. Andreas Christensen.
Yeah.
Now, did he sell anyone? He did. Nathan Ake to Real Madrid.
I'm happy with that.
For £40 million at the start of January, and at the end of January, you signed Christensen.
It's one of them, isn't it, really?
This is
they're
weird,
about the
isn't it?
same, aren't they?
It's weird for you because
It's
your
not-
best bit about it is you signing players. Because sometimes you sell players just to buy them randomly anyway. But there we go.
It's killing me.
Yeah, I bet. Now, the transfer budget that Dad doesn't have, but Manchester City does, 277 million.
It's more than that, really, when you look at the wage as well. Oh, and I can't spend a penny of that.
And you can't spend a bloody penny. But this is the reason why we do it. You'd waltz through me if you could sign whoever you wanted. Because Manchester United finances are never that good. 69 million, but the wage budget.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of value in this squad, I'll tell you that for now. There's not a lot of value at all. There's a couple
you
of
got
players.
Johnny
leaving on
Evans
free.
there? What's the matter with
yeah,
you?
he's retiring. So, same as Tom Eaton. Wages, I guess, 100k in wages. But okay, season points. Let's have a look at them. In season number 1, Omega Luke has 8 points, and Omega Dad has 5. Right then, season number 2. I took the early advantage. You'll be shocked to know I sold Scott McTominay.
One of your best players.
Oh no, I've got his name on the back of my shirt. I definitely have him. He went to Wolves for £18 million. There was also some other signings that left the club, £63 million worth. Anthony has gone to Barcelona, which I thought was quite interesting. And Terrell Malacia went for £20 million as well. And that allowed me to spend quite a lot of money because there was a lot of wages that also left the club. Benjamin Šeško was the first player I brought in, a young Slovenian striker. This is kind of like a realistic signing, I think. They've been rumoured to try and go for him a couple of times, Manchester United.
You have 2 good young strikers up front, then if you did go get him.
Exactly, yeah, because I really rate how good Højlund is.
Yeah.
He's got 3 and 4 for me already after signing him for double the price of Leipzig paid the season before. But there we go. And then I went and signed a very good, another actually, signing that's been linked to us from Leverkusen. Jeremy Frimpong, he's a really good right back. I might have paid a little bit more than what he would cost in real life, but in Football Manager he's fantastic. And 3 assists in 4 games, he's already making his money back for us. That is a fantastic average rating as well.
Yeah.
Used to play for Manchester City.
Didn't know that.
Whoa. Yeah,
They
interesting.
won't like
isn't
that,
it?
the fans, are they?
Not at all. There's actually quite a lot of crossover with
Yeah.
Man United and Manchester City players. We'll see Jane Sancho being another one. Matisse Tell, though. £26 million. That's an interesting signing because it's fairly cheap for a guy who is classed as a wonderkid, I guess, for 19 years of age from Bayern Munich. That's cheap considering they only paid £21 million a couple of seasons ago.
He's not a bad striker, neither.
No, he's quite good. In real life, he's decent.
Yeah.
I'll rate him. But I think the best bit of business I did this summer was a loan deal for Pedri for £2 million.
Definitely.
He is-
That was cheap as chips, wasn't it?
He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
For £2 million because his wages are cheap as well.
Yeah.
Don't understand why they have allowed me to do it. He played 29 games starting in the starting 11 last season. But of course, I think Xavi, does he leave? Yeah, Conte's come in.
That explains it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, so Xavi is programmed to leave, I think, same as Jurgen Klopp in the newest update. Obviously, we now know he's actually going to stay. But Conte does not want to play with Pedri. That's the reason why. He doesn't play a centre attacking midfielder or a centre midfielder, and that is where Pedri is based. So he plays with 2 deep centre midfielders. It just looks too much down there, doesn't it? It looks way too defensive. Pedri, welcome to the club. He's played 4 already, 2 starts, got a goal and a player of the match. I think that's a cracking sign. I'm buzzing with that. We do have an optional future fee, but it's 147. I mean, if I was Man City, maybe, but I ain't paying that much.
I'd love to play that much for a player.
Yeah, I bet you would. Speaking of which, we'll have a look at Dad's chances in a minute. I haven't changed the tactic. What I have done, though, is I put Kobbie Mainoo in, nailed into that position. It is going to be the end of Casemiro playing every single game. Kobbie Mainoo does have a good potential on the game. Sometimes he never really reaches it, but sometimes he does. And the promising signs are that he could in this. So I'm going to give him a go. He looks great already. Best 11 obviously takes him out and puts Casemiro in there, so just imagine that it's Kobbie Mainoo. But Pedri starts alongside Bruno Fernandes, Garnacho, Rashford. Shesko actually starts up top instead of Højlund. I'm happy for them to battle it out.
So that's the problem when you play one up front. You lose one of them, don't you? Obviously.
We also got Jadon Sancho back. I couldn't get rid of him no matter how much I tried, even though he's worth like 60 to 81 million pounds. But he plays naturally on both wings, so it's a good backup option for that winger role. But of course, we also got Matisse Tell come back too. So 2 good options, I guess. Let's have a look at my schedule, then we'll have a look at Dad's transfers. We've played Dad already in the Premier League, and he's beaten us at Old Trafford. I've also dropped points to Everton, but I have beat Liverpool in the UEFA Super Cup because for some reason they won the Europa League. So won the league, won the Europa League. Klopp had a good end of season, didn't it? Shame he did in real life, am I right? Hey, you all high-five me then. Brentford 4-1 away from home, that's good. And a Chelsea 2-0, that's when I know, right, okay, we're back in the rhythm of things now. We're all good. My Champions League fixtures, let's have a look. We got Inter Milan, Dortmund, Leipzig. That's 3 tricky games to begin with, but it ends with 2 easier ones.
Yeah.
And Ludogorets in the middle.
So you should go for a quick comfy, I think, there,
Let's have a look, because Dad has been twiddling his thumbs. Although you did change the tactic, to be fair. You changed it to a 4-2-2-2 formation.
Yeah. There is a reason why. I mean, after last season, I would have definitely, with that type of money, I would have definitely gone out and got myself a striker to be up front with Haaland.
Yeah, that's what you
100%.
would have done.
That's what I would have done, yes.
But what did Taziki do? I'm probably getting his name wrong. If I do, I apologise. Now, he does also go for Naipan, who isn't a bad centre midfielder, but he's 17. He's good in like 7 years' time. So it's kind of a waste for you, because that's not a sign that you would make.
No, 100%. I'll sign players for now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care about 4 seasons' time.
No. Would you, though, have signed Marcus Thuram for 81 million?
Yes.
Really?
Well, I say yes. If I had like 100 million in the budget, probably yes. He is good enough for that. But when you've got 300 million in the bank,
you go for somebody a little bit better.
Because of the rest of the... Well, you got to think as well, the rest of the team that I've got there, or the rest of the squad, it's hard to replace players in those positions.
Yeah.
If I'm going to change my formation, I want another top-rate, world-class striker.
Yeah.
So I would have spent a lot of money on one player.
Yeah.
Which would have been the striker.
You would have probably have gone for his friend, Lautaro Martinez.
100%.
155 to 208 million.
That's where I would have been, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of players I buy all the time when I've got big money.
Yeah. But he's done all right. I mean, last season, 25 and 34.
That's the thing, yeah.
He's great. And 4 and 4 for you so far.
He's got a good record, and he don't get me wrong, you come into the Man City team and you're an half-decent striker, you're going to get chances. You're going to put him away, and I think this is what he's doing.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a good start for you, but that was your only main signing.
That's my only sign. But then, to be honest with you...
You did get John Melberg, which I think is Olaf Melberg's son. Am I right in saying? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Olaf Melberg's son, the former Aston Villa player.
I mean, if you look at my starting 11, I don't think it's changed apart from where I've changed tactics and put a second player up front. Phil Foden's gone to the left and dropped Grealish.
Yeah.
That's the only change, because I've gone 2 up front.
Yeah.
So it's the same 10.
Although, you say some changes, there were players who departed, including
I forgot
Kyle Walker left
as well,
for 15 million.
So I wouldn't have sold him.
No, definitely
100%
not.
I wouldn't have sold him.
You're looking at that as he's going to retire at the club.
Yeah. I mean, he's my skipper as well at the end of the day. So.
But you do have Rico Lewis.
That's the thing. That he is such a good replacement.
However... Rico Lewis broke his lower leg and is out for 3 to 4 months.
I'm screaming at my director of football now, just saying, you've got to sign me a right back.
Yeah. And did he? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
So right now, you're having to use the likes of Cancelo, who's still at the club.
I've got the guy with the pink hair.
or Jan Couto.
That's the one, yeah.
The one that you hate because he's got pink hair. Who actually is very good, though. He's a quality player. If you just want like that and just let's get rid of his...
It always brings a smile to my face when I'm looking for a right back and his face pops up and I always think, I'm not even going to buy you, even though you are probably the best one I could buy.
Yeah, so there we go.
I'm happy with that format. I've got 2 up front, which is what I like to play.
Yeah.
I don't like playing single strikers.
And your tactics, I mean, is working. You've played against 3 really good teams and then a newly promoted side in Leicester and got some great results. Beating Liverpool 4-1, which is obviously where Rico Lewis broke his leg. Manchester United, where you beat me there. Newcastle 4-0 as well. Marcus Thuram got himself a hat-trick and then 4-0 against Leicester. So it's a good start to the season for you so far. Champions League fixtures, and you need that really after the start that I had last season. Champions League fixtures for you. Sevilla, Ajax, Galatasaray away.
Oh, welcome to hell.
Salzburg, Inter Milan, Arsenal. And then 2 easier ones at the end there.
I mean, I should still go for it. Quite comfortably, I feel.
All right, well, let's see if you do, because, I mean, by the looks of it, at the minute, he likes to sign people in January as well. You might have a couple of additions throughout the year, because you've still got £231 million in the bank.
That's good.
It's been killing, Dad. It's hilarious. Let's see what happens. Season number 2, and Manchester United are Premier League winners.
You were there most of the season as well.
Get in.
Only lost 3 games.
Yeah.
Well done. 2 against me.
89 points to 82. I lost 3. One of them was against you, which was the start of the season.
Got a point.
Yeah. I can't believe how bad the season I started, and I went on and won the league. You lost 6, Dad. Wasn't against me. So we did actually draw a game.
I was scoring goals as well, so that formation change helped me a little bit for scoring the goals.
I just didn't concede, which is very un-Manchester United-like compared to how we are. I mean, I'll take only conceding 26 goals next season for sure. Erling Haaland got 38 goals this season. Wow. Bruno Fernandes was my top scorer again, but Benjamin Sesko got 20 right behind him. And Erling Haaland and Fernandes was up there for the highest average rating across the season, with De Bruyne and Rashford finishing just behind them. But Andre Onana, 19 clean sheets.
Yeah.
Christian Romero, that is.
Yeah.
Bringing in Christian Romero and Frimpong at right back. So, we're on Manchester United. That's 4 points added, but Dad gets an extra point, obviously, for beating me, but I didn't get a point for beating him. It looks like Leeds have won something.
Yeah.
Because they've come up and got Europa Conference League football, so I'm going to guess that's the Carabao Cup. Did any of us win the FA Cup? Oh, I didn't.
Ooh.
And I was also knocked out the playoff round of the Champions League by Liverpool.
He's been knocked out by the same national team.
And they knocked me out in the Carabao Cup as well. I had a bad season against Liverpool, who finished in 5th place, by the way, and was replaced. Oh, actually, he's been sacked by Luis Enrique.
All right.
So he was actually sacked. Now they've got Mark Bridge-Wilkinson back in as a contemporary. But I haven't won anything else, Dad.
I could do with winning both.
Maybe you have. FA Cup winner.
Get in.
Leicester knocked you out the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. The Carabao Cup was a Leicester and Leeds final. Leeds won on penalties. 2 championship clubs right now coming up. Yeah, because both of them got promoted.
Yeah.
FA Cup, you won the final against Chelsea.
Oh, get in.
So there's an extra 3 points for you in the FA Cup for winning that. But you didn't knock me out. But again, it's an extra 3 points to add on to your tally. Manchester City, goals-wise, 54 in 44 starts for Erling Haaland. It actually is more games as well, because there's only 52 games he actually played.
Yeah.
And it's 2 up top.
Yeah.
It's mental, really.
76 goals between the 2 of them. That's good.
Yeah, that's a good season for him as well. Phil Foden's looking great now with 14 and 10, 13 and 20 for De Bruyne. Is there any new names that's joined the club? I didn't quite have a look then. Oh, there is. There is a few names. Right, so the 2025, obviously we knew about Naipan. It looks like a lot of youngsters coming in. An 18-year-old there, another 19-year-old, Votov, 19, and Manu Sanchez isn't, but he's a left back. You did say you wanted a left back in the pre-season. You were hoping that he would bring in a left back. It was just he brought him in January, and he's not amazing.
No.
So
I would say the under-21s are going to have a hell of a side.
Yeah, they should be winning everything. That's because you sold Cancelo for 40 million, which I'd probably rather keep him
He plays
around.
on both sides.
Yeah, and he sold him to Chelsea.
Oh, I know he's 31. It's a good price for a 31-year-old, but he's a good squad player, isn't he?
Yeah. But how much money has he got next season?
Oh, no, don't tell
277. So, will he spend? Predictions of how much he'll spend of that. I reckon 80?
Probably. I'm going to go 60.
60. Imagine that, 276. We both predicting he's around £200 million left.
Yeah.
There's 1.6 in the wages, though. He could go up a hell of a lot. Manchester United then. The champions, Manchester United. 28 goals and 15 assists for Bruno. 26 goals for Benjamin Sesko. Rashford 16 and 11. Rasmus Højlund didn't play that much this season. I kind of feel a bit bad, really. Alejandro Garnacho was a good season as well. That's not too bad. Transfer budget, £80 million. Oh,
You'll spend more than me.
Yeah, I probably will. Let's have a look at the points then before we go to season number 3. So the season points for season number 2 is Omega Luke with 4, Omega Dad with 4, meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 12, Omega Dad with 9. Now you can probably tell by the look on Dad's face, the transfer season didn't go well.
I've got an idiot in charge of Man City. That's what I'm going to say. An idiot.
Let's have a look at the Man United side, though, because I sold Casemiro, controversially, to Saudi Arabia. Now, I brought in 2 players. João Neves, who actually already moved to Bayern Munich, but then I picked him up after the £55 million move in the first season for £87 million, and I think that's worth it.
He's a good player.
Yeah, already looks world class, and he's 20 years of age, Portuguese as well, so he's friendly with a couple of players in the squad. But Matthias de Ligt, now he was a man that was linked with Man United before he moved to Bayern Munich the first time from Ajax. 26 now, he's in his prime. That was another good deal for £74 million. 2 cheap deals, and that's because Bayern Munich for some reason put in minimum fee release clauses, so I was happy to snap them right up. I'm sticking with the same tactic. Very similar to what it was previously. My best 11 still keeps Mainu in the side, doesn't put João Neves, but I'm kind of alright with it, really. Yeah. De Ligt does go in, and it does bump out Martinez, who's probably my favourite Manchester United player right now, but I think he's good enough to play as much games as possible, really. I don't think we're going to be worrying too much that he won't be playing games. I haven't changed the tactic, though. Let's have a look at what Dad has been having to deal with. Kevin De Bruyne has also joined Casemiro at Al Ahly on a free transfer.
I mean, what idiot lets Kevin De Bruyne go for run out of contract, put it that way?
Well, he didn't do much last season, Dad. He only got 12 goals and 17 assists in 32 games.
What are you doing?
Unbelievable record. And lets him go on a free. And reminder, Dad has no control on the contract.
I mean, I've got £1 million wage budget, and I can't afford to give him a new contract for 2 seasons,
well,
3 seasons.
He's on £1.5 million now.
I don't care. You still give him what he wants to keep him at the team, don't you?
Yeah, but Dad, maybe he's brought in some signings to replace Kevin De Bruyne.
He had 277 million, and we said he wouldn't go below the 200 million.
Yeah. Well, actually, you now have 291 and a higher wage. You have more.
I want to cry. What's that guy doing?
This is hilarious. Now, you also sold John Stones for £31 million.
What?
One of your starting centre-backs. He's only 31.
Oh, there's another player you should be getting rid of at the moment.
Nope. And you think, oh, is there more? No, that was the only signings. Josh Doidge for £15 million. You wanted another left-back.
Yeah.
So Josh Doidge is there, homegrown. Duranville from Dortmund.
He's going to get in my team, isn't he?
Yeah, he will eventually.
Yeah, never one for the under-21s.
And Paul Wanner, guess what? Plays in the under-21s. 19-year-old Austrian. So that's your Kevin De Bruyne replacement right there.
That didn't work, did it?
No. So Dad's changed tactics. He's gone for it up front, mainly because you didn't have enough midfielders. I don't think.
I've just kept the best midfielder players I've got, stuck them in there, and then just put everybody else where I needed them.
You still got Mateus Nunes, Kovacic, and Calvin Phillips, and got Rafael Veiga from last time.
I'm still happy with that side. I'm just not happy with the signings that he's making.
Oh,
my back four is still good.
Yeah, you signed Josh Doidge, who is now the 3rd left back that doesn't get into the 11, because you've also got Sergio Gomez and Manu Sanchez.
Yeah.
Because Gvardiol kind of plays on that left back role as well. At least you got Rico Lewis back from his broken leg from last season, so that's good. He hasn't struggled too much to get back into the side. But
just thank God I got Rodri, because if he sells Rodri, I'm sacking him.
Yeah, you'd have to, wouldn't you? I'm surprised you didn't, really. He is also out there for 2 months at the minute.
Yeah.
Hilariously. Let's have a look at the schedule. How has it been doing? It's been okay. And you beat me in the Community Shield, so that's another point. You don't win a point for actually doing it.
Yeah.
However, you lost to Liverpool.
Yeah, lost at Anfield. That's a bad one.
And you drew to Brentford.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. You did beat Burnley 6-1, though, when they popped back up into the league, so that's nice for you. And you're also playing Tottenham Hotspur in the Champions League. I know you're not. I thought it was. You're playing Arsenal, though. Your favourite North London club. You're playing them in the Champions League instead. You're starting off, actually, Bayern Munich and Inter.
Bayern Munich should be quite easy because you just pinched 2 of their best players. So
that's true, yeah. I mean, unless they replaced them quite well. Jurgen Klopp's the manager as well, which makes things a little bit tasty for you. They did replace him with Arkin Kirku, and Pavlovic was the centre-back. So that's actually a good centre-back.
They've actually signed on a couple of good players, haven't they?
Yeah, they've done quite well there to replace the 2 players that I pinched. So it's not going to be an easy one, to say the least.
To finish off as well. They're one of those teams that are either really good this season or they're going to be awful this season. Yeah. So
okay, let's have a look, see the fixtures that I've been doing. So we know I've lost already to Man City in the Community Shield, but I did beat Leeds 7-0, which is a bit of a rivalry, I guess, for Manchester United. Then I lost to Spurs, don't know what was going on there, and then I beat Chelsea 2-1. So my Champions League, I'm always having bad starts, really. Champions League fixtures, Real Betis is my starting thing. Roma and Dortmund is not too bad.
It was you at Tottenham.
I had Tottenham.
Yeah.
I should be going through that quite comfortably. I'd be surprised if I don't finish top. Top 8.
You got top 8, yeah.
Maybe even top.
I mean, yeah, you got
to check that.
You should qualify quite comfortably, I feel.
Yeah.
You'll definitely lose one game there, and it's not Roma.
Leipzig, probably. Let's see what happens. Season number 3. The points are actually surprisingly quite close.
Yes.
There's only 3 points between us, considering I've won the league and the Champions League. But all right, let's see what happens in season number 3. Season 3, and Dad is back to the top of the league.
Yes.
See, you're doubting him, and you're still in the league.
No, my tactics have done that.
Lost 5 games, Dad. Did
Yes.
you lose a game to Manchester United? You did. You only lost away games as well. I guess that's
Fortress
in the tactic, really, isn't it?
Where have I drawn games? Where did I draw them?
3 at home, 2
3
away.
at home.
I lost
Not going away,
7.
though,
Where obviously, we know one of them was a community shield against you, but I also lost away in the league fixture too. So you beat me there. So well done. I mean, Leeds are doing stuff here, Dad. They're Europa League, yeah. Let's have a look at the goals. 35 for Erling Haaland. Rocco Simic and Solanke both on 18. Then it's Seskill. He's also the highest average rating and the most player of the matches. Not surprising too much.
It's not bad. We're playing him 2 up front as well, so pleased with that.
Okay, we're on Manchester United though. It's no
I don't
league
need you
title
to win
for me.
anything now, so I can pull some points on you here.
I've only got a point so far for beating you in the league. Did I win anything else? Oh, it's a domestic double. Get in both of the trophies.
Finally wins the league and you can do that.
Carabao Cup beat Bristol City.
Bristol City.
Well done, Bristol City.
Yeah.
From the Championship as well. And the FA Cup, Newcastle.
Oh, Newcastle lost again in the cup final.
Not to say that I haven't knocked you out of it, though.
No, that's
I might
right,
have knocked you out of it. But quarter-final of the Champions League. We'll look more into the Champions League when we find out how you got on, because there's a chance that you won it. No. Round of 16. That's Salzburg.
I lost in the quarter-final against Newcastle.
Who are facing the final.
Yeah.
And you got knocked down the 3rd round by Spurs. Hilarious. Well, that's more tactic, I've done that.
Right. Dear, oh dear.
Round of 16. You were knocked out by Salzburg 5-4 in aggregate. Well, I was knocking out Leipzig, so that was a bad,
How did we get on in the group? Did you finish top of that group then?
We'll have a look.
Yeah.
Manchester United, I lost to Milan in the final, who actually went on to win it.
Yeah.
And they beat Real Madrid. Fair play. Did any of us play in the knockout playoff round? You did, I didn't, which means I definitely finished in the top 8.
Yeah.
League phase. 4th. Only lost 1.
I was a long way down there.
I only lost 1.
Please be Spurs.
It was.
Yes, guess it.
I knew it was Spurs because they lost 0.
Oh, right, I
and
didn't
they
see
only
that.
drew 1. Oh, sorry, I didn't know where you were, Dad. Oh, 16th.
Yeah, I'm down there somewhere.
1-3. Napoli, you beat 4-0. That was to keep you in it, really.
Yeah.
Mulder 6-0 and Antwerp 2-1. Drew to Arsenal, PSG, and Inter.
That's 3 good draws.
Lost to Copenhagen.
Shouldn't be losing that game.
Battered by Bayern Munich. That should be an easy game. You just pitched 2 of their players.
Oh, dear.
Oh, we don't have to sync ourselves.
I gotta learn to shut up, haven't I?
We don't have to sync ourselves. That is hilarious. All right, okay, that's good. Let's have a look at the goals for you then. 54 in 55 games for Erling Haaland and only 50 starts. 27 for Thuram, 20 for Doku as well. So
That's
there's your
good.
3 strikers.
Yep.
I think really you could do with another striker, but it's not down to you if you want to keep playing free up top, because your transfer budget for next season, 453.
It's about 6 million, isn't it?
Yeah,
600 million.
600 million, nearly. nearly 600 million.
Dear,
He has signed Lazaro here.
Of course, he's another one for the under-21s.
He's decent. He's very good.
I'll tell you what, the manager of the under-21s was going, no, I don't want any more players.
Yeah.
Don't want any more.
Oh, you did sign somebody. Oh, somebody really good too.
Oh.
Usman Diamonde.
Oh, I'm happy with that.
That's a good sign. That is a you signing, that one. That is
only
a you
22.
signing.
Nice to get someone into the first team.
Yeah, £40 million. That's replacing John Stones.
Yeah.
If you think of it that way.
Yeah.
But did you sell anybody? Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, no. It's because you sold Christensen.
Yeah. How many games did he play for me?
Yeah, I know. And you also sold... Oh, no. You sold Echeverry, which is bad, really, because he's decent.
Yeah.
Julian Alvarez to Bayern Munich.
That's another
Who
striker.
then knocked
playing
you,
front.
they beat you in the group stage,
Yeah.
so they wouldn't knocked you out. But then also Mateus Nunes, centre midfielder.
Killing me now.
That is mental. So that's why you have all that money, because you just keep selling all your best players and replace them with Usman Diamonde, this guy, and this guy. Oh, actually, you bought Bookman as well from Bayern Munich.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Wow.
I mean, the amount of players that he's bought, I should have a totally new first team.
Yeah.
And I've probably got about
One or two.
8 same players as what I had at the start of it.
Manchester United then, let's have a look. 27 goals from Benjamin Sesko, 21 for Bruno Fernandes. Højlund got 19 in just 18 starts. Garnacho.
Look how many games he played.
Whoa.
He was
I know,
involved
that's
in
what I mean.
57 games, so probably every game.
Yeah, 26 assists and 16 goals. That is like Ballon d'Or worthy numbers from a winger right there. That is insane. He's developed lovely.
Actually, your goalkeeper played 67, so...
Yeah, so it's 10 short.
Yeah.
Oh, 11 short, because Bayinda played 1.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we don't normally check the Ballon d'Or very often, but I am curious. Erling Haaland's won it 2 seasons in a row for you so far.
There you go, mate. See.
Hey, you don't get a trophy or points for that.
You got Bruno there, who's in third, though, look.
Yeah. He's done all right.
He didn't
Second
go
the
score.
year before.
That's good.
So, yeah. My transfer budget next season, £46 million. That's a shame. I wish I had the... You got 10 times more. That's how hilarious that is. You got 10 times more, but I bet you spend less.
Oh, 100%.
All right, let's have a look at the points after season number 3. Season number 3 points are Omega Luke with 7, Omega Dad with 6. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 19, Omega Dad with 15. Okay, I sold Jadon Sancho at the start of season number 4 for £60 million. Now, I did sell him to Newcastle. I'd rather have sold him to a club outside of the Premier League, but it's the only bid that came in, and I had some targets that I wanted to bring in myself. He didn't play that many last season, and the target was Evan Ferguson, and he has developed incredibly well.
It's a good signing.
21 years of age now, £76 million. He scored 17 goals for Brighton last year, so I'm hoping he can do that, although he has got 0 in 4 so far. But he wasn't the only ones. Now, as well as the £80 million, didn't sell anybody else, I managed to bring in, check Doucouré from Crystal Palace, who was transfer listed for some reason as a backup centre midfielder. Joachim Andersen from Crystal Palace, who was also transfer listed, and I got a feeling Crystal Palace got relegated. Yeah, they got relegated, so that's the reason why I've managed to get both of them cheap. But Theo Hernandez for a free transfer for one of the best left backs in the world is not bad at all. So that instantly improves my left back.
Why didn't City sign him?
Oh yeah, why not? But there we go. So those are the signings that I made. Tactically, I've gone for this now. So I didn't win the league. I only won 2 cups, but I still think a change was needed. Gone to up top. I brought in Ferguson. I've got Ferguson, Sesko, and Højlund. That's 3 good strikers.
Yeah.
Not to mention Rashford, Garnacho, and Matisse Tel can all play up front as well. I felt like it was the right time to go 2 up top, but I had so many good centre midfielders, and I didn't want to go very similar to your tactic where I have Bruno Fernandes up there, because then I would have to think about bringing in another attacking midfielder. And although João Neves can kind of play there quite well, he's way better deeper.
Yeah.
So I felt like just go 3 in the middle, have a centre midfielder on attack and a Mazzala on attack to allow for the width there. That's the way I'm going forward there. And I kind of like the fact that Kobe Mainoo has managed to keep his position in the side, despite having all of these really good players, and the likes of Mason Mount drops down to the bench with Doucouré as well. I really like this.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of options. I think this is a good team. Very good lineup. Let's have a look at your games, and then we'll go to my schedule, your transfers. He sold, Dad, Jack Grealish to the same club as Kevin De Bruyne. Their team must be mental now, because they just keep buying all of your players. Yeah, they got Leroy Sané as well. Bloody hell. Cancelo, Lukaku, Jack Grealish, Casemiro. Kevin De Bruyne's gone.
Yeah.
So I wonder where he's gone then, after you sold him there. Retired, 35.
Went there one season for the money.
Yeah, can't blame him. He was on 1.5 million,
Yeah.
so that ain't bad. But anyway, yeah, you sold Jack Grealish, 30 years of age now. You also sold James McAtee for £26 million and Callum Doyle for £6 million. I mean,
100 million?
£81 million there.
Yeah.
You spent £77 million here in Udre Ogo as a replacement for Jack Grealish, who's not bad.
No, he's not bad, but he's not a Man City
He's not
player,
ready, is he? No.
No.
Lukovic, who... £35 million he spent on this guy, by the way. There's a lot of 14s.
Yeah.
He's very well rounded.
I mean, he's going to be a reserve striker.
Yeah.
So that's
I
not
don't
bad.
think I've ever seen a striker that has more than 9 on every attribute.
Yeah.
So he played for Strasbourg last season, 14 goals for them.
I mean,
Not
I'll,
bad.
I'll give them that. That's not a bad signing. I'll
No.
accept that one.
Yeah, but this one's a good one. Because he signed Florian Wirtz.
Finally, we got a world-class player coming to the Man City town.
Yeah, £70 million release clause.
I bet he had a big sweat on when he paid 70 million for that.
Yeah. Or he went, who?
Yeah.
1 goal, 3 assists
assists.
so far. It's
Yeah.
a good start
Good
to the
start
season.
for him. Yeah, I'm happy with that one. That's probably my best signing so far, I think,
Yeah,
from him.
but it has meant that you've had to change the tactic.
Yeah.
Because you've gone back to, despite winning the league last season, avoiding the 3 up front to fit Florian Wirtz in.
Yeah.
Even though he does play naturally there,
Yeah, no, yeah.
I am surprised that you changed it.
I wanted him there. It was either going to be him there or Silva there, so...
Yeah, but there we go. So that's
Silva,
your starting 11.
That role that he plays there is just perfect for me because he goes into that space where he'll create so much trouble.
Yeah. It's a very good starting 11.
Yeah.
I think the only weakness possibly is the left back.
100%.
Or if you had a better left back, then Vardio can go left back
Yeah.
because he's decent there. So that's probably your only weakness in your starting 11. It's just your bench doesn't look as good as what a Man City bench has been looking.
No.
So let's have a look at your fixtures then, because we played each other in the Community Shield and it was a Manchester United win. So it's a point for me straight away.
Yeah.
However, you've won 4 out of 4 Premier League games so far.
Comfortably as well.
So that's a good start. You have, however, also got Liverpool in the 3rd round of the EFL Cup, so that could be an early exit there,
Yeah.
or knocking out one of the contenders. Either way. Champions League games, Leipzig and Milan, Rijeka, Shakhtar, Barcelona, Juve, Chelsea and Leverkusen.
Some hard games there.
Yeah.
I still think I should comfortably go through, but there's some hard games there.
Okay. Manchester United then, my fixtures look like this. Even though I won the Man City game and I signed Evan Ferguson, I lost to Brighton 1-0. Hilarious and things like that happen. Also lost to Chelsea 4-1, but I had 2 players sent off, so I'm kind of like, one of those games just got to write off. I stuffed Tottenham Hotspur 4-1 and I stuffed Leicester 3-0, both at home. So that's nice. The Champions League fixtures, I also am playing Barcelona and Juve and
Bayern
Leverkusen
Leverkusen, yeah.
and Rijeka.
Yeah.
But I've also got Anderlecht, Inter Milan and Salzburg and Young Boys at the end now. I should go through.
Yeah.
I'd like to think. So, season number 4 is underway. But before we have a look at how we get on, let me remind you that TCW is a thing. We are a charity promotion, wrestling promotion, trying to raise money for Plymouth Hospital's charity this year, and we've got our next show in July. It's on July the 6th, and we got Wild Boar for it from NXT UK. You might remember Wild Boar. He is a fantastic wrestler, one of the best in the UK, and we've got a cracking lineup with Wild Boar in the main event. So if you can get down to Plymouth, definitely come down to Plymouth. I'll be wrestling as well. Dad will be in attendance to watch, so you get to meet both of us, as a couple of you have already done for TCW, and that's great. But if you can get down to Plymouth, you can also check it out on YouTube, because there's a couple of matches on there from the promotion. But I really hope that you will consider donating, even if it's just £5 to the charity, and I'll leave that at the top of the description, because the more money that we can raise there, the better somebody else's life is going to be in the Plymouth Hospital charity, because they do some great work there for a lot of newborns and a lot of children who unfortunately have to go into hospital. So if you can find anything yourself to spare £5 for that charity, the link is at the top of the description, as well as the tickets for the next show too. Right, let's have a look what happens season number 4. Season 4, Man City win the league again.
Even though I changed a tactic. Good in.
You lost 4 games in total, Dad. I lost 9. Ooh. I scored more goals and conceded less.
Yeah. Points win matches.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the 4 games you lost. Did I beat you? Did. So that's 1 point I get anyway.
Yeah.
But you beat me in the... I'm not surprised by that if I lost 9. That's not surprising at all. I drew 3 games. That's unfortunate. Okay, Leeds have gone down, but they haven't got... Yeah,
No,
the European football was too much for them.
Yeah.
Erling Haaland got 30. Evan Ferguson got 18 for me. But I did see that my top scorer was Rasmus Højlund. So I don't know what's gone on there.
No.
Frimpong and Evan Ferguson got a high average rating, but still behind Erling Haaland, who got the most man of the matches. Ederson had a good amount of clean sheets as well, with Onana right behind. Okay, we're on Manchester United. Let's have a look at the cup competitions. Oh, I've done it again! Look who would be in the final as well. Why do we think of Tottenham?
I can't believe you went and do that again. I won the league. I'm getting points on you. Winning the league, and you does Champions League again.
And an FA Cup.
Don't beat me in that one. Please don't beat me in that one.
Come on. Oh, take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'd say you'd rather that game than
absolutely,
the
yeah. Quarter-final by Newcastle. There's a chance you could have won the Carabao Cup, Dad.
Hopefully, I need to
get a double yourself. I can't believe we won the Champions League.
Not can I.
I might also have knocked you out of one of them as well. Let's have a look. Competitions. You did win the Carabao Cup.
That saved me.
But I knocked you out of the FA Cup in the semi-final 4-1, which is another 2 points.
That's just way
ripped.
That's a good season for me. Won the league, won a cup, and I've still lost on points.
Yeah.
By a lot.
You beat Newcastle in the final.
Newcastle again lost in the final for one of us. I think that's 3 seasons in a row.
They are hating that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quarter-final by Real Madrid, Dad. At that point, I was knocking out AC Milan, who was the holders at the time, who I then knocked out Real Madrid. I beat him 6-0. 6-0 at Old Trafford. Czech Decore scored 2 goals. He is my Hosselu.
Yeah.
Did they play Hosselu? They didn't. They're lost. They you know, that's what they should have done. I can't believe that. 6-0. Unbelievable. Spurs knocking out Monaco and then beat Bayern Munich in the final there. Round of 16, you knocked out Napoli, I knocked out Chelsea in the knockout playoff round. Neither of us were in there, which meant we are both in the league phase. You finished second without losing a game. You drew to Juve and Barcelona, who finished above you, just on goal difference. And you won 6 games in total, Dad. Nice and comfortably. I lost 1 to Barcelona, 6-3, but I drew 2 games. Drew to Young Boys. Woof, that's awful. And to Juve, and then 5 wins there, including Inter Milan 2-1, which is a nice one.
Yeah.
What a season. Dad, 47 goals, for Erling Haaland.
Yeah, good season again.
24 for Marcus Thuram, 18 for Florian Wirtz. Not bad for his first year.
Yep, pleased with that.
Did you have any new signings join you? Not really. Just, again, a couple of youngsters. He's quite good, but yeah, it's not who you're going to be bringing in recently, is it? And you sold Oscar Bob to Brighton.
Right.
Who, to be fair, you could have done with. He's good. Manu Sanchez to Bologna, the guy that you brought in previous years. So, yeah, I mean, you brought in 130 million. So it's like he's trying to make money.
Well, he's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, he's making up for all the money that Man City has spent.
And I've just won 2 titles from him in a row, so oh God almighty. What's my budget for next season then?
It's not your budget.
Oh, no. What's his budget for next season?
Nearly 500 million. And if you did that, nearly 600.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at my budget and my goals. So yeah, I was right. Rasmus Højlund got 30 goals, which is not bad. 26 for Evan Ferguson, 16 and 19 for Mason Mount. Joe Neves had a good season as well. Disappointing for Sasko, but good for Bruno Fernandes once again. What? Just won the Champions League. 24 million.
Do you want to borrow some of mine?
I wish I could. Actually, I don't need to. We're doing all right.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the points. Season points for number 4 is Omega Luke with 14. Omega Dad with 8, meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 33, Omega Dad with 23. Right, so I'm 10 points ahead of you, Dad, going into the final year, which is still doable. We know that. I mean, I got 14 points just in that last season alone, so we know it's possible for you to still come back and win. It's just whether your director of football has not screwed things up for you, screwed up your plans. I have signed 1 player because I decided not to sell anybody, so I only have £30 million, and I decided to bring in Aaron Hickey to fit the homegrown quota, but also because he's natural on both wings, and I think that's a good thing for my squad, my lineup.
Sensible buy.
Yeah, because I've got a couple of injuries every now and then. I think the replacements aren't good enough. Aaron Hickey's good enough. I'm keeping with the same tactic. I don't need to change that whatsoever because, you know, that was unbelievable. And the connections that these guys are having, I'm absolutely loving as well. My backups are phenomenal. This is a very good Manchester United team, and I'm happy with what I've built. Dad, though. You sold 121 million pounds worth of players. Calvin Phillips left to Tottenham. Manuel Akanji left to Al Ali.
There's the
again.
back. There's the backhander.
Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate.
Bernardo Silva,
Hey, no.
gone. I like how you're acting shocked. You knew it happened. Ben Seguir was a player that you actually brought in because you actually spent 159, so they spent more than what they sold this time round. Ben Seguir was the first guy. That's your Bernardo Silva replacement. He is good.
He is good, yeah. He
Zeno
is
DeBast.
possibly a player that we do sign quite a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Zeno DeBast is probably the Akanji replacement, and he's okay.
Yeah.
23. Ayup Aiden, 26 million pound from Galatasaray, and he's okay, but
I wouldn't be buying
he's
him.
not a Man City player.
No.
Julian Rykov. I still think
he's
Julian
reserve.
Alvarez is better.
Yeah, he's a reserve striker that you.
And then Victor Reyes, who,
No.
let's not even discuss.
No.
So you changed the tactic slightly, a couple of
changed
rolls around.
The two main midfield players in the middle there. I think I put Foden to the left
Foden,
now
so he goes
to
there.
go in through the gap.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I
now
was
you
hoping
have
for.
2 advanced playmakers on attack.
Yeah.
And, because we haven't mentioned it in a while, no support players. Dad's back to his best, folks.
Full out attack.
Full out attack.
I'm either
no
attacking
support.
or I'm defending.
Yeah. And only 3 of the bastards are actually defending. The rest of them are all out attack.
Yeah.
All right, schedule. We played each other again, and Manchester United picked up the win. Joe Neves, Bruno Fernandes,
It's a bad start for me, that isn't it? That's 1 point. I'm down already.
So you're 11 points you need to catch
Yeah.
now. But in the league, Nottingham Forest 4-0, Leicester 4-1, 5-0 against Bournemouth, and 4-1 in the Cup against Millwall, but a loss to Newcastle.
They got their own back on me.
Yeah. Your Champions League fixtures, Dad, look like this. You've got Barcelona and Dortmund to begin with. Ooh, tricky. Celtic, Sociedad, Milan, Young Boys, who held me to a draw recently, Ajax and Copenhagen.
I should comfortably
Yeah.
qualify.
Let's have a look at my schedule so far. We know I've already beaten you. I've also lost to Tottenham. However, the games around it, I'm really pleased with. So I beat Aston Villa 3-0 at the start of the season, beat Arsenal in the Super Cup, UEFA Super Cup, beat Everton 6-0 with a Rasmus Højlund hat-trick, and then Evan Ferguson felt left out because he only got 2 in that game, so he decided to get a hat-trick in an 8-1 win against Burnley, and then beat Nottingham Forest 2-1. With Evan Ferguson again. So I'm really happy actually with that start,
Yeah,
despite
good start.
losing to Tottenham. Champions League fixtures, I've got Liverpool, which I find really annoying to be honest. Milan, Ajax, both Milans in fact, and Dortmund is in there. So a few of the same ones, but again, should be going through.
Yeah.
I think mine's slightly higher actually, because I'm harder, because I've got 4 hard games and an Ajax.
Yeah.
Which could be tricky, but we know the points are 11 points between us. Dad needs a big season. He's had no control of the transfers. How does he do in this final year? Let's find out. Final season of Manchester United win the league, which probably ends all of Dad's hopes, and you are nowhere near really. 78 points. I lost 6, you beat me in 1, which is another point, but I beat you in the other, which cancels out that point. Lovely stuff. Extra 4 points, 5 points for the win. You get another point there. Top scorer Haaland with 32. I feel sorry for him in a way.
Yeah.
Sesko and Højlund both getting a lot of goals there. And Ferguson had a good high average rating. Did I go back-to-back Champions League wins? No, I didn't win anything, and you knocked me out of the Carabao Cup.
Oh, yes.
If you win all 3,
I've got a chance.
you win, but you need to win all 3.
Of course, you have the Champions League 7 points.
Yeah.
That's the one I need. I think that's the one that's done me with playing against you at the moment.
Because at the minute, I believe I'm 15 points ahead. Or no, because you've knocked me out, so that's win and so about 13 points ahead. Did you do it? No. Carabao Cup runner-up, lost to Arsenal, knocked out of the 5th round by Newcastle.
So come back and beat me.
Who, did they finally win one? No.
No.
Norwich in the final against Arsenal, and the quarter-final of the Champions League against Barcelona. Semi-final, Arsenal went on and played Real Madrid in the final, and Arsenal won. Wow. Where was I knocked out? By Porto. Oof. That's a bad one.
That is a bad one, yeah.
Knockout playoff round, neither of us. Brian was in there. That's good to see. League phase. Finished slightly higher. I lost 1 against Inter Milan. Drew 2 to Liverpool and Dortmund. Won 5 Not bad at all.
No.
You won 5 as well. Beat the teams and Barcelona, who I'd expect you to beat there. Drew to AC Milan. Lost to Ajax. Lost to Dortmund. Tricky season there for you, Dad.
Oh, that's bad.
56 goals for Erling Haaland. Which
He didn't let me down, did he?
Oh, no, not at all. In only 53 games there, with 10 assists too. 27 from Julian Rijkoff. Not bad, considering he's only 3-star rated.
No, I'm quite happy with that as well. Yeah. The Thuram signing was probably a really good signing for me.
Yeah, that one and the Florian Wirtz one's the best ones.
That was the two. I feel the two signings that I possibly would have done.
Yeah, I agree. Transfer budget, because remember, patreon.com/megaloopgaming, or on the channel membership page, you can take this save game file on. Maybe you want to see if you can be Man City with Siki in charge as the transfers and see if you do any better, because you're £411 million.
Sack him.
Yeah.
Take it over yourself.
Oh, did he sell anybody in that final season or buy anybody in that final season? He bought a player that I had a bid accepted for. If you remember rightly, in the summer that's just gone, I had a bid accepted for this player and it got cancelled because of takeover attempt and it never went through. So I never ended up signing him. But
so he thought he was missing out on something and jumped in and bought him.
Yeah. Then Umar Kamara, no. Fatakanti isn't bad. Giancomo Fatakanti from Aston Villa, £41 million. And Steve Allen from Queen's Park.
Of course he did.
That's a good signing.
Yeah.
But did he sell anybody else? Jan Kuto with the pink hair left to Real Madrid. So there we go. Manchester United then finally, 25 goals for Evan Ferguson, 20 for Sesko, 20 for Højlund. I'll take that. It's a good season. Very good season. 264 million.
We're back to how it used to be. This is how it used to go. Like
every time in the 6th season. I wonder if it's because...
You must have had a takeover.
Tycoon takeover. Who wants this save game
file
now?
I bet you're going to take it over now, aren't you? If you do it, let us know you get on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure you check out the Manscaped if you want any products. Use my code Omega at checkout for that 20% off and free shipping. And of course, if you want to come along to the wrestling, it's a new poster.
It'll be a great fight.
Wild Boy is going to be there. Dad's going to be there.
Be
I'm going to be there. Not to mention, if you can, by contributing just £5 to the charity, we'd really appreciate it because it goes to a fantastic cause. We'll see you next time for another rebuild. Why not check out this video right here? Because me and Dad were AC Milan and Inter Milan. And then we kept switching every single season.
That's good.
And it was hilarious. Go watch it right now.